with the misfortune because they can always throw it back. So it means SKT have to be very careful about locking in a Zyra if they want a Jhin Zyra lane, because Samsung can turn right around and give him an MF if Crown was to play Karma, which is not one of his main champions.
Yeah, and I think the thinking here also was, you know, even though the jungle pool is being pinched right now with a lot of bans, Ambition has been very willing to play that Rek'Sai like so many other junglers, and could very easily just go with either the Rek'Sai or the Skarner, one of those tanks for the front line. I still do think that Samsung are going to go with one of those sort of standard sturdy team comps where they got the front line to protect the Caitlyn for later in the game.
Especially when you see how well Ruler played that late game. You know, you can take a look at that 90 caliber nets and flash. It ended up costing him towards the end of the game. Poppy's still up for QV as well, and some options for Samsung.
Ambition has been practicing Kindred on a solo queue account. It's going to be locked in, which is the first Kindred we've seen at Worlds.
All right.
The last guy I saw playing this was Maple in the LMS finals over there, so that is an old pick there. I actually think it's a decent pick against Lee Sin here.
Especially, you know, if it is going to be a long game. The Kindred is going to be a huge DPS threat. And we'll see if, you know, Karma's going to be on triple duty now. A very high DPS backline for him to keep protected.
No front line for Samsung yet, though, but you can anticipate, obviously, Poppy or similar in the top lane. Or would we maybe go something more poke or different?
I think we don't know, and I like the fact that Samsung has given QV the counterpick in the top lane. SKT in their series against Rocks almost always left Duke for the very last pick, so they're going to go something kind of safe like Gnar. That means QV could cannon into it if he wants to have the lane advantage if they lock in the Gnar.
Yeah, and also remember that the Kindred with the ultimate, since we haven't seen it in so long, does provide a lot of extra security for that backline to rely upon as well. And since they have so much damage, a lot of the Kindred is fighting over the territory of the ultimate. If you have the extra damage to push them off of it, then that could be huge. And there's that cannon for the flanks, but also the 1v1 potential.
Insta-lock cannon. Jat, I think your words were pick in game 2 stronger early game. I feel like they've done that.
Well, it's about having the shoving lanes in as many lanes as possible. And I think the Cassiopeia Rise is a skill matchup, but the Kennen should be able to shove, and the Karma Caitlyn should be able to shove.
And how fitting is it that he goes back to the Kennen pick? The Kennen pick, one of the biggest improvements that QV made, practicing it a bunch in solo queue for the Gauntlet, which got them here to Worlds. And now they're at the last leg in the finals, down one game, looking to make it work again.
And it's a really tricky team composition that Samsung's pulling out here, so they will need team practice on the Kindred lately as well, because this is 5 squishy champions. This isn't that sturdy tank line that they had previously, so they're going to have to be able to play pretty fast if they're able to get a lead, if they want to close out this game.
It also does bring up all those, you know, plays around objectives, because Ambition has been so good with his smite. Now you have to also take into account, is he going to Kindred ultimate, bait my smite out, and then you wait for the duration, as Smithy did at MSI.
Well, going to be a lot of questions that SKT have to answer. And also, can Samsung pull this team composition off? You guys at home, jump onto Twitter, let us know the big moments of tonight using the hashtag #WorldBigPlays. Also, check out the 360-degree streams over on lolesports.com. You can actually check us out. Jumping up and down now as we load into game 2. SK Telecom have got themselves a 1-0 advantage over Samsung Galaxy. And QV loads up with his 3-0 Kennen. Let's see if he can lead the way and even the series at the end of game 2.
Plus, we got Faker's Rise. Like, we're just jumping over that one.
Yes!
Championship Cup.
So I guess he'll wear his own clothes.
On his back.
That's the way it works out, right?
Honestly, though, this does play into our story of SKT at this World. They've been the most outspoken, the most confident that we have ever seen them. This is a team that is used to winning the championship.
Yeah, and Faker's going to want to get enough skins so his entire champion pool can have SKT.
Which would be every single champion, honestly. This guy plays Aurelia in the mid lane. He played Bachelor Yi in the mid lane. Riven popularized.
He played Olaf in the mid lane at Worlds last year.
Many of those picks were. All right, well, let's take a look at the level 1 here, because no deep wards this time around. No scouting of the jungler starts.
Minions have spawned.
We'll see if there's any sort of, you know, top laners faking, taking damage from Krugs, trying to play those mind games of making the enemy guess where they've started.
I want to take a look at how this early game plays out, because Samsung fell very far behind. By the time we hit that 15-minute mark, and they cannot afford to do the same thing with this team composition.
Yeah, and it actually happened because Faker was able to get an early shove in the mid lane and get a deep ward to find Ambition in the jungle. They also had a ward at the very beginning of the game to find him in the jungle. So the first ward isn't there this game, but there's a very early peek, actually.
Exactly, from Samsung again. They did it last game, they did it this game. Pink ward before the minion spawn. Crown goes over there. All right, I'm actually kind of disappointed in Bengi. He doesn't have his SKT skin. Where's the coordination, boys? He's also going for number 3, knockout Lee Sin.
There we go. Gonna get his own skin again this time around. I want to take a look at just how Crown handles himself on this Cassio, because his Victor last game was as to be expected. And this time round, now has to perform at that same level, but on what is actually a fairly technical champion when it comes to dodging all of those skill shots and landing those petrifying gazes.
Yeah, and Crown has actually been really good at Cassiopeia on the laning phase, specifically at dodging ganks from enemy teams. He has the cleanse here, so normally the Rise Lee Sin is an incredibly potent two-man gank because you get the Rune Prison and Lee Sin can automatically land the Q. But here, Crown's going to have to make sure he can cleanse if they go for that, and then he's going to have to play more passive in the next game.
And we do want to touch on, the changes to Kindred where the marks are even more important with their damage scaling. Going for the early scuttle here and grabbing it. Already off to a good start there for Ambition on the Kindred. Our new flavor pick. We have to have a surprise here in each best of 5 as we move forward. Ooh, actually, what he did there, I think he pulled the minions far enough so that Ambition was able not to drop in the Fog of War, but I think he just revealed himself there. So the question mark did go down, and it looks like he gave up a little bit of info.
Yeah, but he took a lot of harass on the minion wave just to try and freeze it towards his turret. Faker now getting a little bit more aggressive to make sure the wave hits the turret and can then bounce back. Both of these two mid laners do excel at getting the minion wave in the right place. So you always have a chance of stacking up minions to crash them in the turret, but you spend a small amount of time in basically danger of ganks.
Great delay there by Crown just at the end.
And it was in game 1 where Faker actually built up a 10 CS advantage by having a back timing advantage over Crown.
He's on another ward, he can get stopped again.
And does, Miasma again. Crown with some gentle love taps to the 2-time world champion Faker. He got a solo kill in the previous game. Let's see if he can do it again. Plus 10 CS already, and Faker's going to lose a good chunk of the tower, it looks like.
Significant delay, but you can see that Faker knows he has to go back and get his tier early. So he's committed to that recall, does go and get it off. That CS lead, though, in the mid lane should be a problem.
Yeah, but we've been focusing on the mid lane. The top lane is going as expected. Cube shoving in Duke and harassing him a substantial amount up there. And this is buying time for Ambition, who also picked up the first mark. Now he may go for a dive. He's clearing the Grom first, especially if Lee Sin gets shown. It's going to be a dive.
Bengi is focused on taking away the mark on the bottom side of the map. There are no wards that will see him there, although he did pass by the pink, so they know about where he is. That's why Ambition is continuing to counter jungle. Because of that early pink ward, so much value.
Yeah.
Going to be 2 camps stolen away. But Bengi actually getting some deep wards for himself.
Good advantage in the first 5 minutes for Samsung. Plus 20 CS in the top lane for Cuvée. Duke's already teleported back. I'll see if Cuvée decides to do the same. Small lane advantage for Crown in the bottom, and trading down bottom for JJ and Ruler. Caught by CC. Trades a couple autos, but Bang and Wolf, they turn this one around. Nice 90 cal into the headshot shots.
And this is where the Samsung lane needs to be careful, because they do not have the sustain that Wolf has. So while they could get shove on early, when they lose the shove, they're actually a very vulnerable lane. All they have to do is split, because the mid and the top lane are winning very heavily for Samsung.
We do really need to touch again on that jungle, though, because such a big advantage from Ambition in the jungle, because they've been able to track him with the early pink ward. That was 2 camps that were stolen away. He also smited the wolf, so you get to leave that wolf spirit there, and they saw him again.
Yeah.
Now
the Vision just slingshotted back a little bit. Banky cleared the pink ward. Ambition got spotted out.
Oh, damage down. Crown's throwing out the poison with those twin fangs. Good shield from Faker. He gets away with his life.
To save that Q to pop the overload, getting his shield and speed to get out of it. And denies that 1 versus 2. Meanwhile, though, it gives, again, full control over this mid lane to Samsung to push it up. They get another Scuttle Crab that is marked for Ambition. But Bengi saw him exit into the Fog of War on the top side of the map, trying to make a counterplay on the bottom side.
If Bengi can get level 6, he would have a much more threatening gank. He can't yet. as he's have ward control in the jungle, but no wolves to spawn. He might get level 6 off the wolves based on his experience bar. Then he would have threat for a bottom lane gank. Just warding up and trying to make that bottom lane as safe as possible.
Not able to have that same sort of early impact. Samsung plus 1,000 gold just from the farm already. I think that's to be expected though, when you look at the team compositions and how the lane is played out. I think credit to Samsung, but they need to do more to have this advantage going into the mid game.
Yeah, I think not quite to this degree, especially in the mid lane. You know, and how important those recall interrupts were from Crown on Faker for the early stages. We'll see how this does develop, though, because early magic resistance now on Cassiopeia as well makes Crown really confident in taking those trades with Faker.
Yeah, I've talked to a number of mid laners about the Cassiopeia versus Ryze matchup because historically it was Cassiopeia favored. But with the Ryze rework, who has more utility in being able to shield himself in a longer range on his Q for wave clear, it does turn into a very slightly favored Cassio matchup, but not something where you're winning by 15 to 20 CS against Faker.
Helps out when Crown is able to interrupt the laning pattern. I'm looking at Bang and Wolf pushing up very heavily in that bottom lane. Teleports and slicing Maelstrom a little bit away. Ambition potentially in some trouble. Round warp actually. Ambition's gonna get the camp and back out.
Remember, Kindred here gonna scale very nicely as well. And he's already up to 3 now as he goes back to farm. Trading farm with Lee Sin is definitely an optimal situation for him, especially since the Samsung lanes are in such a good spot winning by themselves.
Yeah, and we talk so much about Samsung's story of how they got here in the gauntlet, and one thing that happened is they became a much more aggressive team who, when they could get an early game lead, would just win it quite quickly. And that was with the Kennen type compositions. And when you already have 3 stacks on the Kindred, they have the snowball potential if they can start getting these things going with the 1,200 gold lead already from the laning phase.
And the thing to watch for with that snowball are those wards for Cuvée to teleport in on. As of right now, use it to get back to lane for more lane dominance.
Ambition got the blue.
Mistakes.
That's one of the first messed up blue handoffs I've seen at Worlds. Teams have been much better about doing it. Big mistake right there.
Well, jungler's now gonna be meeting toe-to-toe. Level 7 advantage for Ambition. Gets a ward down. Lamb's Respite is available. Tidal Wave catches both of Samsung Galaxy's bottom lane. Ambition with the Lamb's Respite. It's first blood to Ambition. Body block on the first 2 shots from Wister. The third and the fourth gets nobody.
Beautiful.
Now Fake is the target. Gets caught out by the red buff. Slowed down. Crown looking for a target. They may want to go for a dive.
Crown's full health with both summoner spells up. All summoner spells are up for SKT though.
They're closing in, trying to push the minion wave first, and there goes the counterattack from Ryze.
The Realm Warp not going to be enough to close the range, but the flash does. Now, Faker and Wolf, they're in enemy territory. Gonna back away. The threat alone means no further engage. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
What an impressive counter right there. They know the only way out is forward. They charge Core JJ and do grab the kill, but still, this game, the early game has been going so heavily in favor of Samsung, and they retain that lead.
Oh, great stun from Cuvée. Hop away from Duke. Means that there's no kill yet. Actually, Duke's gonna Mega Gnaur out. Crown's decided to pick a fight. Exhaust is already used. Miasma's put on the floor, and Crown cleanses away. No kill yet.
Summoner spells
He
burn.
burns every summoner as well as knocking the back. And just to rewind a little bit, there was so much awesome that happened in that fight. Ambition getting alley-oop towards Faker only to cast his Lamb's Respite to save him. And then the next man up blocking of the Jhin ultimate was perfect by Samsung, and they maintained their early game lead.
Ambition wants to make his long-awaited chance at Worlds count.
They want to dive Cuvée.
So does Faker, though.
In the last trade, Duke Mega Gnaur out, forced Cuvé's flash. This should be an easy
no
dive.
ultimate.
Here comes Ambition as well. Knocked against the wall. Faker is gifted a kill. And they just made that look easy.
And when we talk about the ebb and flow of the map, there's no counter play here really open for Samsung. The only thing they're getting is a ward deep in the red side jungle. But again, let's look at this Ambition play.
Yeah, he's able to get a lot of damage on Bengi, but then the alley-oop right to Faker, but he lands, is able to cast his Lamb's Respite, and then Bengi can't make it in.
Kills him as he's trying to cross the line.
You shall not pass.
To get in. Then here again, body blocking Ryze is so important because of the overloads. Ruler stands in front, uses the heal early so he has more healthy. Jhin ultimate, last shots don't do as much, and this is the beautiful counter attack.
Right here, they're trying to make a four-man dive happen, but Faker just zooms forward onto CoreJJ, and they're able to take advantage of the long range of Jhin as well to assist, and that completely stops any gank.
200 gold now separates these two teams.
So 2 kills for Faker in the last couple of minutes. And Ambition is up to 4 stacks on that Kindred passive. The kill into Bengi, plus First Blood gold in his pocket as well. Those CS advantages been chipped away from. As you can see, it's an even game mid, and Duke, while yes, it's still 20, relieved a lot of pressure with that dive up in the top lane. No flash for Cube in theory should make him think twice about pushing so far forward.
Yeah, because this matchup actually can swing back to be Gnar favored if he's able to get Spectre's Cal and Frozen Mallet. So it's very important that Cube stay ahead of the curve there. Incredibly important gank, and the ebb and flow Kobe was talking about, it was a little bit enabled by Crown staying bottom lane to burn the 4 summoner spells. Now they're trying to get it back. Those 4 summoner spells are down. Here comes a Kennen with an ultimate.
Cheeky play there over the back of the Dragon Pit. Pink ward, so they know there's nobody to see them.
Bang and Wolf have no summoner spells. The teleport's coming down.
It's a party.
It will be a Mega Gnar. Slicing Maelstrom. Stuns SK Telecom. Duke Mega Gnar's out. They've traded 1-for-1. Ambition doesn't get the respite down. Faker realm warps in. Gets the reply kill. It ends up being a 2-for-2.
SKT can equalize plays that no other team can equalize right there. It looked like a 5-man party for Samsung, and it's just a 2-for-2.
Absolutely insane. Faker crashes the party, adds another kill to the list for him, and that goes horribly wrong for Samsung. Let's take a look at the setup. Look how quickly Faker starts to rotate from mid lane. Gnar immediately channeling teleport onto the turret, and extra turret shot taken there as well.
Let's watch how they actually turn this around, though, because Cube looks like he hits everyone with the ultimate. Ambition, though,
He doesn't ult.
doesn't ult here with the 4th shot and the Gnar jumping on top of him. That hurts, and then Faker is also here to clean up the second
It's a
kill.
super difficult situation to be in as the Kindred, because you want to get the kill right before you ultimate, and there's a split second there, to try and activate it afterwards, and that would also save the Gnar. So he did get the kill first, which was a necessary part.
Yeah, and we talk about it all going wrong. It was a 2-for-2, but the investment to that play was so high by Samsung with the teleport as well as Kennen ultimate, and that allows Bengi to try and move into the jungle a little bit here.
Not going to challenge Ambition, though, and still just making his way. No flash up in the top lane, no slicing Maelstrom either. I think this would be risky if they tried to dive it, but they could.
Look at all the information that SKT is working with, though. As much as we talked about the play being set up here.
Kicked into the wall, and that just looks so, once again, so easy, so well executed.
And they know they can cleanly go for that 2v2.
Ace in the hole's available for Ruler. The exhaust, the flash, the heal. Ruler's face palming. He's flashed forward aggressively multiple times. This time it hurts him.
SKT making informed decisions. They have wards seeing every member of Samsung, whereas Samsung has nothing.
Ambition, can he get the Lamb's respite? Yes, but it won't be enough to get the kill just yet. Jumps back away, Dance of Arrows, and the 3-man SKT, they shut him down.
And that's the poise of SKT. When they can get this Rift Herald after that kill on Ambition, that takes away Cube's ability to split push. Also, you're going to be more poised when you know where the enemy is. Look at the wards by SKT.
That is also going to be a Rift Herald buff for Duke in the split pushing battle. Kennen, yes, is going to be great for those team fights, trying to flank in, but CoreJJ taking fire.
Aqua Prison locks up CoreJJ and whispers 4th shot. Bang! You're down.
That's 3 solo deaths in a row by Samsung. Ruler trying to make a play in a 1v2 situation. Ambition doing a blind invade and getting collapsed by 3 people. And then CoreJJ on support karma is up too far in the lane when SKT are able to finish that kill. Those mistakes can't happen against SKT.
When it rains, it pours, and it's so hard to work back a losing vision fight because SKT had so much advance warning. Samsung, every move they're trying to make to try and get any sort of deep vision for themselves, immediately countered, immediately stopped.
And after those solo deaths, it's SKT that immediately take control. 2,000 gold up. To Samsung's credit, they got the first Mountain Drake, the next one's spawning, and they are trying to once again set up some ring of control around this pit. Teleport not available for Cube. That is important if SKT try to contest.
I agree with that. Not being able to make it with the Kennen could spell a Drake over to SKT. This is also something the analyst desk talked about of the flow of SKT series. First game is close, second game isn't as close, and third game would be a stomp. Samsung need to control that just onslaught from SKT and find a way to equalize this game and get some positive plays going for them.
They do have a lot of damage on their team. And with this second Mountain Drake, Samsung would have a huge threat of just burning through Baron. Their entire team outputs damage.
Casio.
So this would be an incredible, even 2 members of this team could sneak a Baron after it spawns. So SKT have to be very wary of keeping up that vision game and continuing to be diligent about putting those wards.
Good dance of arrows, sidestep, and Ambition may be able to make it away, but not enough from Faker. Tagged by 2 shots already, uses the flash. Remember, Lamb's Respite still available. Dance of arrows over the rift, Scuttler. But still, summon a spell wasted, really.
So many abilities being dodged here, and Bengi isn't able to finish off that ward. Pink wards do regenerate now, so he's got to get back in there if he wants to finish it off.
And this is, again, another game where you're seeing the mechanical outplays every single member. Level 11, 12 rather on Faker. Round Warp comes in. Cube's got Slicing Maelstrom and Flash. Got no minions under the tower. Got a Protobelt forward. Duke takes a turret shot. Flash forward for Cube. Looking for the Lightning Shuriken. Shut down. Duke with the boomerang.
It's incredible the speed at which SKT make their calls. As soon as the information comes in, they say, oh my goodness, Ambition, Crown, they're invading our jungle bottom side. Faker, what does he do? Immediately moves top to go make the play with his ultimate on Rise. They camp that side. They're gonna get the first turret on top of it.
And SKT so willing to play around Duke this game. He was picked into a bad matchup. Samsung saved their last pick for Cube, but that's about all they did for Cube because Ambition has been down on the bottom side, and that's the 3rd unique champion SKT have sent top lane. This time it's Faker to help out with Duke. Duke takes the turret early. Not the cleanest of ganks because Duke takes so much damage, but then the double flash right there prevents Cube from being able to get in. Faker can follow and finish off the kill.
I mean, oh, there we go.
Ambition gonna buy some time. There's a little bit of support from Cube coming out, but it's not gonna be enough just yet. Ambition dances around. Mounting Dread, Wolf Frenzy, throw everything at Faker, and it's not gonna count. 3-0-3. Faker is a monster. First game on the reworked Rise, and he's showing absolute mastery.
No one was in doubt of Faker being able to play Rise just because he hadn't played it so far at Worlds. They have really taken control of that quadrant of the map right now. The Gnar is building up towards Frozen Mallet right now, and Cube has really fallen behind the curve that you don't want to fall behind as a Kennen. Not to mention the magic resist that SKT is able to build up just casually with the Abyssal Scepter and the Hex Drink.
Samsung do have the teleport on Cube to try and make a play on the other side of the map to get back into this. But even if they do that and they leave top side, Duke will take his toll or follow with 2-level advantage on the Gnar.
We talked in Picks and Bans about how this team composition from Samsung Galaxy was hard to execute. It's significantly harder when you put yourself in a position to get punished. Now they're behind in gold. If you look at the mini-map, more pressure.
Oh, no.
Rula's going to flash away from the tidal wave. 4JJ's already used his flash. He gets shut down by Bang, who's now on a killing spree.
And to elaborate a little bit more on your point about how hard this comp is to execute, if you look at the squad from Samsung, they have so much damage, yet their whole team fight relies on these 2 big ultimates. The hard CC that they have is the Cassiopeia and the Kennen ultimates. Those have to hit multiple targets, have to lock people in place because there is no tank for this team. Until Cube is able to, get his Zonias and buy some time that way, it's all about Ambition's ultimate, which has been down.
Yeah, I'm not available. Look at that.
Yeah, and it would also require them to be able to set up at all. But SKT has been so far ahead of the pace of this game. Ever since it was close at the beginning, SKT just pick after pick. They kill Ambition, and now Duke about to hit Mega Gnar to try and zone him off the turret.
Cube potentially could turn around the engage with that Maelstrom. The tower doesn't fall in the mid lane, though. All the pressure from Duke is allowing the rest of SKT to set up. Deadly Flourish from Bang. Won't find a target, and the tower will allow... The pressure on the tower allows SKT to then just reposition, steal away the Sentinel, and Ruler could be a threat. Sonic Wave, Ward Hop over, good 90 caliber. There's no flash available, and Bengi doesn't want to go too deep. Not worth the risk at this stage with the lead they've accrued.
Exactly. No need for SKT to take any even slightly low percentage play or waste any abilities right now. I mean, honestly, especially if we look back at how this game has gone, there's not too many points where we can super heavily fault Samsung. Their play they set up bottom with 5 players was well set up. It was an intelligent flip over the ball there from Ambition. It was a pink ward that they teleported on, so they knew there was an ward in that bush at least. The problem is SKT's ability to instantly react to any of these plays, and they make it look like a bad play by turning it around.
And the map play has been so much stronger from SKT this game. One thing that we kind of noticed about Faker before this Rise game was how he would play to the mid lane and only look to pressure down that turret, and how he wasn't necessarily looking to roam, very rarely taking teleport. But on this game with Rise, he has been very willing to roam, realm warp in to get his side lanes and team ahead. And interestingly enough, he actually lost his mid lane turret in this game, almost in exchange for all the kills and assists and map pressure that he's picked up for his team.
He's playing extremely confidently right now on the Rise, and he's showing it. I mean, he wore his own skin, one of the extremely rare times where he actually uses a skin, and it's in the finals here, looking to get his third chance in a cup.
5,000 gold deficit for Samsung Galaxy. The next dragon is once again a Mountain Drake. That's the third of the game. And Samsung have teleport and Cuvee. They've got 2 already, and there's Baron spawned, but they're not going to risk that just yet. Looking at the minimap, pressure going up towards that lane.
Yeah, you can tell that SKT have this in mind. They know that there are already 2 Mountain Drakes on Samsung. Samsung do have a lot of damage and convert it down. That's why Duke is hovering around the Baron while they go for this Drake. They're covering their weak side of the map.
All right, while the dragon was being taken, taking a look at some cooldowns that have been used. Bang fired his curtain call. Crown has used, I believe, both Petrifying Gaze and Flash as well. So there was some sort of exchange in the mid lane where Crown is now down a summoner spell. And Faker just gets 75% of that tower HP.
It's just relentless pressure, and Bengi's behind Core.
Yeah, Core JJ's in so much trouble. The tidal wave will hold him in place. Exhaust buys enough time for him to flash to safety, but the tower goes down. Faker's realm warped in looking for Ruler. Lamb's Respite will buy some time. Faker's caught in a trap, takes a lot of damage for his troubles. And Lamb's Respite saves Ruler's life, plus the summoner heal. Once again, summoner spells blown, towers falling in multiple lanes. And SK Telecom, in SKT fashion, taking control of Game 2 more confidently than Game 1.
Yeah, and you think about the way Samsung would want to try and get back in this game. It would be a flank teleport from the cannon. But the amount of map pressure that Samsung has is so low that Wolf is almost always going to have his exhaust for the cannon, and the forward targets like Duke are always at full health in the split push game, so more controlling actually than Game 1.
They've got the exhaust, plus they have the leads in kick from Banky, which can utilize that way, or utilize to push people off of the Kindred ultimate if they need to, chase down Samsung into their own territory. But once again, it's the same story we talked about last game, where the vision just creeps in. The entire map starts to become dark. Look at, they're trying to just place defensive wards in their own jungle in the first bush, and he almost gets killed for it.
Ward jump flash for the right
side step there.
And even if they don't get the kill, it still buys them time to take down that mid lane turret, and Faker's able to burn a bunch of ultimates right there by getting the Kindred ult out.
Just means Samsung Galaxy are once again playing from behind. In Game 1, they were down 5,000 gold at 25 minutes. That is now 6,500 gold in Game 2. And for SKT, I think they still need to be very careful with their vision. They still need to not overextend, because if Cuvee can find a miracle teleport, there is a lot of damage that could follow on if a front line or a back line can be out of position.
The thing is, at this point in the game, if Cuvee teleports, it has to be like from the fountain or something, because he cannot 1v1 this Gnar. Duke will smash him in the 1v1. Duke will push up, and he will keep him pinned down at that bottom turret, so it removes so much threat from the cannon teleport in that case. And if Samsung do make a move, it's kind of an all-in move where their backs are against the walls, they don't have much else, and very risky.
I agree. He also couldn't 1v1 Faker. He's just not in the position where he has the threat, so he has to be in so clean, most likely flash over the roots and field that SK2 would be able to throw at them. And that's where Wolf's Nami could come in clutch as well, because if Cuvee teleports into a flank, all Wolf would have to do is tidal wave the bulk of the Samsung team, and that will give them enough time to hopefully kill Cuvee. So we're kind of stacking the advantages in SKT's favor here, and it's looking pretty grim for Samsung.
As SKT do every time they appear in an international final, they are on the cusp of another matchup win here this game, and they've got all the tools to do so. That Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver, once again, Duke playing the split push, once again, itemizing at this stage of the game to dominate a side lane and to maintain map control for SKT. Because they've just had such fantastic vision, such fantastic, pressure across the map at all stages.
Samsung, once again, are going to have to play their turtle mode with Caitlyn here. As the Baron being taken, there's not really any counterplay here from Samsung. It's completely dark map. They would have to do some crazy move to even go get, and it would probably cost them a lot of their lives. So defensive play is, again, the name of the game.
Yeah, and this is immaculate play by SKT. After the early game where Samsung looked like they were trying to snowball, as soon as SKT halted that, they've been turning it right back around. And here's a Realm Wart.
All right, Realm Wart's going to deliver Faker and Duke. It should be enough just for the tower once this minion wave comes back up. Cuvée with the Proto Belt got away. And to go back to that point, SKT, immaculate play. Bengi once again starting. I think we were talking about how only if they lost with Bengi, maybe Blank would start a game. And Bengi on this Lee Sin, 3-1 and 2, while he didn't necessarily need to gank, he got some kills, he was in the right place at the right time.
Bengi's got to be one of those magnificent anime stories of a League of Legends player that we have had ever. Because this guy, he also is going for a third championship. It's not just Faker. And he was on the bench for so long. People called him washed up. They wrote him off. They're like, he's just sitting there because, Blank is still new and they're only using him for the first game to scout. But Bengi has been such a huge, instrumental part in the victories of SK Telecom here in the later stages here at Worlds.
And you look at the junglers they've had to go through. Peanut, he was 3-0 against in the semifinals. And Ambition in game 1, Bengi was way up in farm against Ambition. In this game, he's equalizing the farm of the Kindred in the late game and getting picks like this.
Oh, the fourth shot misses, but Bengi doesn't care. He jumps in. Oh, while we were looking at that top lane, Faker had a 3-level advantage over Crown. Crown was just equalized. It's now 17-15. But look how easy it is for SKT to just push this. It's 10,000 gold before 30 minutes.
Yeah, and they make it look easy because obviously this isn't easy. Otherwise, every team would do it. They have so much control with the wards in this game, and they're always all on the exact same page when they're going to make these plays quick shot. That's what's so impressive.
It's so unfortunate for Samsung Galaxy in their final for the first time with this roster. Not even really able to advance through the LCK playoffs, but they ran the gauntlet. The fairy tale story and the amount of pressure for these guys that they've put on themselves. Unfortunately, they faltered. 3 solo deaths is what allowed SKT to just start the snowball.
Definitely can be very happy with their run here at Worlds, though, and they are getting that experience on Ruler and the big stage, and getting some of those nerves out as far as the play. And especially Crown has really shown up and impressed a huge amount of people, definitely getting his team out there as well.
Yeah, but this game also kind of goes to show the momentum for SKT, because the first Baron they picked up in game 1 was, you mentioned, a very low Baron power play, 2,800 gold. That was when Samsung had a lot of wave clear champions. Here, they had still wave clear champions, but SKT is up to nearly 6,000 on this Baron power play. With all that being said, though, we're 1.5 games in with the Worlds.
Well, that's a dead ambition once again.
Dear.
Now Bang is going to be the target. The Esma tidal wave. Cuvée can't find anybody more. Slice of Maelstrom is down, and all of a sudden, Duke turns the pressure around. Bang, bang, unstoppable as Cuvée is shut down. Duke going to be able to Mega Gnar out. Not too long, hops forward, looking for more. For JJ, kicked against the wall, locked against the wall. Duke gnaws Crown, petrifying gaze, not going to be enough, and Duke will get popped, but just the GA. Round one from Faker will allow him to get a double kill onto Ruler at 30 minutes into the game. SKT, they still have to run back out and kill an inhibitor tower.
You can't help but just applaud SKT for that play, because you call them a slower, methodical team, but when they have the advantage, they do know how to take it. Ace inside the base without clearing out the inhibitor turrets. They managed to get everyone in there, and they might push for the win here.
Ambition left alone under the Nexus turrets against all of SKT's. Rune Prison down. This time gets the respite out, but it won't be enough. Cuvé's caught out, sent back to the fountain. The Samsung Galaxy, they cannot defend their Nexus. SK Telecom jumping forward for more. Core JJ on the steps of the fountain is killed by the God Faker himself. And SKT are 2-0 in the finals.
And that's the type of defeat you don't want to have if you're Samsung, because this is the momentum building of SKT's War Machine as they are now one game away from their third World Championship in 4 years.
Distraught looks on the side of Samsung Galaxy because this was a heavy-handed defeat.
It is incredibly demoralizing to play against a team like SK Telecom, where you really do feel like whatever move you take, whatever option you choose is still, even if it's the right option for you, still countered by this team.
Yeah, and it almost feels like you can never falter against SKT, because as soon as you make a mistake, they crush you. Even if you feel like you've made good plays, 20 CS advantage in the top lane, 20 CS advantage in the mid, you make one mistake and then SKT wins in 30 minutes like we saw this game.
Crown looks broken. Last player to leave the stage. Head hanging low. And he's doing everything he can, but when you look at the silence, when you look at those solo deaths, giving up all of the advantages to SKT, you cannot afford to make those mistakes in a final, and you sure as hell cannot afford to do them against SKT.
I mean, let's send it over to the analyst, because that game was pretty quick.
From Kobe himself. Let's send it over to the analysts. They don't want to deal with that game two. They want us to deal with game two. So, gentlemen, in contrast, as a beach ball makes its way down to the analyst desk, to game one, this was so much more in control from SKT for the entirety of the game beyond that maybe 5 to 10 minute mark.
Yeah, that game was a shellacking. That was incredibly one-sided. But I just want to, Duke against Rox Tigers was down 16 CS at 10 minutes, was getting destroyed this game. And we kept talking about it. Rox was sending 3 members towards that top lane. This game looked like it was going to follow a similar trajectory, but the whole of Samsung Galaxy overreached, got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and got picked off one at a time.
I mean, it started out great. So again, there was potential for Samsung Galaxy. We had ambition with the Kindred. It was kind of working out. At one point, we had Duke being pushed in the top lane queue. We had mastery of that lane, but then they weren't communicating well enough, top laner and jungler together, to set up a dive. And if you really don't punish a large CS lead with a dive and then leverage that advantage somewhere else on the map, then of course SKT will buy back.
Of course, and that's what we saw. Look at the pick and ban phase itself. Not a fan of Kindred here at all. I actually think it's a really bad pick in this situation. I know it's easy to say now after the loss, but I'm just flaming the pick now. Because Lee Sin is good against Kindred, in my opinion, especially after level 6. You can kick the Kindred out. You can 1v1 her very easily. Gnourt, displacement, another good one. Jhin is super long range, also good against Kindred. Kindred is good against comps with like Hecarim, something that like dives the back line. And it made sense with the Cassiopeia. Like, you want to protect her. She sits there and fires away left and right, and you keep her alive. But it wasn't good against everything SKT had. And it really is the big problem for me. I wanted Samsung to be way more competitive in the pick and ban phase to make this series close. They're still banning Syndra, still banning Ashe. They're now picking Kindred when they don't have to. And that is really not doing themselves any favors.
But what about the fact, though, Spawn, that the CS advantages were built in the top and mid lane? So we sit here and we're criticizing the champion select, but if the champion select is yielding early game advantages, it seems more like then it's a play issue and transitioning from early to late.
It's one of those things where SKT, you feel like you have to smash them so hard early game to get an advantage, because otherwise they're going to come to you. So you start doing things like flashing on top of an AD carry when he supports there and yours isn't. Or you ulti way too late as Kuve and set up what is the biggest snowball, like reverse snowball I've seen in professional League of Legends in a very long time.
Well, first, let's go ahead and take a look at Ambition's first blood and how SKT fired right back, brought to you by Acer.
And honestly, that ties into your point right there, Dash. Yeah, champions like yield some things, but this is also a misplay from Bengi himself. So SKT need to also make some misplays for them to fall behind. And then obviously Samsung Galaxy get ahead, but they never really use the leverage that well later on.
No, and again, when you play a composition that has very good early game, you are expected to get small advantages here and there. The problem with Samsung is then Faker can pull off plays like this. He clears the wave so they can't set up easy dive early, and then he makes an aggressive play when it was Samsung supposed to actually bait out a TP from SKT. And then he goes into Ryze. And the cool thing about like the Ryze Jhin combo is Ryze can point and click instant W for 1 second. It's a 1 second snare. That's enough charge up time for the Jhin W to then fly and actually have another snare coming in. So It's a really cool pick comp from SKT, and Faker pulling off a play like that is why it's so hard to play against SKT.
I was about to say exactly that, where it's SKT, we talk about their heads-up play all the time. They had already lost that fight, but then they find a way to get a kill back and equalize. Now I want to return to your point about the top lane. Kuve's deaths here, because he did have that early advantage, but then we saw time and time again, death after death after death, some roams to the top lane, some dives, and all of that.
Yeah, and when you have a look at how this started, it's because he gets the stun and then he's late on the ulti. And this ulti not being available because he also has to burn flash in the run, in the chase that comes out of Duke is just so key.
Yeah, it just highlights that you can't make those mistakes. Earlier, there should have been a dive on the Gnourt because it didn't happen. And combined with the fact that this was a really poor ultimate here from Kuve, leaving him outrated on the back end. Because if he has that ultimate, that's zone for Duke not to chase. But because he got so low, it allowed SKT to do exactly what they're doing on replay right now, which is dive once, dive twice, dive 3 times. And at that point, the cannon is so far behind in the matchup that, as the casters pointed out in the game, he can no longer teleport anywhere without losing turrets. Therefore, it's so easy for SKT to play the map.
Yeah, they pull the map apart. And, you know, you have to give further credit to SKT because we're talking about how Faker is a stay-at-home mid lane. He wants to be able to chip away the turret. This time, he just continually runs top lane. Like, those are instrumental ganks that completely shift the power of that cannon pit.
It's once again the reaction from SKT. When they know a play is about to happen on one side of the map, they can move down and react to it and then counterattack it. And then once they get the advantage, they can play aggressive themselves and obviously make the right play. And I think, again, to go back to this whole like overall talk about picking for early game and playing very aggressive early, flashing forward to try and make the plays. If you are Samsung, game 1, you managed to drag it out to really late game, and you had a horrible mid game there. You lost every single tower. It snowballed against you very, very quickly, and you had to wave your way. And SKT, we questioned the way of finishing. I think for a game like this, if you're Samsung, you're not a good enough early game team to just try and go all in on the early game. I actually like scaling from them. I like patience and try and do what SKT is doing and then take late game team fight.
Yeah, so back on the blue side for game 3 here, backs against the wall, right? They got to run the table now in order to come away with the championship. For Samsung Galaxy, let's start in Champions Select. How do they craft a victory here? Because looking at this, we look at that cannon, we look at the Cassiopeia, we look at aggressive lanes. Do they go the opposite direction?
I think that the biggest thing is we've seen 2 games where Ambition's actually been in a weaker matchup. I mean, they're not drafting well around what should be like arguably their one strong point left. So I think that I expect that to change and for them to first pick him in Olaf or something like that and try and run over the top. In saying that, after seeing those 2 victories, I mean, 1 close and 1 a crushing defeat, is it going to be enough?
At the same time, we've seen flashes of brilliance from Samsung Galaxy, and we've also had 2 kind of series-defining moments, one in each game, the double ulti from Faker around the Raptors, and then here maybe potentially a dive being set up onto Duke. You know, that could have put him down in a dumpster, you know, die, put the 50 CS lead on the cannon, and we would have an entirely different game. I think Samsung just need the extra step in some of these games. And they can play either comp, both early or late.
Sure.
But if you don't play good enough, you're going to lose regardless against a team like SKT because they are so consistent throughout the entirety of the game.
And you just see a willingness to pull the trigger on plays from SKT that Samsung's not willing to do. I mean, maybe that's an experience issue. Maybe that's not them wanting to commit 100%. And then when they do want to commit 100%, I just think it's in the wrong situation.
It's also just a classic again, SKT. We talked about it so often. The first game is somewhat competitive. You can maybe criticize SKT a little bit more. And then second game, it starts out okay. A big play's about to happen. It gets counterattacked by SKT, and then mentally you just fall apart completely. Yeah. And game 3 then tend to be a really one-sided game. And that's where we get these very easy 3-0s for SKT. If the first game goes the other way, maybe you get a more competitive series. In this case here, SKT are looking fantastic in both pick and ban phase, and especially here in game 2, and they look to just close it out.
1 game away from another 3-0 for SKT. Don't go anywhere because match point between SKT and Samsung Galaxy is coming up next.
Tidal Wave captures both of Samsung Galaxy's bottom lane. Ambition with the Lamstress fight. It's first blood. Ace in the hole's available for Ruler. Not going to use it yet. The exhaust, the flash, the heal. Ruler's face palming forward, looking for more. More JJ. Kicked against the wall. Locked against the wall. Duke gnaws crown. Petrifying gaze. Not going to be enough. And SKT are 2-0 in the finals.
The world.
And welcome back to the 2016 World Finals, where SKT is just one win away from their third World Championship in 4 years, and to lock in every World Championship title in a tournament they have competed in. The last time we had a 3-0 was on this very same grounds, where SKT took down Royal Club 3-0, and that was a 21-minute game in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, SKT is an absolute dynasty here in League of Legends. They are 43-8 in their games at Worlds.
Yeah, it's been insane, the dominance they've shown. But with that being said, they still have to close against Samsung. They were eliminated from the LCK playoffs after winning the first 2 games against KT Rolster and then losing the next 3. But that's a different SKT, it almost feels like. When they're at Worlds, they seem to always have the ability to close and really cement themselves as the greatest team ever in League of Legends and make it really, really difficult for any team to surpass them.
Beyond any shadow of a doubt. This time around, SK Telecom will be on the red side. Samsung Galaxy have side choice in games 1, 3, and 5. If we get there, no substitutes either. So both Bengi and Core JJ will be starting. I don't think that's a surprise to many people. These are sort of the strongest versions of SKT and Samsung. What does Samsung have to do going into picks and bans? Because it hasn't seemed like the gambits have worked out in both games 1 and 2, Jat.
Yeah, it was tricky. I wanted them to have more early game presence in the second game, and I think they did that. And they just got a little bit countered by SKT, not to mention Deficio had some good things to say about the Kindred pick. I actually agree with the analyst desk here, where I think they need to prioritize Ambition, really try and get him on Olaf or something like Nidalee. And if those two get banned away, then they're not in the greatest spot, but that's what I think they should try and do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone is reaching right now to try and find solutions for Samsung. But really, I don't think it's a problem that you can solve in the pick and ban phase. Their dive down bottom, where they had 5 members diving, was turned around on them, messing up that dive. From that point on, you can see in their faces as well, they were kind of resigned, and it's been, something inside has broken a little bit.
Yeah, we have to see whether or not they can find some sort of hunger or some sort of gameplay to bounce back, because SKT, you know, we always praise the individual players. We praise the teamwork, the coordination, but the level of communication to turn around those engages like we saw in game 2, when they were down, you know, they were behind the tempo, where they were reacting, but still making it stick, was phenomenal.
And the thing is, Samsung have played a fairly similar style to SKT here at Worlds. It's just that now they're up against the real thing, and they're losing tempo very quickly.
I agree with you. So much of it is in game, and the first game was by far the closest one, where it seemed to come down to mere seconds. The first ban that is different than what happened in game 1 is this Olaf ban by SKT, where last time they banned Misfortune. However, Samsung has identical bans to the last time they were blue side.
Well, with the jungle pool pinched more heavily, and knowing that Ambition sort of leads the way for Samsung, live and die by the Ambition, do they prioritize an early jungle pick, or Zyra was, you know, first pick blue side for Samsung? I don't think that's the option right now.
I think it's very strategic what SKT did by banning the 2 junglers, because we wanted to see Ambition on a powerful jungler. But here, the Lee Sin, when Elise is still on the board, doesn't actually give them that much of an advantage. And I don't think they want to pick the Zyra, because they're a little bit afraid that Wolf has learned how to play Misfortune.
Definitely true. I mean, teams have shown over and over the counters to Zyra. Now, it's definitely risky to early pick it. And I don't think that SKT have to do that either.
So SK Telecom have now got 30 seconds to lock in their first rotation. They went Jhin Olaf in the previous game. Obviously, Olaf is banned, Nidalee's out, Lee Sin's off the table, so safe picks. And Baker's going to be very confident to anything with this Orianna.
Yeah, well, he did have to pick it before Crown's mid laner in the first game. Confident in doing it again. And this is with just the Ryze, Cinder, and Cassiopeia banned, so would Crown do it?
I mean, see, yeah, you say just with the, you know, Cassiopeia and Ryze banned, but those have been the 3 champions that he plays. He played Varus one time, tried to play Varus, and Bjergsen solo killed him instantly with the Syndra. So definitely lost a little bit of confidence on that, because that was something that he played a lot during the regular season as well, was the Varus. Another thing that he fell back to. However, it's just so vulnerable.
Yeah, I completely agree. We were wondering about the depth of Crown's champion pool, because he had been so good on that
Reach for the stars.
The thing is, Victor is still available, and that was an okay matchup for them against the Orianna. But if SKT has struggled against a champion, it's been Aurelion Stall.
And let me say, again, the effects of SKT, what they do so often in these best of series where they let their opponents, choose their best champions and go ahead, Crown, have your victor. And then they beat him with it. Now he's reluctant to go back to it, even though that has been his most comfortable champion, his best performing champion. Now they're reaching.
Yeah, SKT has been better than any other team in the history of League of Legends of attacking the mind of their opponents, whereas other times you're just specifically banning the optimal champions in every situation. But SKT throw a bunch of curveballs and really make the other team doubt their strengths.
Thing is, though, yes, Aurelion Sol, as you said, Quickshot, did find a victory versus SKT in the group stages. And if Samsung, are going to have to reach, this is a great champion to do it with. I don't know how confident I am in Crown's ability on the champion, though, because if we were spying on his solo queue accounts, actually wasn't that great. So.
My level of confidence in Crown's Aurelion Sol is about the same as in Bengi's Nidalee when they first picked it after he never played it in a competitive game.
And Bengi's Nidalee did show up, so, there is this chance. Let's remember how you play Aurelion Sol, though, right? This is going to have to be an early push. There's going to have to be roaming plays, making proactive plays, and Crown is going to have to do that against Faker's Orianna.
All right, obviously the MF Hover is as a reply to Ezreal's Zyra. Samsung, I feel, have crafted a well-rounded team composition with a mix of strengths, early, late, team fight, frontline. SK Telecom, do they run the counter to Zyra of Misfortune or the safe counter, the more reliable Karma? I would expect it to be Karma.
So they were already able to win the lane with Karma. And we know he would have, at maximum, a week of practice on the pick because they thought it was a picking error the first time support MF got picked in this tournament. So still has his options here. They don't even necessarily need the Karma if they wanted to go with more sustain because of the difference in Samsung's pick going Ezreal instead of Caitlyn.
Exactly. Ezreal on the tier early is not going to have a lot of lane presence. And this Jhin plus Nami combo has huge poke ability, but also the sustain for the bottom lane. And the bottom lane has been, such a huge turning point. If you can hold on to that area of the map early, then it really gives a big boost to try and play off for the other two.
Do you think it's fair to say Samsung Galaxy cannot afford to mess up any dives with this Lee Sin and this Aurelion Sol because you know the play pattern of both of those champions?
I feel like it's safe to say they can't mess up at any point in this game, Quickshot. They are backs against the walls, down 2-0 to SK Telecom in the finals. And yes, you're right, having those two champions does kind of exacerbate that issue.
And I'm really surprised that they actually put Ruler on Ezreal instead of on Caitlyn, because the go-to composition that works so well with Aurelion Sol was Aurelion Sol Caitlyn. You just put him behind the dragon and you hit turrets from long range. They can't do exactly the same thing with the Ezreal, and I think it's because Ruler is doubting his Caitlyn right now after poor games on it.
It's frustrating because of how impactful he could have been if the team was on a more even keel, if they had gone into those mid-game team fights not being in a 5,000 gold hole. And that's exactly what Samsung have to try to avoid this time around. I'm going to ask you for potentially one last time. Jump onto Twitter, vote. We saw it was a 75% in favor of hashtag SKT win. Los Angeles and the Staples Center for Game 3 of your World Championship Final. Put your hands together for Samsung Galaxy taking on SK Telecom T1.
And so much of this comes down to Crown and whether or not he gets the early shove on Aurelion Sol and then can go impact the other lanes. It's so important that this champion gets going early. When we talk to people like Huhi and the other people who have been successful on this champion, it's because it gives you all the options in the world, because you shove every champion early in the game, but you have to convert on those options. Otherwise, the pick doesn't work.
No crazy first blood shenanigans today, unlike New York. And we're going to see these standard lanes match up. Now, when SKT were in losing lanes in Game 2, they did fall behind in CS. However, that was all. They didn't give up too many kills. They didn't give up too many towers. And that allowed them to bounce back when Samsung made some mistakes.
Yeah, Samsung have actually had, quite a few good moves early on in the game. And as far as the other lanes for Crown to affect, I feel like his target has got to be bottom lane. Because, Duke has actually already shown how well he can evade, pressure up on the top side. And even then, getting a kill onto the Trundle not the hugest factor for this team. So I think it's actually very clear, even to SKT, what Samsung want to do early on in this game, and that is Crown, trying control of mid and trying to go affect that bottom lane. I do think, as you said, it is good that Ruler's not on the Kate again, because he's shown with a couple of mistakes that it doesn't look like that is really his champion he's most confident on right now. The netting backwards and summoner spells. We'll see, though. Crown goes in probably for a Raptor steal.
Yep, very standard play here. A lot of times they try to take the one Raptor. They also get the deport in. Very surprised he didn't place it over the wall to try and spot the Elise at the red buff, but a safe invade, something that could have been very dangerous, but he gets off the board.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that there's no crazy play where Elise is coming from behind him to gank him at the expected Raptor steal there. Does pay off, grabs them both.
We're watching Ruler and CoreJJ again go toe-to-toe with Bang & Wolf. Bang & Wolf, arguably the most seasoned duo lane in the world. We've been playing together for 3 years. Duke's going to be pushing Cuvée out, but Bang & Wolf, they're under some pressure. Ruler and CoreJJ, that's a Ignite Zyra, trying to shove in, trying to get poked down, but they need to get through this mana pool, through the sustainables, and through an ebb and flow heal, which will be coming in for Nami.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point to bring up as far as the experience of the bottom lanes. We were going over the histories of these two, and Ruler and CoreJJ barely over 20 games played together before this series in a competitive setting, whereas Bang and Wolf has been playing for almost 300 games.
Yeah, a gigantic difference for sure, and I think that fits into the poise of these lanes. If SKT's losing the lane, they're still able to bounce back from it, whereas the experience by Samsung is so recent that you don't necessarily know how they respond to adversity.
What a difference. All of that advantage Ruler and CoreJJ built up in terms of the poke and the pressure. Ruler is now out of consumables, eats himself an aqua prison. Taking a look at the Dragon. It is an Infernal Drake, straight out the gate, so a little bit of a juicier target for either of these teams. Both junglers with early game impact. Could look to set themselves up. And it's Ambition with a small invade. Crown, gets the stun onto Faker, but doesn't even break the shield. Command Protect, greater than Star Surge at this rank.
And let me just touch on Ambition here, what he's doing with this invade. He wants to make sure that he doesn't waste time on the pure, pathing top lane for the top lane gank. Knows that he has time because Poppy wants to get those minions. Bottom lane actually will be more impactful.
At the same time.
Good flash from CoreJJ, sidestep from Ruler. Ambition's looking for Duke. Flash is still available. Sonic Wave followed. Duke holds onto the flash for now. Chomp, not going to be enough for a stun. Duke gets away with his life. Crown, running a little low on mana, but still pushing this wave in, shoving Faker in again and again.
Yeah, interesting ganks there. Really just trying to get the summoner spell out of Duke, and they would need to make a return gank before he can hit level 6 if they want to be able to convert that one.
And the same is true for the bottom lane. Both ganks do find a flash on a priority target. CoreJJ on Zyra is one as well. Mid lane, though, don't chase into the fog of war around mid lane is one of the first rules. Learn as a jungler if you don't have vision on that side, especially early on.
Crown just wants to be able to continue to shove in so he can get better recall timings here. Interesting that Ambition's also harassing the Raptors when Crown is relatively low on resources at this stage in the lane. Looks like Aurelion Sol would want to recall before making this play.
Ambition's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Flash is available to him. Faker no shockwave though. So Ambition takes the poke and backs away.
We did touch on, the experience as far as pro play difference of the bottom lane, but I want to back that up with a few stats as well. Coming into this series, Ruler was averaging down 6 CS at 15 minutes across the board, even though Samsung have only lost 1 game. That's a lot of CS to be down early on, especially for having won so many. Whereas Bang, we've already talked about this, he's got the highest KDA of any player at Worlds, and he had the highest damage per minute of any AD carry, fulfilling his role to a T.
Yeah, and you can see it in this game right here already being so massive. And I like the Nami adaptation against the Zyra as a gank approaches from the mid lane. Level 6
is flashed away from Crown. If he got pulled back into that, would have gone flash and ghost down.
Yeah, and it's the little things that SKT do. It's not like they're pulling out this insane support pick, but they have taken the time to figure out that they can beat Zyra without having to go for the support misfortune, which takes away the fear of that pick as this series has progressed. The Jhin Nami is actually winning this lane pretty substantially down in the bottom side.
Has had a little bit of help from Bengi's Elise. No flash on CoreJJ. Gonna put some additional pressure onto that lane. QV's been able to farm up to 6, even with a gank up top and no flash on Duke, still behind in CS.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even though Samsung are, right there, neck and neck as far as gold is concerned, it doesn't feel like they have very many options on the map. Because we go down the checklist, okay, Aurelion Sol is going to want to push in. He doesn't have, early purchases of damage, and neither does an Ezreal, which is the lane we said he wanted to attack. It's a tier Ezreal versus a Nami Jhin lane that's already ahead. If Samsung is to make an early move, it's going to be difficult for them to convert on the play, and SKT can afford to play reactionary.
This time around, Star Search doesn't find Faker. Faker actually ghosts up, realizes he's down an ultimate, and there's support coming in from Ambition.
Yeah, down an ultimate and down in jungle pressure, as he knows Banky is purchasing at the moment, so he rightly backs off and burns the very low cooldown summoner spell there.
Now, we also have yet to see Crown make any substantial roams. He wasn't able to take his lane shove in the river or even sync up with jungle invades as of yet. And that's what we've seen out of the successful Aurelion Sols.
Potential jungle invade here. Vision from Ambition onto Bengi. Ambition's got support from QV, some pings onto Crown as well, but no roam just yet from the mid laners.
That being said, Crown's doing very well in CS and is kind of equalizing the gold difference of the bottom lane that's in favor of SKT. Plus, that control mid lane does result in a red buff steal. Not the largest of objectives, but Samsung definitely something for their trouble. These wards will see any sort of move bottom lane as well.
Rula's caught out, stunned down, curtain call. Damage will be blocked here by Core JJ as Rula standing behind his supports.
Yeah, and what we see here is Samsung would want to be able to go down to that side of the map, but they can't because of the pressure.
Oh, dashed away from. Ambition gets out of range of the shockwave. It would have been enough damage to kill him, but regardless, backs away.
Yeah, and it's the pressure of this bottom lane that's stopping Crown from having a large impact on it because he can't necessarily roam through the river. He's going to try coming through the brush, though.
All right, flashes are available for Bang.
Here we go.
Wolf.
Number 1.
It comes up. Star Surge. The Star. Voice of Light. Locks down Bang. Celestial Expansion is out. Here comes Bengi. Bengi gets a cocoon. First blood onto Bang. The tidal wave is flashed away from as Core JJ runs for his life.
Exactly as we set it up. This is a tier Ezreal, very low damage. Aurelion Sol, no damage purchases. And the bottom lane of SKT is a Jhin with early armor penetration. They can afford to play reactionary there. Overextension from Samsung does give up the first blood.
Yeah, QV hits Duke out of the duel, but that gank was awful from Crown. You could say that they said, hey, we really need help bottom lane. We can't let Bang get going. But for all the things Kobe mentioned, Tier versus the serrated Dirk onto Bang, they're going to lose this duel. Look how late Bengi actually is to this play after all of the damage had been burned. Even if it was 2v3, they might have still had to run away. But Bengi comes in, secures the first blood for Bang, and easily build on the strength of that duel lane.
If you want that play to work, you need to bring all of your damage. Exactly. You have to bring your teleport. You have to bring your jungler. They didn't even have, Ambition down there passing. Now, they will get the consolation prize of the dragon, which is an Infernal Drake, which is extremely important. So at least they do get this counter. They need to sneak it very quickly, though, as Banky's on the way.
Any map, some threats coming in. Crown must be able to get out. You need that Common of Legend, not this time around. Boots of Swiftness going to help him out. So first blood onto Bang, plus 25 CS, let's call it. Gives him a 750 gold lead, already at 10 minutes. Even in the mid lane, that roam from Crown allowed Faker to claw his way back into the lead. And for Samsung Galaxy, they do have some scaling on their side again this time around. A lot more of a risk early game. Crown once again takes the shockwave from the blue buff Faker.
Yeah, when Faker's able to get blue buff, he can start applying this type of pressure, which is very important. And as you mentioned, Quickshot, because of all of the gold lead being on SKT's 80 carry, this mid-game becomes incredibly important.
It does indeed. Voice of Light comes out. Bengi is going to repel apps as Celestial Expansion is not finding a target, and Bengi just gets out of range of that sonic wave. It looked like a close fight, but nobody really infiltrated.
And also, most of the damage goes to the jungler there, where Bengi can go back and farm. Now Faker has control of the mid lane. He clears out some pink wards. Crown has to go recall on the Aurelion Sol, and Faker gets to push this lane in with that blue buff. Won't even lose any mana off of it.
It's 1,000 gold, gentlemen, and Samsung Galaxy's first few plays have not landed. They get
maybe 2 more shots if I'm thinking of this game as the pressure builds for Faker in the mid lane and Crown's effective gank range diminishes.
If you take a shot at SKT, you better not miss.
Luckily, Bang did miss and Ruin survived.
All right, let's also set up this mid game a little bit and talk about why Faker is, as great as he is and why everyone talks about how he is the best player. So much of it are the predictive plays that he makes. I mean, you can only get so good as far. Well,
speaking of which,
the devil, he's able to get a good chunk off there.
Shockwave, flashpoint from again.
Flash.
And Faker is blocking these roams from Crown because of the blue buff and the shove he's had and how he's used his ultimate to harass so much. He's kept Crown back in lane, and Drell and Saul always want to push and disappear into the fog of war. But Faker's disappearing first and preventing Crown from being able to make those roams.
Exactly. He plays off the expected behavior of his opponent, punishes them, before they even realize that they are in a fight. Bengi also clearing out vision, so Faker has more room to work with all around this side of the map. They've got, early alert system on Ambition.
An exceptional play from SK Telecom to get the advantage. We've not watched Duke and Cuvée a huge amount, and even though CS is relatively even, Duke's been bullying Cuvée a lot. In his face, been pushing that wave in to Cuvé's tower over and over and over again, despite the fact Duke was actually the recipient of the first gank from Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, but then there was no follow-up, but he hit level 6 on Trundle, and now he's building up his way towards sustain. So unless Ambition was going to send 3 people up there, which you'd think they'd be able to do with the Aurelion Sol and the Lee Sin, but they haven't been able to do that because of the mid lane pressure.
Exactly what's been happening for 13 minutes. Cuvée needs to find that great teleport play. Throw the hammer down. Crown looking for Faker. No ghost yet, and never chase into the fog of war. You don't know what's waiting in the darkness.
Definitely true. The darkness, though, Bengi's moving up to the top side to look at Cuvée.
All right, let's follow the cocoon from Bengi. He needs to try lock Cuvée down. He hits the pillar, actually blocks it. Oh, once again,
wow.
Easy peasy. Duke and Bengi literally took no damage.
Shred the resist, tank the turret with the guy healing off of him, and they, like you say, make it look easy.
Melt him like butter there. Also, this Poppy is stacking armor, whereas early Sork boots on Bengi allow him to just rip through the Poppy. Not to mention that subjugate you talked about. Faker, though, fighting in the brush.
He is indeed. Shockwave still available. They've traded a lot of damage. Voice of Light. Faker gets command protect. True Shock Barrage is sidestepped. Crown doesn't get the kill.
Crown was trying to bait him into that 2-shot barrage. Faker didn't quite take it, but pretty close little 1v1 there.
Yeah, worst trade Faker is taken in this lane. He's going to be forced into a recall, and I wonder if Ambition would want to go for the kill.
No, not if you miss. What was the line? If you take a shot, you best not miss, Kobe.
Yeah, well, he missed. The funny thing there is, too, Faker had flash. He held on to it because he's like, Ambition? No big deal. I know that I can just walk away from this one. That right there is discipline.
Bengi's going to find Ambition.
Also a little hubris.
It is indeed. Ambition does want to run the risk of getting caught out. Look at the 4 pink wards in the bottom quadrant of the jungle around this dragon pit. It's a minute away until spawning, so Samsung know they have a lot of defensive vision if Ruler and CoreJJ were going to get jumped on.
Yeah, and Samsung is hoping so much to be able to turn a positive play in this bottom lane where they're down nearly 40 CS to the Ghostblade Jhin. But Ruler just doesn't have the items yet. He's going to need to complete some of these and get about a 20 to 22 minute power spike. If somehow Samsung could get a 4 to 5 man dive in the bottom lane and get him some kills before he actually just transitions to that power spike, it would be a way for them to get back in this game. But that's a huge investment for a play that probably isn't going to happen.
There is, but Jat, if there's one positive thing here, Samsung are down a less amount of gold than I've seen them down at 15 minutes. It's only 1,000. It did feel a lot more substantial in games 1 and 2, Direction 2 play.
Also,
but they're not hemorrhaging more.
Also, yeah. Well, honestly, here we go. SKT setting up a play.
Oh, is that my fault? Did I give the cast a curse? Or JJ still got Stranglefalls available, going to throw it down underneath Bengi's feet. So a little bit of time and ultimates invested, and the flash from Bengi.
Good counter. And the thing I was about to point out for Samsung, in addition to not being down as much as last time, as you said, quick shot, is that they're in a better situation as far as the vision is concerned. and they have been keeping up their wards. Plus, as you can see right now, 4 pink wards in the inventory. You know, they are doing their due diligence and keeping those wards down in order to set up these plays. Plus, looking ahead, go ahead 2-0 as far as the Drake count.
The Drake control is actually very important. The Ocean Drake for the extended laning phase, very important, as well as the Infernal Drake for the potential late game scaling. Got to knock SKT a little bit for considering they've had the dual lane advantage. Not being able to get the vision up around the Drake can be considered a failure by SKT.
I guess the counter argument, if Bengi had made that gank stick, they would have got to kill some tower pressure, maybe the Dragon as well. But unfortunately, Ruler and Core JJ outplayed, survived longer. Frozen Fist is now picked up, that Iceborne Gauntlet. So Ruler's going to have a little bit more leeway in that lane. But it's still such a significant difference. Nearly 1,000 gold between the two AD carries.
And it actually is a very important purchase to get some armor versus the flat armor pendant of the Jhin that he's going to build. But SKT actually closed in on mid with multiple members.
Shockwave connects this time around and flash away from Crown as he gets out of range of that bubble. Tower First Blood, though, going to be on the list. Not going to get secured just yet. Core JJ arrives just in time and the wave is cleared by the stars of Crown.
That play was super similar to something the analyst desk did in the pregame where they set up the support in the jungler from both sides of the mid lane as Faker goes for a play and set up relentless pressure on the mid lane turret. This is a play that SKT runs fairly often, and it's quite successful. They're pushing Crown back, nearly taking the turret.
And it is also born of that style where Faker's constant pressure in the mid lane, slowly whittling down this turret. Now SKT trying to move in for that Vision Wars, but Samsung doing a good job of defending themselves this time around. I mean, we honestly have to look at it from Samsung's point of view, from the underdog point of view, to try and see where the cracks are.
I mean, that's where all the plays have to happen. For SK Telecom, the expected outcome is 3-0. The predictions were there, the caliber of the team, the world's buff that they seem to show up and peak at the right time. And for Samsung, if they can stall to late, if they can play spoiler, they need to do that 3 more times to get their hands on the Summoner's Cup.
Also got to get their first kill of this game because SKT, you got to start small in this one. You're thinking about World Championship. Let's get a kill or a turret and also defend this mid lane turret where Faker is relentlessly pushing. Look at the wards up on the sides as well as the pink ward clear. How's Crown going to actually defend this? Solo gold going over to Faker. That's huge.
Yeah, big time. Tower First Blood against Aurelion Sol. That's not something you say a huge amount, especially when they're not roaming. This time around, Crown's going to get surrounded. 3 members, Shockwave. Decent stun onto Faker, but Cocoon locks him up. Teleport's being channeled. Duke may get interrupted. It looks like he was. Flash over the wall from Ambition, and Bengi follows over. Curtain Call fired, and Core JJ blocked 1 shot. The 3rd and 4th, they don't have the range. Just the kill to SKT, and they took the tower a moment earlier.
Yeah, and credit again to SKT to just shoving in the mid lane over and over again and making Crown have so few options.
Bottom lane.
Oh, Ruler, this has happened again and again and again. There's no flash available. Well, manages to arcane shift away, but it's Faker that kills a Ruler. Well, the 4th kill of the game.
And quick shot, how often are we saying there's no flash available? Because SKT is using the flashes with the first play and punishing the lack of flashes with the second play. They are so far ahead in tempo in order to pull off these plays.
Meanwhile, the follow-up here from Bengi over the walls, and Ambition is going to be able to safeguard out of the range, but it doesn't matter. SKT take their toll. Faker gets his tax. Another outer turret.
Yeah, now it's 4,500 gold, and you have to start thinking of SKT. Could this be another 3-0 finals victory like they had in 2013? And it's incredible when you think of it from a large scale. When we first started League of Legends, we were wondering with how much they changed the game and how quickly some players are burning out, would we ever have a repeat champion, let alone a team that could win 3 and 4 years and a player who could be considered the best player in the world for 4 years?
They're already the only ones to do it twice, making a very good case, moments away even from doing it thrice.
Feels like the inevitability. The expectation wasn't there coming into Worlds, but after seeing SKT in the group stages, that feeling that it was going to be 3 times, the hat-trick started to build and grow. And it's by punishing mistakes, by punishing tendencies of their opponent's team. Ruler has been left alone multiple times. Look how well executed this dive is. Cube gets a decent stun, but some damage onto Bengi and Duke, and you know, it is methodical and calculated.
Yeah, and the play that Samsung would have to bounce back, SKT is already blocked. They don't have anyone in the dual lane with which to dive someone on the other side of the map, and they already have Jin in the mid lane to try and block a push over there. So really, SKT just playing incredibly sharp as the series progresses.
Meanwhile, they're even playing defensively on their weak side of the map. We talk about ebb and flow, and this has been kind of our conversation over this series. Faker, you can see, yes, he is bottom. He is part of the gold income for SKT, receiving that main wave, but doesn't try and defend that turret that's about to go down. They cede the only dangerous spot on the map in exchange for the huge play top where they get even more.
Wow, 6,000 gold down, 5 kills to 0. Samsung do have a couple dragons under their belt. There's Cloud spawning in 20 seconds, but it doesn't matter if you can't find an opportunity to fight. All right, Faker picked up a Luden's Echo off his Morel and Omicron. Ruler's going to Arcane Shift, then insta-flash away. Once again, Summoner's fell down. Ambition follows the Sonic Wave. There's not a lot of follow-up as the GLP spits out some ice balls. Ruler's going to Arcane Shift forward. Voice of Light won't kill Bengi. Bengi actually proto-belts to safety after being tagged by True Shot Barrage, but Samsung throw everything and the kitchen sink and don't even get a kill.
I think that may get a third Drake for it, though, and that is the one thing really going in their favor. The problem is, even with all the Drake control, SKT are going to go back and purchase, and the combat strength for them right now is more than enough to still take the team by victory.
Yeah, and as far as teams that would benefit from Infernal Drake, this is one of the lower compositions for Samsung. Aurelion Sol doesn't really build that much AP to multiply. Blue build Ezreal also doesn't have that much attack damage early. There's a lot better champions they could have to try and take advantage of that Infernal Drake. So, yes, it's cool that they have the 3 Drakes, but that is nowhere close to the 5,000 gold lead.
Bengi proto belts forward. Not going to go into human form to look for the cocoon, though. And Ruler's able to escape with his life. You know, we touched on the SKT legacy, but it's even more amazing when you look at the fact that they've changed players, they've built teams around Bengi and Faker over the years and continue to be the most relevant international team from Korea. They've won more international titles than any other League of Legends team.
And the most impressive thing to me is the longevity of Bengi and Faker. Both of those players have sat on the bench. Those are going to be the only 2 players, you know, with the triple crown.
Oh, QA, run the other way, buddy.
Yeah, only see Deadly Flourish could lock him down, and it does. A couple extra shots, and Duke sets it up. Bang brings it home.
Triple cup.
And the Infinity Edge also being built early. Instead of the Duskblade, making sure he's got some late-game insurance on that Jhin. And I agree with you guys. The duration of dominance for these players. Bengi also just sticking with SKT and Coma as well, knowing when to sub the players in to really utilize the 6-man roster in their last 2 big World Championship victories has been very impressive. Now they go for Ruler.
Bubble, tidal wave, curtain call. Maybe that is the curtain call. SK Telecom sieging the mid in a turret at 25 minutes with an 8,000 gold lead. It is both beautiful in its irony and simplicity that curtain call secures more towers for SKT.
It's almost hard to watch to the complete destruction that SKT brings to their opponents. Just taking them out in all aspects of the game.
Yeah, and they have the right answer to so many things. They know where you're going to be going. They're there before you. They know what you're going to be picking, so they prep a counter for it. Duke's Trundle, the best Trundle we've seen for sure. And Bang already preemptively retreating Crown coming down the mid lane. And guess what? Now they have an answer. Where's Crown going to go?
Duke's going to throw up the pillar. Does get stunned up, and GLP's already been used by Crown. Decent pin. Stun onto Duke. This might be the first kill. Dragon's Rage kick. Voice of Light is sidestepped, and Wolf is being tagged by those stars. Cuvée stuns Wolf against the wall. Still not down. Shockwave catches 2. And finally, Samsung Galaxy are on the board. It's 1 kill to 7. But now they're routed, running for their lives. Fake is on a killing spree at 3-0-1, and they trade it back.
We said a couple minutes ago Samsung had to get that first kill, but the gold lead was about 2,000 for SKT then. Step 1. Ah, crap, forgot about step 2. Now they're down 9,000 gold to this team. Watch this one more time. Duke doesn't actually ult anywhere in here.
Yeah, the reason they, get this kill is because Faker's so far away, and Faker is such a big part of that team fight. A little aggressive here. Wolf is the one that's going to pay the price. Honestly, though, Samsung, they'll take what they can get. A 1-for-1 at this point in the game is definitely some much-needed gold in their pockets. And really, the only answer there was a great snipe from Bang to land that snare, setting Faker up.
Again and again and again, that Jin has worked in Bang's favor. And you were talking about how SKT sort of crushed their opponents. We've mentioned sort of the mental aspect of the game, beating opponents on their best champions. Victor was available this game, was there, and because of the game one result, Crown did not go back to the champion he's played more than 50% of his professional career games on. Those are ridiculous amounts.
Samsung felt like they had to do something different, and with the posture of Faker to pick Orianna so early, it just showed how fearless he was against the potential of another Victor. And I feel like Samsung respected that and tried to do something different. But Faker has been the victim of a few bad games against Aurelion Sol, and it definitely feels like he's improved the way he's playing, always being in the right place at the right time whenever Crown tries to make a roam at him.
This is what Faker plays like when he's angry.
Honestly, it doesn't feel like they're that angry in this game. SKT feel actually kind of lax. And similar to Samsung, in the early game, in the first game, they showed so much fight, so much willingness to make those proactive plays, reach out to try and take some chances. But SKT have kind of removed that from their play style.
I agree, and we talk about the history of Bengi and Faker going for 3 world championships. Bang and Wolf are going for their second, and they're going to be some of the only players to ever do that. We talk about how long they've been a duo lane together, playing nearly 300 pro games. Oh, Ruler's done for.
Curtain call not even needed.
Wolf and Bang speeding each other up, healing each other. They're going for more.
They are indeed. Flash away from poor JJ. Will save his life.
And when you go back to the regular season as well, Bang almost always topping the damage per minute charts. For as much as Faker has been dominant, Bang has become probably the best AD carry, at least at Worlds here, and the damage numbers back it up, and with World Championships are going to back it up as well. Bang also making a legacy for himself alongside Faker.
Run down by Bang, flash away from Cuvée, knock up onto Duke. That was a good play by Cuvée to find the stun, and again, small wins, small advantages at 30 minutes, down 10K.
Don't worry, Chad. It's still relevant, even though he just died right there. You can write it on the tombstone for going.
Bang still cementing a legacy for himself, even if he gets caught out in the 3rd game.
Cocoon's caught Crown, as is the Aqua Prison. Decent enough flash away. Voice of Light saves Crown's life, but he throws every single spell available to jump out. And it's just desperation plays here for Samsung. Infernal Drake is up, so this will most likely go to Samsung. So that's 4 dragons in 30 minutes, and the next will be Elder.
Yeah. We are downplaying this because of the huge gold advantage. But once again, Samsung are faced with the farm for late mentality, which is actually probably the only page left in their playbook at this point. That was a huge pick for them, though, to earn another Drake. But it looks like SKT wants to make them pay even more for it.
Well, this would be a time to try and get back. They scout it with the True Shot Barrage. You'd want SKT to make
Cuvée has teleport. Samsung can try and make a play back.
A lot of damage. Rulers jump forward, already used the True Shot Barrage. Wolf is killed by Ambition. It looks like Samsung are coming back. They've killed Faker, found Bengi, and moving on to Duke. Crown, he's tagging him with the stars. They're peeling backwards. Baron's the target.
They can get it. They already have 4 Drakes. None of them are mounts, but they've killed 3. Bang would have his ultimate, and Duke doesn't. So this is going to slingshot him back.
Yeah, SKT's so risky. They slip up here.
Do you believe, Staples? Samsung Galaxy pick up the Baron.
And it came out of nowhere.
And suddenly, the Drakes we've been downplaying will play a huge part in this game because there are 5 extra outer turrets for Samsung to clean up with this Baron. There's a huge amount of gold standing on the map. This was simply SKT starting up a 4-man Baron. No respect for Samsung's ability to collapse there, and they punished them heavily for it.
And so much of SKT's confidence has worked for them. This time it absolutely works against them because the True Shot Barrage scouted them while Bang wasn't in the Baron pit, and they stayed on the Baron. It was easily punished there by Samsung.
Let's keep track of this Baron power play because it should be one of the larger of the tournaments.
It needs to be if they want to come back into the game.
At what point am I allowed to start believing? Because yes, that is a Baron play.
Never stop believing, Quick
There is
Pat.
6,000 gold down.
Never stop.
But Samsung have started to play scrappy. 4 members of SKT moving into the jungle. Bengi is rooted up by the grasping roots, and Bengi and Duke going away. Bengi takes a lot of damage. Proto belts out, and the minion wave is pushing top.
Yeah, Samsung has a good shove going on right here, and Crown never left this wave. It is actually very hard for a team down in gold with Baron to get a big Baron power play, but so far with that rotation, it's very impressive.
2 towers, gonna steal away a red buff, get deep vision in the top quadrant of the jungle. What was a 10,000 gold lead is now 4,000, and Baron stats and dragons helping Samsung mitigate that even closer.
Well, now we get to go back to your very early point, Quickshot, about the champions selected here for Samsung, because they are not the best late game scaling, and they're gonna have to make this extra momentum work and make these picks work for them.
Yeah, and they have to be able to get control of the Elder Drake because that's their window into victory. 4 Elemental Drakes stacking with the Elder if they're able to get it. And this game, as far as our narrative was going, was pretty much over with the way SKT was systematically drowning Samsung out. But as it usually switches around the other way, SKT makes the mistake, and now can Samsung punish?
Let's find out. Samsung trying to push up. Command attack thrown down by Faker. Cube gonna threaten the tower, and it's picked up by Samsung.
That's 4 turrets during this Baron buff they've been able to take. SKT are still keeping up the 1-4-1 though.
Okay, gentlemen, the Elder Drake spawns around 36 minutes into the game. Ruler and Crown pushing out the bottom lane. Cubase gonna go meet and match with Duke to at least slow down and thwart that top lane push. Could another tower be secured? SKT seem better poised to defend.
There is a ward behind them. SKT do have teleport available on Duke, but Cubase is keeping sight on Duke.
Going for Faker!
Faker's down! They've got him! Faker's down! Crown is pushing forward. It's at the cost of Ambition's life. Crown is zoning away SK Telecom. Another tower has fallen. 5,000 gold on the power play.
Ambition makes the huge play on Jungle versus Faker. Kicks him into the team, and that's going to be an inhibitor turret.
It's not done yet. Curtain call. Thrown down by Bang. The base is open wide. Cubase joined the fight. Gonna look for Bangy. The Poppy Copter could be thrown down. Star Surges sidestepped as Crown doesn't find a stun. Cubase again zoning. Ruler's on the inhibitor, knocking it away. Crown's very aggressive.
Very careful here.
Flash available. Damage out. Cubase on the front line. Doesn't find the stun. Onto Duke. Ruler and Cubase running for their lives. Faker's up in 10 seconds. Ruler, he can shifted forward. He's very aggressive. Caught out. Locked down. Cocooned up. Shut down by Bang. And SKT defend the inhib.
Bangy and Bang played that backline so incredibly well with Ruler shifting in, and they dodge out, land the cocoon, and take him down. So close.
Yeah, watching this play one more time as well. Faker was looking actually to try and get some type of aggressive engage when Ambition sneaks around the side. War Jump Flash doesn't give him time to react. Also, Faker's flash is down. And it's almost as if SKT was lulled into complacency by their own dominance in this game and weren't necessarily respecting the Baron power play there or the flank from the Lee Sin. This means they have to now reset and figure out how they can win this game that they had been winning for the first 28 minutes.
Samsung Galaxy now on the warpath, trying to close this gap. 3,000 gold remains for them. 2.5 played up, and the Elder Dragon that we keep setting up. This is going to be the battleground to really decide the way this game plays out.
That was a 6,000 gold Baron power play. And Samsung Galaxy averaged 5,500 coming into this series. They did that against SKT down 0-2 in the series. Elder is up and alive. A minute 40 till Baron, and Samsung don't pull the trigger yet.
pick potential is huge right here. Who can actually start the fight first? Would it be Bengi's Cocoon, Faker Shockwave, or could Ambition make another play? Because if Samsung can pick off Faker or Bang, they could actually win the game after being down 10,000 gold to 1 point, because that would transition to Elder, and they could push to win with that.
Either pick SKT off or separate SKT using the Poppy ultimate and snare with Zyra the rest of the members into a teamfight scenario, thereby artificially creating a numbers advantage and basically picking SKT.
Yeah, and with that, though, SKT is trying to restore order to the map right here. They have the Trundle pushing on the other side, who can make it to the inhibitor. No GA, but you have to send 2 people to stop him, actually. Cuvée would have to get down there, or he has to start the fight right now.
Let's find out. Order has not been restored because Samsung are defying the Game 3 rules of logic. Bounced back, punishing some mistakes. Look at that iceberg of a mountain. And it's turned around. I don't know. I'll spare
It's a great visual. I'm just visualizing this floating mountain here. Oh, Core JJ does get companies out.
Not taken down yet. Duke's siege on the top lane is stopped. Elder is still available, and SKT are setting up.
Also, remember how important this vision battle is around the Elder Drake. We mentioned the pick potential on Samsung, but that is there for SKT as well. Anytime you have a late game Jhin, pick potential is definitely there.
Staples is electric as SK Telecom are slowly regaining control. Baron is up as well. You now have split objectives. We could see teams prioritizing one over the other and trading.
And it means you have to have vision in both spots. Orianna can actually solo the Elder Drake, but I believe there's a ward in the back of the pit that can see
burning down so quickly.
But it's burning down so quick. Samsung isn't there to defend it.
Baron is available though, and that will be the next battlefield as Samsung don't choose to fight over the Elder Dragon.
Right, but with 0 elemental drakes, this Elder Drake is actually very non-threatening as far as Samsung is concerned. It's a very small amount of true damage burn.
Which is also the reason why SKT were able to burn it down so quickly. Much easier to kill it the less drakes that you have. Lower risk, also lower reward.
Is this the moment that Samsung turn the game around? They're still down 5,000 gold. They have to fight against an Elder Dragon buffed SKT. Vision I'm looking at, not the greatest in and around that Baron pit. Some defensive wards from SKT. And neither team going to set up 2 GAs on both sides, but Dukes is on cooldown.
Also have to worry about scaling at the moment. I mean, Aurelion Soul, the drawback to the great early game in the roaming prowess is drop off of that damage as you go later into the game. Faker on this Orianna, he's level 18, he's peaking, he's almost 6 full item build here for Orianna. Faker can completely destroy a team fight, whereas Crown has to do so much to zone and keep his AD carry up. A lot of DPS from Samsung has to come from Ruler. All eyes will be on Ruler for the team fight.
Completely agree, and he's been the target of some poor positioning in a lot of these earlier fights. Also, if we're thinking about the way that Samsung can actually make plays in a standard setting, if it's not SKT going at Baron earlier on when they had a 10,000 gold lead, you would expect it to be the Aurelion Sol with the hyper carry behind it, setting up those zones, but they don't have enough control of the minion waves or necessarily the champions or lead to do it, so it's really hard for them to get control back in this game.
Duke very close to securing Flame Horizon on Cuvée. One bright side to Samsung Galaxy, their champion's range could theoretically stay out of range that shockwave, but they cannot afford a mistake. Ruler has arcane shifted and flashed forward aggressively so many times. Most of them have actually backfired. Ambition does not follow the Lee Syndrome. Instead backs away.
Yeah, Faker again, picking up his 6th item, Zhonya's Hourglass. Before 40 minutes, he did the same thing Game 1. Now it becomes about getting picks.
Wow, Flash was used by Wolf in exchange for a ward. No Dragon's Rage if a Baron fight were to break out for the next minute and a bit. And instead, it's just a Vision battle again. It's Kobe. Both of these teams are now trying to play around the Baron. You can see how pivotal it is to initiate plays for both teams.
And because of all the extra damage here on SKT, they've been able to gain control of this Baron pit, and establishing vision is that all-important first step because of the importance of the pick. If Samsung get a pick, they don't have nearly as much damage to threaten.
Ruler has
And
no
Ruler, the prime target.
Caught out by at least one shot from the critical. The second swims past Ambition. Bingy's in a little bit of trouble, but he's going to be able to repel it by a lot of time.
That is so much poke, though, and Samsung doesn't have the sustain nor the vision of the Baron pit to deal with that in the right fashion. Ruler has to stick around now at half health.
Shots onto Ambition. He's still got that G8. SKT have started Baron.
Watch for Bang to hold on to that crit shot as long as he can. Uses it on the Baron. He's got to reload now.
Cubase now pushing forward. Stuns up Bang. Already trying to back away. Cubase in trouble.
Knocks 2 out.
His verdict has sent SKT away. Wolf gets hit by the Baron. It's helping Samsung. Wolf goes down. Core JJ gets his first kill of the game. Bengi and Duke, they want to reply. Not only do Samsung stop Baron, they get a kill as well.
Samsung still have life in them, still fighting here. They're able to take down Wolf with the help of Baron. Pincer movement there, and they buy more time in the game.
And look at the summoner spells. Only flash used by Cube.
And here, you mentioned Bang wanted to hold on to the fourth shot. He doesn't, and that gives Cube an opportunity, but it's all about the Poppy ultimate here. Ruler zones Faker up from the side. Wolf is again trapped between Baron and the enemy team, and Bang just barely flashes that last heroic charge. Otherwise, it could have been 2 kills for Samsung.
Cube did an immense amount of work in that team.
Samsung's going for Baron.
They're the ones tanking it.
All of SKT is here.
Curtain calls, firing, lands onto Cube. Star Surge not going to stun anybody. Clown's taking damage, throws down the GLP. Baron's helping out. Only Cube is caught. Faker's tag. Bangs on the back line. Faker uses the hourglass. He's bought so much time. GA's popping. Faker is killed. Duke gets his GA popped as well. He's going to spawn, but here comes Bang. Bang's running low on ammo. Whisper wants blood, but he's running away. Deadly Flourish finds nobody, and this time round, SKT stop Baron at the cost of Faker's life.
And it's just the one death and not the Baron, as you say. Wolf was returning from base, so Samsung do a very bold Baron start with the complete intent of peeling off to kill Faker, but SKT manages their defeat there.
And they even traded one Guardian Angel apiece for the Actives here. All right, here comes Samsung. They pull off of the Baron, and Duke walks away with the Shockwave active. Ambition, once again, targets Faker, kicks him into the team, and the rest of them take care of the damage.
And the margins in these fights are so slim. Look at how low everyone is on Samsung as they do that.
Back at it again.
No Faker this time.
This is not a replay. Faker's still dead for 5 more seconds.
No flash on Bang either if Ambition can get him.
4,000 hit points on Baron. Stranglethorns will buy time. Bengi's caught out the pit. Ambition decides to peel for the fight. Ambition takes a lot of damage, but Duke is the target. He's tanking up 5 members of Samsung. Ruler goes forward with the arcane shift.
Faker's alive! He's on the way!
He's respawned! And here comes Faker!
Are you kidding me? You have to work so hard to take the late game of first SKT. They're run off of the Baron. Faker revives.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate the intensity that this game has delivered when it seemed like it was going to be a walkover for SKT. Samsung not saying die, regaining their composure, and making aggressive calls that aren't desperate because they're willing to peel at the right time and they're peeling as a unit towards this Baron. It's not necessarily winning them the game, but for being down so far in this game as well as this series, they are putting up a heck of a fight.
And clutch plays. We've kept highlighting it. We gave credit to SKT. I think we need to give credit to Ambition. This guy, back-to-back plays onto Faker, who we talked about having so much damage, being full build, full level Orianna. And he's able to find him twice.
Step back and look at the whole of Samsung. 2 games of this series, they have dug deep. They've waited for an opportunity, and they've allowed themselves to extend the game. We're going to another 50-minute match in the Championship Series World Finals. This was meant to be a 3-0, and yes, it still could be. Samsung is showing way more spirit than a lot of people gave them credit for.
I agree, but we also have to look at what is still a Herculean effort for them to come back from. SKT's team has just so much health to cut through. Duke's build is insane. He's transitioning for later and later game tank items, and Samsung just might not have the DPS to kill him in these fights.
Vase caught up by Curtain Call. Tidal Wave used as well. 4JJ's going low. Ambition has joined the fight. Aqua Prison locks up 2, and Cuba's going to finish his teleport. They've knocked Bengi backwards. A 2-man shockwave, but not onto the GPS. GPA is going to be used, and that means Cuba's in trouble. Going to start to back out. Safeguard saves his life. Ruler still zoning away Duke, doing so much damage. looking for those mystic shots. Samsung Galaxy are not done yet.
Faker again puts the Orianna ball on a member of the front line who's trying to escape. Does get 2 in it, but it only hit the tanks.
Yeah, he's not hitting the money shockwaves you want him to get onto Ruler, Core JJ, and Crown. But with that being said, it is a tankier backline for Samsung than they had the last time Faker played Orianna. So not necessarily the one-shot potential on a lot of these targets.
Very, very true. And neither team willing to fully commit to the end of that fight because they know the next team fight, complete victory, will be the game. Baron is up, and whichever team is victorious in that team fight will have a tremendous amount of pushing power.
We're also seeing Ruler having some good fights on Ezreal, where late game in fights he was struggling on Caitlyn. This is why they picked it for him. Duke, though, would have to teleport in to stop this Baron.
Well, Samsung are going to peel away. They've not fully committed for the objective. Duke has decided not to teleport in yet. He's going to have an advantage.
It's huge. Cuvée doesn't have teleport. Duke does. They didn't force the teleport out from Duke. That means SKT could force 5v4s at Baron.
SKT forcing that cross map, and they're going to get the advantage in positioning around Baron Pit, which is crucial, taking down the Vision.
Duke's got over 120 CS advantage over Cuvée and has really had Cuvé's number throughout the majority of the series. Will he be where SKT need him in these coming minutes? Looks like Cuvé's trying to chase him away.
How many more plays does Ambition have in him? Can he find Faker or Bang again? I mean, this guy, this is, for me, the most successful role swap of all time. Ambition was a great professional mid laner, voted to the LCK All-Star team, and now he's on the world stage making plays. Duke, though, starting it off.
No lockdown from the Jhin, and now all of a sudden Ambition forced to back away. Curtain Call looking for some targets. His very beefy tanks.
0 for 4 on the shots, too. That's important because SKT needed the poke onto Samsung with Baron and Elder Drake now on the field.
You can tell both teams are feeling the tension here and the importance of that next fight.
Where is the priority? Samsung have another shot at Elder Drake. Vision is a pink ward in the pit for SKT, and it's very clear SKT have had control of the Baron, but Core JJ forced a flash. Shockwave wasn't actually used by Faker. So important with the amount of tension around these objectives.
And those are the rewards of winning the Vision battles. Oh my goodness, Banky misses the cocoon.
Also notice the little race going down on the bottom side. Cuvé's down trying to match Trundle without a teleport advantage, so he's staying really close to him at all times to try and prevent him from forcing a 5v4. But like you say, the Vision battle around Baron is SKT trying to chip away at Samsung.
Still 60 seconds on the cooldown for Cuvé's teleport. Samsung are dancing on a knife's edge, challenging the Vision that SKT has set up. That's why SKT is somewhat in control of this passage of play. With teleports, with Vision control, it's Samsung that have to regain control.
And it's a little crazy, Quick Shot, because we've been on this knife's edge for 13 minutes. Since Samsung's Baron power play ran off, we've had an Elder Drake taken by SKT, them not doing anything with it, Elder Drake respawning, and in that time, the gold lead hasn't changed. Everyone has hit max items, and we are still at a stalemate.
Samsung set out to prove how great of a team they are and that they didn't just slink into the finals. Definitely proven it thus far in the series.
Again, Faker trying to burst down Elder.
This time around, though, Samsung are closer.
Ambition's not there.
Don't think they can get there quick enough. 5,000 hit points may be enough for a challenge. Duke is on the front line, looking to force down Crown. Elder Dragon is secured by SKT. Crown takes so much damage from the Curtain Call. Cuvé's trying to back away. The call is run. The call is run. Samsung are trying to follow Ruler. Cuvé's flashed over the wall. Ruler arcane shifts to safety. The dash, the dive. Nobody's died just yet, but Samsung are ticking. They're low and in trouble.
Even if they get back to the base, they're so low, they're going to have to heal, and SKT have positioning to return to Baron with the Elder Dragon buff.
Clutch secure there. The Ezreal came through, and I saw it at 400 health, so that was very close to a steal. But as you say, the health bar is too low. Looks like SKT can get this, but
teleport.
They're trying to stop it.
SKT have got so much damage. I don't think they'll get here in time. Baron down to 1,500. Looks like it's secured. Baron and Elder for SKT. Cube's now left alone. No support until Ambition safeguards his way into the pit.
Faker has Shockwave.
They're locked in. Stunned up against the wall. Bengi is popped. The GA looking to respawn. Cube still running for his life. Ruler, true shot barrage. Gonna be dodged by the repel. Bang! He's out of mana. That's a great hammer. Ambition is still fighting in the front line. Ruler running low on mana. The Arcane shifts forward. Trading the Octo. That's a shutdown. That's another. Duke is now the next target. GA pop inside the pit. Ruler sends a mystic shot over the tri-bush. Duke is going to die. It's a double for Ruler. SKT lose 3.
And Samsung can push up the mid lane. They're already onto the minions, trying to get an inhibitor turret for themselves. The death timers are so long at this point. Post 50 minutes, they're looking to break inside SKT's base.
The thing is, SKT got the Baron and the Elder Drake, so Samsung is trying to make this buffless push, but it's against a support and a jungler, so they can definitely get an hit.
20 seconds on Faker. As soon as he revives, they have to get out of town.
How much do they want, though, with that death timer? Do they go for more?
Inhibitor number 1 is down. Inhibitor number 2 should fall. Another Aqua Prison from Wolf, not doing enough. Samsung play the long game, and they back away. Cocoon onto Ambition. Bengi's doing what he can to hold them in place, but it's simply not enough.
We talked about Samsung having a similar style to SKT during their Worlds play. They can punish mistakes too.
And another Baron fight gone wrong for SKT. Yes, they get the Baron, but then watch. Faker is holding his Shockwave, trying to get this off onto anyone from Samsung who approaches. But Cube gets the stun. Ruler goes around the back, and Crowd enters to burst him down incredibly quickly.
You can tell how important it is for them to take out Faker at the beginning of the team fight. Crowd just runs straight through the front line as QB makes a beeline for him.
Yeah, and then Bang gets caught up in the root and then is able to flash back. So you're wondering, when can Samsung get him? Lee Sin kick knocks him up, gets him low. Ruler shifts forward to finish him off. Those are the main threats that Samsung need to take down first, and they do.
And you have to keep track of the Guardian Angels in this. Oh, Ruler though!
Not gonna go down. Tidal Wave is sidestep. Curtain call. Look at this. Samsung is so split up. Not enough pressure though. And Samsung, can they turn this around? Teleport's available for Duke. Again, we're in the split push. He's going to be able to try and combat some of those supers.
We're in such a crazy situation here because SKT need to control the minions of both mid and bottom, trying to overextend, but still be able to get back to their base to defend top.
But they have empowered recalls on the people who didn't die, which is Bengi and Wolf. So they're the first ones to defend this one. Maybe they're going to be able to defend it.
Samsung setting up pressure in the top lane. Duke still in the bottom lane. Baron will be up for 30 seconds. It's a minus 200 power play, thanks to the fact that they lost so many members, inhibitors and waves. And Samsung at 53 minutes, they may be in control of the map.
Well, they've certainly regained heart, and Samsung are fighting with everything they have.
And it's such a wacky game, but we also have to try and find something normal within it. And it's SKT's confidence in Faker's Orianna late in the game, because every time he's made it to this point, he has landed the Shockwave, which can eventually clinch it. But they're running out of missed Shockwave opportunities. Samsung with 2 inhibitors down, on the prowl for the 3rd, looking to win the game.
Ambition is going to safeguard out. You can feel the tension. Ruler gets tagged again. Curtain call. He's just going to catch all of the shots. Wow. Brown actually steps into 2 of them.
It is so hard to push without buffs this late in the game, especially against Orianna and Jhin. And they're running out of time with this push because Duke is wailing away on the bottom minion wave.
Exactly. You think that, yes, the extra inhibitor being down is enough pressure to draw away the members, but SKT, even with 3 members defending, are able to hold on, and they're buying extra time for the inhibitors to come back up.
Have we ever seen a game where somebody gets double Flame Horizon? It's 150 at the moment.
We're approaching the point where minions don't matter at all.
Oh, look at that damage. Good flash. Voice of Light onto
Faker. They're going to get him.
And
maybe.
Poor JJ. They're looking to shut him down. Stranglethorns catches Duke. It's Core JJ that kills Faker. Duke uses the subjugate. He's running for his life, but you can't outrun 5 members of Samsung.
Faker goes for the blade, doesn't get it. SKT down 3v5.
Jat, we laughed when you brought up the reverse sweep of KT Rolster against SKT, but Samsung here are looking to end the game off of those kills. The solo laners of SKT are down.
Watch the minion waves. They do not have minions. Bengi is cutting it off in the mid lane. These turrets are so hard to stop. They do not control Bengi, and he pulls it around.
Curtain call inside the base is going to cause more headaches for Samsung. The game's not won yet. Bengi's pulling the minion wave. Samsung going to go for maybe the safest option. 30 seconds for Faker, 40 seconds for Duke. Win or die. That is what's on the line for Samsung Galaxy.
How hard is it to beat SKT? They're at 100,000 gold, 55 minutes, still 5v3. Samsung looking for inhibit number 3.
It's going to fall, the tower that is, as Samsung look to grab another inhibitor. They are still down in gold, and SKT will have a full complement of champions to defend the next wave. Those mid and bottom inhibs should be up very, very soon.
And the thing is, even with all 3 inhibitors down, we're going to have another respawn of Baron and Elder Dragon to fight over for these guys. The big deal is that SKT has so many minions to clear, but a pick onto a member of Samsung would buy SKT more time.
Yeah, the Lee Sin ult being down may buy SKT some time to regain vision control in the Baron area, but Ambition incredibly tanky at this point.
1 inhibitor back up for SKT.
As long as they don't lose 3 at the same time, because that's what prevents the double super minion spawn in the waves. So they have 2 inhibitors now respawning because they were killed in fairly quick succession.
And the auras that the super minions have that buff up the other ones also double stack on themselves.
Samsung have to do a lot of work to get themselves that buff, to get themselves the double inhibs. Half an hour ago, I asked you, at what point do you start believing? Staples believes as the Let's Go Samsung chants erupt across the stadium. Baron is alive in 5 seconds. Elder will spawn in the not too distant future, but this time it's Samsung with the vision control. Cuvée does not look for the flash stun. I seriously thought he might.
Yeah. I mean, Faker was without summoner spells, so he's very aggressive to be up that far, but he knew Samsung didn't have the damage follow-up if Cuvée were to have gone for that flash stun. And this is where you can't make a mistake.
Comments of Legend interrupted. Crown doesn't want to overreach because of how much is at stake. Samsung are going to start Baron, and will they look to complete it or peel for the fight? We're going to find out.
Here we go. All 5 in the pit. They'd want to peel off. They saw Faker in the lane. He can't make it to the fight immediately. They might just try to burst it.
It looks like they're going for the burst. Ambition dives back in. It's secured. Samsung get the Baron. Now they need to win the fight. Ambition dives in. GA's not popped just yet. Crown, Core JJ. They're gone. And Stocker. Look at that hammer.
There's a shockwave.
Shockwave. Faker uses the hourglass to stay alive. Ambition, Ruler, and Crown running for their lives. They need to survive. Duke, Bengi flashes forward. His GA's now popped. Ruler's still got a lot of hit points, a lot of mana, but he doesn't have a lot of support. Crown is down, and Ruler's running for his life. He has flash and heal, but 3 members to deal with. The powered minions, it's not done yet. Flash and heal still up for Ruler. Here comes Ambition, sidesteps away from the deadly flourish.
This is 3 versus 5, and Samsung are cornered. SKT close in.
They lose Ruler. Now Faker's the target. Ambition's got a GA. Cuvé's doing what he can. He too can survive for a few seconds longer. Flash away from Ambition. The Baron still stands. Can he defend? They need to buy time. 30 seconds for Core JJ. Another Shockwave. Shockwave started the fight. A Shockwave ends the fight.
But that goes to show how long Samsung delayed and how they prevent that first death from being the end of the game. 70-second death timers, and somehow Faker gets 2 ults in the same fight.
And Core JJ is already back up for Samsung. The real big issue, though, is once again, Elder Dragon is up. That will be SKT's prize. Actually, will it even? Crown is coming back up as well. We get another one of these team fights, baby.
We gotta watch this again because Faker's coming around from the top side as Samsung burst it down since Bengi couldn't make it in immediately, but the GAs stay in the front for SKT, so they're zoning out this team fight well. The ultimate comes down from Zyra, and you think here, they've turned it, but that's when Faker gets shot.
He also ejected 1 kill for themselves right there. Here goes, though. Ambition actually trying to get some vision onto this Elder Dragon. Now, it definitely is not worth sacrificing your life to steal at this point. The power of a champion is way too big.
Yeah, they would love to be able to get a cheeky steal because if they can get the 4 elemental Drake Elder, that would be enough power to win.
Some support coming up. Ruler's coming in from the base, though.
Bang's not there.
Bang is showing himself on top lane. SKT, what is it?
I don't know what is happening.
SKT can't force this with Bang top.
Ambition has moved on to the Elder. It's now helping out in SKT. It's reset for the second time. SKT do not get the Elder Drake.
Okay. I'm going to talk that one up to adrenaline from Bengi, just straight up fighting the Elder Dragon.
Duke should have been the one hitting the minion wave, which is what they have set up now. So they can teleport in if they need to, and they can manage the minion wave to begin with. But once again, this could be the first game, I feel like, in the history of League of Legends where a team gets 3 Elder Drakes and still doesn't win. Because if SKT gets this Elder, it's not the end of the world for Samsung because it's a 0 Elemental Drake Elder here.
And SKT not willing to fight over that. They've now given up priority and spacing. Samsung, they've committed.
Duke would have to teleport in to stop this. It takes them longer to kill it because they have 4 Elemental Drakes already.
A lot of damage from the curtain call. Once again interrupted. Zyropon's keeping it tagged.
Faker trying to zone off to allow Bang to get the full ultimate down. Remember, Duke is clearing out minions in SKT's base, though. This is SKT defending 4 versus 5, the Elder Dragon. Samsung move up bottom lane, though.
And every defense will actually pull SKT to a spot on the map. And with 3 exposed inhibitors, if Samsung get the right rotation, they can force it. But they can't get caught out.
This is so scary. Bang takes a lot of damage. Here comes Crown. Voice of Light doesn't do anything. Bang's in trouble, but so's Ambition. True Shot Barrage will not be enough to kill him or pop the GA. But it is Ambition that does. He needs to safeguard out and does not do so. SKT get themselves the first kill of the fight. Samsung are not backing away yet. They've got a big minion. Ruler. Faker finds him. That might be the pick that wins the game. Wolf loses his life, as does Bengi. It continues to be a 3v3, but Bang and Faker stay alive.
Faker's clutch Orianna. How many times does he miss? But SKT never lets it lose the game for them. He catches Ruler as he's going in for the fight. Quick Shot just took off his tie because he can't handle this game anymore. 62 minutes in, and even with that, SKT, because they lost Wolf and Bengi, the game goes on.
I'm going to say right now that the longest game currently at Worlds, the record is 70 minutes and 20 seconds. So it's a possibility that we do approach that here in the finals. But look at this pick. Because they don't have the extra vision, Ambition is actually the one surrounded by SKT. And then after that, Ruler with the Arcane shift in tries to, salvage the situation or something. This play right here, there's no real reason for this.
Definitely misplayed fight early by Samsung. He's going for a pick on a Faker, but with the shift and no flash up, Faker immediately turns it around. But that also sets up some damage as Crown is on the side of this fight with a 6-item Aurelion Sol.
Bang also did a great job there, flashing that heroic charge. And man, the intensity here of this game.
Banshee's Veil popped by QV and Elder Dragon plus 4 Drakes helping Crown out as far as damage is concerned on that Aurelion Sol. And, I'm starting to believe he's comfortable on that champion. It doesn't matter that we're 65 minutes in. The early game and everything that happened an hour ago is now irrelevant.
Absolutely. The Elder Drake started again. Crown was top lane, shoving a minion wave in, but with a 17,000 health Elder Drake, it's not like that thing evaporates.
Definitely does not. He fights his way out of the pit here. All right. A moment of calm here. Quick Shot. Stop vacillating here.
You mentioned longest game of Worlds this year. Longest game in World Finals history, I'm willing to say.
Also, another record, Faker has, in this game, surpassed Uzi with the most kills of any single player at Worlds. 209 kills now racked up over his career for Faker.
Another 20 CS will give Duke a double flame horizon. Can't say that I've ever seen that either. Duke is with the team this time around. Now slowly moving to the top lane, has to answer that wave, pushing into the SKT base. Baron is up in 30 seconds. There is no vision.
And I just wanted to see the damage. We're nearing 100,000 damage for Bang, which I have never seen if they're able to win another fight. Like, this game has had so much conflict. It's insane that it's not over yet. If he gets 100,000 damage in a game, well, then they're going to be world champions, you think.
The thing is, even if Samsung do that, they still need to win 2 more games. Ambition once again caught by a cocoon and a bubble. Blue buff, I think, goes over to Ruler. That could be very important. Elder's still on the map. Baron now on the map.
remember how incredibly important the Guardian Angels are in this game as well. Because of the deaths previously for Samsung, they've had to sell theirs, whereas SKT have 2 extra lives on the front line.
And we talk about the DPS that Samsung has is lacking, especially against the healing and shielding and tanks of SKT. So that's only exacerbated by the fact that it's 2 GAs to 0.
And the thing is, Core JJ has been the one to take up the extra damage because he's on Zyra. He's a mage. This is Core JJ's bringing the extra damage that the other lanes are lacking compared to the Nami here for SKT, which is full support.
Bingy playing very far forward, zoning away Ambition, threatening the Cocoon. The big flourish from Bang. I don't think it found the target. Samsung Galaxy now backing away. SKT trying to get some control in that Elder Dragon pit.
Yep, Baron is also up again, though. So again, we have these split-focused objectives as we had 30 minutes ago. But eventually, it has to have an impact on ending the game. The chokes are so important. And as you mentioned, because Core JJ has that Death Cup, it makes the chokes even more dangerous for both teams.
And look at the wards. Both of the teams do have wards behind their opponents. Teleports are ready for both top laners. And SKT once again start up this Elder Dragon.
Look at those 2 lanes. Somebody has to deal. QB's in the top. It looks like Crown is coming in from the bottom. Samsung threatening this fight.
You have to teleport in early because they need every member there at the start of the fight. So you have to be very careful about that long teleport time.
Curtain Call's going to tag Ruler with 1. Ambition the 2nd and 3rd. Dragon is still tagged. It's not regen. Teleport's now coming in. It might be too late. 4,500 hit points. Ambition's looking to chase out. These shockwaves still available. The Poppycopter sends 3 away. Duke and Faker left alone. The Dragon's still tagging away.
Not there to finish Elder.
Here comes the rest of SKT. Let's reset. The Star Surge not going to lock anybody up. But Crown's out. He's tagged. He's down. He's killed. But at what cost?
Both
It's
GAs.
GA. The Dragon's still alive, helping out. Ruler is now on the wrong side of the fight. He's in trouble. Flash is still available. The Dragon, oh my God, it resets again.
The double GAs came in so key there as the frontline sacrifices themselves, and we get more finals.
I don't have a voice for more finals.
I'll take over play-by-play. I got you.
Samsung Galaxy continue to fight.
Let me tell you, if they do go down in this game, it's going to be the longest 3-0 in World Finals history, that's for sure. Watching this fight one more time.
Cubase, 3 members, and the solo laners of SKT left by themselves.
And they can't lock down Faker post-Sonus because he flashes in the proper direction. SKT, though, right for Elder. I think this
Samsung are running for Baron, though, right now, trying to establish vision control and force SKT to face tag them.
Ambition steals the Elder Dragon. He gets away with 2 lives.
This is a 4 Drake Elder Dragon. He lives. Ambition saves the game once again.
Could that be the breaking point that sends Samsung in Game 4 in this endless game?
2013 LCK mid-lane all-star transfers the jungle, picks Faker in multiple fights, steals the Elder Dragon, and buys Samsung a chance at the Baron.
He has been so clutch this game, the initiations as well as the steal, but he has to do it again. Smite is up. They want SKT to fight them. The Elemental Drakes empower them so much. They want to peel for the fight.
Let's see if they can. Tidal Wave's coming out. The focus is the Baron. Ambition's tagged the Sonic Wave. He follows it. They peeled out from the fight. Wolf is in pack.
Watch for Shockwave. Where is it?
That's Cubase. He's in trouble. The GA was popped. Bang's already used that QSS. He's backed away with his life. Nobody else dies, but a GA is popped.
Are you kidding me? SKT defend the Baron against a Quadra Elemental Drake team without suffering any casualties?
There's a huge minion wave top that they have to deal with right now, though. It's drawing Faker away, and it's going to buy him a little bit more time. Starting up the Baron again. Here comes the engage.
Let's see what happens. SKT don't have as many tools this time around.
Flash.
Bubble comes out. Secured by Samsung.
Holy crap.
All right.
Still trailing gold. That's the most amazing thing.
Quick chance for a breath. Samsung need to take this opportunity. The Elder Drake essentially secured them the Baron. It's down in 15 seconds. They have shown an ability to win fights, but they're very close fights. They're going to have to be very careful about moving in here because there's still 1 Shockwave or another 10,000 damage from Bang away from losing the game.
And now the Guardian Angel advantage is back over to Samsung as Ambition
Split push.
Ambition, no flash, but he can ward hop away. No threat just yet. Look at those minions hammering away on the inhibitor. Top lane is under pressure as well. Cuvier's looking to break open the top. Ambition and Ruler, they break open the bottom. Pressure now moving. The Mage Core JJ on that full build Zyra. Now putting pressure on the middle inhibitor. Up top is that's
all
three. That's three.
Here we go. SKT last stand.
Samsung Galaxy and SKT have had the longest game at World 2016, and the world might be stunned if Samsung can close this out. They're on the pressure. The Nexus turrets are being focused, and there's so many minions.
3 inhibitors down, double stacked up, super minions empowered by the Baron buff. This is the onslaught. Samsung, we're waiting to pull off.
Duke's in trouble. He gets kicked the wrong way, though. Crown throws out the voice of light. Bang is down, then forced away. He's onto the fountain to regen. The first Nexus turret is down. I asked if you believe. Staples, you got behind Samsung. They're now in the final fight. Stranglethorns buys down. Crown's in trouble, but it's Duke that gets killed. Ruler, Arcane shifts forward once again. So aggressive.
They're so low.
Crown barely lives, and he's gonna have to go back to base. The heal after that one. But Samsung gonna building without him.
It's not over. The Nexus is down. Samsung stun the world and defeat SKT for their first game in finals.
Standing ovation from the crowd here at Staples Center, but a measured response from Samsung, because that's what it took to win one game against SKT. They need to do it twice more.
But the most important part is that now their faith is restored. Samsung again can come into the next game with some confidence. The dejected looks after game 2 are gone.
Both AD carries as Samsung gets the loudest cheer of the night exiting the stage. Both AD carries did over 100,000 damage to champions.
In the longest game in world history. Samsung upset SK.
14 seconds short.
Oh no!
This is the longest. So get this. The longest game of Worlds 2016 by a good minute. But it was 14 seconds short.
OMG versus Fnatic?
OMG Fnatic. That was the record.
Still counts.
But what a game. Down 10,000 gold. They won the game with a gold deficit. They were still down 600 gold at the end of that match.
Gold, we were far past the point of gold match.
I'm aware of that, but just the insanity of how they won in the hour and 10 minutes is unheard of.
Core JJ did 76,000 damage to champions on a support. That's going to be the most damage ever done by a support, ever. I don't care.
Not only the raw numbers, he's the second most damage on the team.
Obviously, it's a long game. It was insane. There was a bunch of super tanks. But like the important things are, we saw SKT falter in that game. They were up 10,000 gold. They were doing a victory lap in the middle of that game.
Honestly.
But it was disrupted there by Samsung. And now if you take a look at the series as a whole, yes, you have to say, yes, that was just one game.
Yes.
The first game was decided on fractions as well. So there's a slight possibility that Samsung could turn something around, but I want a more convincing win than that one.
For Core JJ, also, just in addition to that, coming into this series, not only did he have the highest damage per minute of any support, but the fastest Sightstone. So he's not even rushing damage, he's rushing Sightstone.
Oh my word. What a game. Samsung Galaxy pick up their first win in finals. Honestly, surprising everybody. The expectation was a 3-0. We all wanted
crying there a little bit.
I'm destroyed.
20 minutes into that game, this was unthinkable. Before the series, you'd think a 2-1 was possible, but what just happened in the last 40 minutes, unbelievable.
It absolutely is. And I'm going to ask the analyst desk to somehow explain that game.
Pick a team fight. One.
Well, thank you very much, Quick Shot. We're going to do our best to understand.
There's nothing we can say, honestly, at this point.
And make clear what just took place. But gentlemen, before we even attempt to distill it down to anything, let's go ahead and take a look at that picture-perfect Dragon Steel at the very end, coupled with the Baron fight to end it out for Samsung Galaxy. This is brought to you by Acer.
And we said Ambition has to come up huge, and twice in this game he was able to steal away clutch dragons and keep his team in that. I mean, what a performance from the jungler.
And then they tried to go Baron quite a few times. They never really settled for either the fight or the Baron itself. This time around, they actually do the same, where they go for the fight. They don't finish the Baron. They don't want to risk a potential steal from Benki. And the fight is really, really tough for Samsung to win. You see how close it is back and forth. And in the end, they have to go back to Baron, and they manage to actually rush it down.
And Samsung this game, it reminds me of an ex-girlfriend. So many commitment issues. Every time they go for Baron, they go back in for the fight, but they kept at it every single time here eventually to get the Baron. But we were at the edges of our seats and just standing and cheering as well, because every time they looked like they had the Baron, they turned around to fight.
Yeah.
They had that one fight where QV then knocks them out of the park.
The 500 fights, I'm pretty sure there were a lot of fights. We even broke the play-by-play. We probably need a new one for this one. Trevor is done.
He said it himself. My voice is gone, but Kobe said he's got himself.
Good. Kobe will be play-by-play.
I rely on that for the rest of the games, but we do. I mean, that point stands true. The fact that there were so many different team fights, and we were sitting here going, okay, let's look at that one. Okay, wait, no, let's replay that one. It was just almost too hard to choose.
And so many clutch moments. I mean, we're talking about huge keeper's verdicts out of the Poppy. Then we got a kick where the top laner goes through Bang, like chunks him out so Ruler can dive in there and solo out the AD carry. Ruler, by the way, had such an impressive game. This guy was all in.
What a monster for his first time on the World Finals stage. To be pulling things off like that, being down 2 games to 0.
Yeah, and that's if you look at the draft, that's what he was set up for, to succeed in the late game as well. But he got murdered in the laning phase. Had a tier versus like a serrated Dirk very early on. He got butchered, but then eventually he is the main damage component of this roster. But late game, it looked as if Samsung was about to run out of damage, but then Core JJ happened.
Of course, then the Zyra steps in here, full DPS Zyra in the end, just a second mid laner basically. And yeah, it was a little bit of an odd pick and man face, honestly, from them, like with the Ezreal, which turned out to be huge in the late game. But you look at something like Caitlyn normally more lane dominant, set up plays with the Aurelion Soul roaming. We didn't see that, but we got to see Ruler late game on Ezreal and why he wanted that as a comfort pick.
And this is actually RNG's team composition that they put together. Pretty much exactly the same. It is an LPL composition because they do like to play Ezreal high mobility with the Aurelion Soul because it does keep him nice and safe. And you could see at certain points in that game where he was counting cooldowns, he was just able to go super aggressive because of the amount of support that he had.
All right, let's work our way through a few more replays here. We're going to go all the way back to the 29th minute here. This is a fight in the mid lane for the first Baron. Samsung Galaxy going to come out on top of this one. This is they really got their foothold back in the game.
Before this was basically a stomp. You know, SKT had this game in the back, and they were messing around too much on this day. And then they go for this Baron without proper setup, and it's actually Bang who stepped forward at first. You guys saw that just before. Gets caught out, and now everyone just dies. And this was the big turning point because it gave Baron over to Samsung and multiple towers.
But one more time, I just want to point out that Ruler took 3 1v1s in that fight pretty much. Challenges Bang, challenges Wolf, then outplays Faker to pick up a kill as well. That was so impressive.
And more importantly, he kept doing it throughout the series. And more importantly than that, he kept doing it after he failed. Because in one of the next fights, he jumped in straight into the Orianna ball. He got obliterated. And then in the next fight after that, he just did it again. This guy has, I don't know, nerves of steel to do it in his rookie season right here. Just straight from Challenger to Worlds, playing this well and being not afraid to just jump over walls. So often we were about to count out Samsung when they were 3v5, but either Ruler came in or Core JJ, out of all people. You know, former like support for Dignitas suddenly comes out, or AD carry rather, switches to support and starts carrying these games. All of a sudden, it's, I don't know, the world's upside down.
Yeah, constant aggression once they hit that 6-item threshold on the Ezreal. Now, the next replay I want to take a look at is 50 minutes into the game. This is SKT starting up around the Baron one more time. They're going to secure it this time. However, Samsung Galaxy wins the fight.
It's kind of the same setup. It's Ruler once again jumping on whoever's out of position from SKT. This time it was Wolf, and now the fight just breaks out.
Also, he has the side edge covered here because Faker has flash, but Faker's so afraid to maybe flash over because he's going to get threatened by Ruler over the side. It's so hard for him to get out, but the fact that Samsung get Faker here is so fundamental to this fight.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you're about to see like some great play because that is an ult that clips him straight on, and just wait for Ambition's kick here because it sets up the rest of the team fight.
Yeah, everybody follows up the second that connects the bowling ball, and that's obviously the way for Ruler to go in and just finish off that fight. Honestly, mad props to Cuvée as well, the amount of attention he's soaking in these team fights and how determined he is with the keeper's verdicts as well. He's definitely a threat in those fights.
Now, all these team fights, you know, look fantastic. If we look at Samsung, there were so many great fights in this game. They managed to pull it back after being so far down. And that's where, you know, looking at gold graph, we got to pause a little bit and just be like, SKT had this game.
Yep. Just like game one.
Just like game one, they were looking really good early on. Samsung tried a few risky plays. The Aurelion Soul did nothing in the early game from Crown. There was no setup in the side lanes because side lanes were losing. And it was a big, big issue. So looking at a potential game 4 now, we have to say that Samsung does not look like a bigger favorite than before. Even though they managed to win this game late game, we have seen though they can match SKT late, and that's the key thing.
Yeah, we gotta be negative Nancy's here and go back to the early game. Not a single roam on Aurelion Sol. No synergy.
One, and he messed it up.
He messed it up. And then they kept, he died. And they kept targeting Faker in the mid lane. When you have a super aggressive jungle like Lee Sin, you have the Aurelion Sol, you have a Poppy in the top lane. Guess what? You can just go 3-man top, dive the jungle right there and suddenly start winning the game. And that was not part of the playbook for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, it's beyond that. I just think that Crown and Ambition are on two different pages right now, because normally when you have a Lee Sin and Aurelion Sol, that bottom lane gank works because the Lee Sin's there with a kick and the damage is going to be available for the follow-up. So do have to raise that big question. And one more time, they can't get him a stronger jungle matchup. Even when Lee Sin was popular, people liked picking a Lee Sin to it because it does, you know, sometimes mess up his early game. And Ambition, he's had some clutch late game moments. He still hasn't had a good early game.
We just need to see Samsung, honestly, not make these insanely risky plays in the early game. Try and just go even early and try and get to late game team fights, because they're very clearly 2 games now matching SKT in late game, but not early to make game. That's where they're falling behind, and that's why they've been losing the other games.
Samsung Galaxy picks up a victory here. They're extending us to a game 4. Important to note that Blank will be subbed in for that 4th game, and SKT has chosen the blue side. Go figure. But game 4 is coming your way. Worlds continues live from Staples Centers in 3.5 minutes. We'll see you soon.
Of light locks down Bang. Celestial expansion is out. Here comes Bengi. Bengi gets a cocoon. First blood onto Bang. Rulers jump forward. Already used the true shot barrage. Wolf is killed by Ambition. It looks like Samsung are coming back.
But Cubey is keeping sight on two.
For Faker. Faker's down. They've got him. Faker's down. Ruler true shot barrage. Gonna be dodged by the Bang. He's out of mana. That's a great hammer. Ambition is still fighting in the front line. Ruler running low on mana. The Arcane shifts forward. Trading up. That's a shutdown. That's another.
This is 3 versus 5, and Samsung are cornered. SKT close in.
They but they lose Ruler. Now Faker's the target. Ambition's got a GA. Cuvey's doing what he can.
Trying to establish vision control and force SKT to take that Ambition.
Ambition steals the Elder Dragon. Samsung stun the world and defeat SKT for their first game in finals.
Invincible. Come in. I can seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright. But I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner, you won't get
And welcome back to the World Championship Finals. You're going to get a quick look at fans at a Coke viewing party in Toronto, Canada. They've got some more League of Legends on their hands because Samsung Galaxy is on the board after a win to stay alive in Game 3. It was dramatic. It was chaotic. My tie lost its life as well.
Ripped, where is it? I don't even saw it.
Dude, it's in the crowd. Now, let's get back on track for Game 4. SKT, they have side choice. They chose blue side. Jat, as you correctly predicted, if SKT lose a game, they bring blank in. That is exactly what has happened. Now, SKT are still the favorites to win this whole thing, but what does this mean with blank and blue side and everything?
Exactly. As crazy as that last game was, we still have to bring it back because SKT, it's still business as usual for them. Put in blank after they drop their game and continue on with the best of 5 game plan that they have. Now they still have an extra game that it's possible for them to drop and still come away with the victory. So I think the pressure is still on Samsung, to create something because that game was, for most of it, SKT's.
Exactly, and it was very uncharacteristic in the way that SKT kind of threw at Baron with a 10,000 gold lead and then consistently could never get back on track. But if any team is going to have the mental strength to come back from that, it's SKT. These guys are still 2-time world champions, and they've won every early game in all 3 games in this series substantially.
So how much do we read into the fact that in 2 of the 3 games this series, SKT have made mistakes in the mid game that have allowed Samsung Galaxy back into the game? I want to answer that in just a second, just so you guys have an update. Blank is getting himself settled on stage, running through the checklist as he takes the stage for the first time. So once he's got that all ticked off, we'll jump into picks and bans. But yeah, let's jump back into that. I mean, it's uncharacteristic to see those mistakes, but it's happening multiple games this series, and that's where Samsung have the most hope or chances.
Yeah, and I think even though SKT have made a few mistakes, you do have to credit Samsung for being able to pull the trigger in some very dire situations. Ambition in particular has been incredibly clutch. Ruler has been up and down. He had some incredible fights and some really poor fights. And Core JJ actually was an all-star in that last game. 75,000 damage to champion, second most on his team as a support Zyra late in the game, and really filling that hole they had of not having enough damage to take down the tanks. So Samsung have been still making good late game decisions.
The other thing is that, in addition to having Blank as a substitute, he's coming in fresh off the bench, basically. That was an extremely long game where it was, battling till the last seconds, everybody at their wits' end. Samsung might have revitalized them. It definitely has Blank coming in not only fresh off the bench, but also sitting with Coma the entire time, and analyzing both or all 3 of the previous ones.
And what does Blank bring to the team that Bengi does not? What in addition to the fresh, mind, the fresh play, what will his champion pool or play style do that could help out in the series?
Yeah, so initially when Blank was subbing in for SKT earlier on in the year, it was kind of a champion pool thing. Blank's Gragas was really good. He also played in Italy, with which Bengi did not. So he brings that, in a sense, you think slightly better mechanics. But as of lately at Worlds, Bengi's mechanics have actually been quite good. So a lot of people were thinking Bengi was just better than Blank. Here, I feel like he brings a fresh perspective and also a fresher player.
Yeah, I think that's the main key here because I've actually been very critical of Blank for quite a while. And, one of the stats that's very telling for me is that he has, as a jungler at Worlds, the second most lane minions killed pre-15. That means he's playing defensively a lot. After his lanes get ganked, go to the lane to pick up those minions. This guy is a very farm-oriented jungle rather than, gank-oriented or even, trying to get down the vision.
All right, let's see how Blank then performs once he gets into game. But the Zyra is banned away. The Jace, once again, on blue side for SKT. But JJ not going to have that influential pick that helped them win game number 3.
Yeah, they also feel like they're denying Faker a little bit, just making sure he can't first pick the Rise and have a strong performance on it. The Olaf ban is interesting. They're trying to force the Nidalee ban here, as far as I can tell.
And it does happen. So what is
Olaf?
First pick worthy here?
Olaf is definitely highly
banned.
Oh, never mind. It's already banned.
Yeah, so it's the Ashe. Basically, it's been a blue side ban by Samsung in multiple games. This is the first game it hasn't been banned, so the pick potential of the Ashe, as well as how good Bang has been at laning it, make it an incredibly high priority.
Also, back when I was doing my homework watching the previous summer games in the SKT versus Samsung matchup, the last series that they played, Bang's Ash was a huge part of actually killing Crown, because Faker and Crown went fairly close to even, but constant arrows from Bang's Ash, caused them to get picks and also enabled them to run in a very effective 1-4 composition and use the 4 members to pick off Samsung enemies.
Yeah, now we're in this difficult situation again, though, where it's the Lee Sin pick for Ambition, and he's in the spot where he's going to have to be a huge playmaker. This time as well, they need to make sure they can get enough late game damage, because a lot of the tanks would still be available for SKT.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a mid lane Karma, but then you would run into that damage problem that you're talking about. And with Zyra, one of the high damage supports also off the table, you'd be hard pressed to fill in that extra damage across the board.
Hypothetically, if this Gnar gets locked in, does Cuvée then lean back on that cannon once again? Even though it did not go very well for him in game 2. I mean, the laning phase started well, but it didn't go anywhere from there.
I think so. I think Samsung needs to have faith in their power picks. I think Kennen is a good power pick for them against Gnar, and it also allows them to save their last pick for Faker if they lock it in now.
And I think Kennen very good against Ashe specifically as well. Low mobility for Bang, for the backline, so could present a good target for that. Meanwhile, Jhin, which they prioritized denying Ruler, has been picked up for him. And we talked about comfort champions at Worlds for Ruler, that has been Jhin. And Crown all time has been Victor. Now he's going back to it after their Aurelion Soul game.
Yeah, and this is similar to when Faker locked in the Orianna blind before he necessarily had to. This is kind of Samsung making sure that Faker can't play the Victor, because Faker has played the Victor against Crown before and been extremely successful. So I kind of like it, actually, defaulting back to so much comfort.
I think it also demonstrates the renewed confidence of this team after that victory. They defeated SKT in at least a game. They know it is at least possible for them to destroy an SKT Nexus.
We'll see whether or not Samsung Galaxy can sustain their early and mid-game weaknesses. They've got a team composition that can most certainly do that. Definitely powers up in that mid-game very well. SKT need to lock in a... It's Zac!
Baby.
It's Zac!
Watch yourself, Crown, because...
It's the Zac-Ori combo, too.
Yeah, mid lane is definitely a target for that. Meanwhile, Cuvée also very quick to lock in that Kennen we were talking about. We'll see if he can have the same success early versus Duke.
How surprising is Zac? Because I'm pretty shocked. I thought it was a Meteor special.
I mean, a lot.
It's definitely something that both of these junglers have had to be working on, is an expansion of their champion pool, because so many jungle bans have been targeted at one another, and in this situation, it is something that makes it very difficult for Victor to push, and it's something Blank has played in the past.
And it's something that doubles down on the initiation. SKT have many forms of very long-range initiation with this composition. They can definitely create picks on Samsung members, like I talked about, if they do spread out again.
Addition, in terms of initiation, the Ashe, the Zac, the Gnar, any one of those lands, and the Shockwave can finish it off. Faker, he found some good Shockwaves towards the end of that game 3, but the mid-game was definitely lacking.
Yeah, there was a big target on Faker's back. As he was the main initiator on SKT, it was also critical that Samsung would consistently try to initiate on Faker, and that's how they won a lot of those fights.
Yeah, definitely did indeed. We're loading up into game 4. Team compositions are on your screen. Don't forget to send in those show-stopping moments by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. This could be the last game of the 2016 World Championship, and it's SK Telecom running Zac in the jungle against Samsung Galaxy.
You know, there was a time where we would be losing our minds about the Zac pick, but it's going to be surprising a little bit, just because you would have more expected to see something normal like Elise in this situation. But I do agree with Kobe here. It's a long-range initiation, and it's trying to fill a hole that SKT had in the last game. And even in game 1, where they had struggle closing, they get the big lead, they can play the waves, but really just trying to corral Samsung in the fights is something they have struggled with. And Zac and Orianna do fill that gap.
And of course, if Blank has been practicing this pocket pick, maybe scrimming with it with SKT when Bengi was not, whatever, it's a different flavor.
Well, he did play it versus RNG once. Only showed it there.
Didn't die.
No.
Deathless on Zac at Worlds.
We have to see how he does today. More pressure on the line. A lot more at stake. Quick numbers for you really quick. Samsung over the last 3 games. Approaching 10 minutes, they were down 23 gold. Approaching 15 minutes, they were down 2,200 gold. And 20 minutes, down 3,900 gold. Now, they do have one win under their belt with those sorts of numbers. They need to stop doing that if they want to reverse sweep. And that's why, even though, yes, they've got a win, it's still such a ridiculous uphill struggle for Samsung.
I agree with you. And the numbers that you just talked about are nothing like the numbers they displayed throughout the rest of the World Championship, where between the 15 and 20-minute phase was their best phase. That's where they decimated teams. Kind of goes to show how strong SKT is at just playing the map, especially whenever Faker has that mid lane pressure. I know he's dying a lot, but I cannot underscore how impressive it is when he shoves up, the rest of the team gets wards around him, and they win the map off of that.
Also, one of my favorite news statistics that we've been tracking is basically time pre-15 minutes where any member of the team has spent across the halfway mark, across half court. And all of the lanes of SKT are top 4 for time spent playing aggressively, playing in enemy territory.
And even before that, Faker spends 29% of his time forward, Crown 19%. So Faker, even before this matchup, is trending in that direction, but very aggressive trades here, trying to make sure Crown stays pushed in.
Yeah, using that Orianna passive to shove down Crown. Now, we've seen the two mid and top lane matchups before. Once we get a moment or two, I want to see what you think of this Ashe Nami into the Jhin combo as well.
Well, still on this mid lane, Faker, he's trading very aggressively because he went and put that ward on the Raptor camp, did see Ambition. That's why you can see him positioning here on the bottom side just barely. He should be timing it as they saw Ambition leave the Raptor camp. Meanwhile, Crown was taking those trades without any advanced knowledge of where Blank was. Now they've gone into the jungle. They've seen him place that ward, and they can act accordingly.
We also have to remember, Crown did get that kill onto Faker in game 1 solo on the Victor, so he's confident in the Victor versus Orianna matchup as well. Top lane matchup should favor QV early, and the dual lane matchup you would think would favor the Ashe Nami.
We'll have to find out. Bang's still 21 CS to 15, an early blue buff donation to Faker. It looks like it will be mirrored, as both Ambition and Blank are on manaless junglers. Slightly slower here from the Crown Ambition duo. And fans getting behind Samsung Galaxy.
Definitely worth voting for. I want to talk about how few options Blank actually has, though. Faker, as his recall is interrupted, he gets a summoner spell out of Crown.
Well, that helped Crown out, and he's actually got some support coming here from Ambition. Look for the Sonic Wave. Ward hop forward.
We hit it!
X follows it through. 100 HP, red buff is ticking. Not going to be enough to burn him down.
I love the flash there by Ambition, because even though he knew it wouldn't kill, he knew it would get the second summoner spell from Faker.
All right, hop over. Nas about to pop. Flash from QV. So mid lane Faker's down, top lane QV's down.
All right, we'll see how the junglers return to those lanes, because both of them have been playing aggressively. Both of those two were pushed up and will be prime targets. That also calls for both Ambition and Blank to bring out wards for their laners. There's the pink ward in QV's inventory after he's blown that flash.
Yeah. Look at this quest there. CoreJJ to get the very deep pink ward early, and it doesn't look like they spotted him heading in there. So unless Blank is disciplined enough to check that brush, it's going to be there for a while.
Great reaction to seeing the top lane gank. CoreJJ knows he can't be punished as they have vision of everyone who would collapse and do so.
Even going to delay the backs there from Bang and Wolf, so keep them in lane a little longer. Ruler is down 15 CS, but he's got a good wave and a half in front of him. Unfortunately, no support from CoreJJ, because he is losing quite a lot of those. And it's going to be falling slightly further behind, as he's now going to farm up under tower. So early advantages here to Samsung Galaxy just in the mid lane. Some vision inside that bottom quadrant of SK Telecom. And QV actually not with a very big CS lead at the moment. Picked up those double Doran's blades, and is now going to try to bully Duke even more, but not the same sort of lead he built up earlier in the day.
Yeah, but with the double Dorans, I think he's still going to have a shove advantage. It's just the gank is going to prevent him from being a little bit more aggressive. Also, notice how Blank didn't catch the ward in the jungle, so this is giving Samsung a ton of knowledge of how to play the lanes, at least in this phase. So the early ward already paying some dividends.
Yeah, exactly. A Zac gank onto a Kennen all it's really going to do is kind of even up the lane play and force Cuvée to play a little bit more, safe. Because yes, a Zac burning that flash is decently big, but because of the lightning rush, a Kennen never really has to be super scared of Zac gank. He can easily dodge the slingshot as soon as he sees it. Only thing he has to do is place his pink ward in the tribe brush so that he will see any sort of backdoor gank from Blank.
I want to see if there's enough discipline from Cuvée in terms of vision. Crown used that Chaos Storm to push Faker a little bit away. Both of these mid laners actually not opposed to throwing down those ultimates just for some pressure in the lane. It's a fairly short cooldown, especially when Crown's first item is those Lucidity boots. So definitely going to help him out in terms of all the utility that will offer.
Yeah, the mid laners definitely have been playing around pressure more than kills, and that's where the junglers can then play through the rest of the map because of what the mid lane can do.
Yeah, we talk about pressure a lot in League of Legends, and it's actually quite hard to keep track of all of the mini objectives, basically, that especially the Korean teams prize very highly. Those involve, opportunity. Oh, never mind.
All right, flash away from Crown, and Ghost tries to turn around to Faker. There's no flash available yet, but Ambition is too far away. He'll be unable to close the gap.
Double summoner burn there for Blank's time. Elastic slingshot towards the mid lane. Very common gank. Ambition does get a smite once again.
Interesting, he actually smited after Blank, so Blank got the Raptor buff, so immediately Ambition had the ward pop for Blank there, and he loses the buff
so he
right
knew
away.
that there was no...
Gets it. Easy.
Ambition's got access to that Dragon's Rage kick. No flash available to him yet. Ruler and Core JJ, they've been able to stem the bleeding. Down 10 CS, they were down about 20 a little while ago. And that pink ward that Core JJ placed earlier, spotting out Blank, spotting that red buff, that's been there for 3 minutes already. It was placed around 5. It'll be interesting to track just how much information this gives Samsung Galaxy. It's allowing them to play, a little more aggressive when they know where Blank is and how far along his ganking path is. Crown would have known that was coming.
Both sides pink warded here for Samsung Galaxy. You can tell they're very well aware that Zac has a penchant for ganking mid lane. And Ambition, once again, even showing up in the lane, placing the forward ward.
The pink wards are great to prevent the ganks, but it also is kind of evidence of the matchup. The Lee Sin is a better duelist early and a better clearer early than the Zac as far as dueling is concerned. So he's able to get the ward control to prevent the Zac from making those plays.
Even threatening the jungle, stealing away the Gromp as well.
Yeah, really just trying to deny Blank farm. If you get a Zac behind in a game, he becomes very useless.
But this feels like more discipline from Samsung. I'll finish the points in a moment. Duke and Cuvée trading. Slicing Maelstrom comes down the hop. Not going to get the secondary proc, and Duke is going to get away. The last time Ambition tried to invade was in game 2, like that style, on the Kindred. He had no support from his team. He got killed and ganked. This time around, Cuvée was there. Crown was already pushing through the river. It feels like Samsung a little bit more conscientious of their movements around the map, and that is a good sign if they want to continue playing into this mid game.
Yeah, they also have the early game matchup advantage in the jungle and the top lane. So it's a really close game in that sense right now because SKT's bottom lane is pushing, Samsung's top lane is pushing, and the mid lane is split.
And the important thing is to play off of your area of the map that has a strength. They want to transition it down to the bottom lane with the teleport that they have on Kennen.
Oh, JJ, it's caught. Double bubble means trouble. Core JJ flashes away. Summoners blown, 3 of them, and ultimates.
That is going to reduce options for trying to transfer your power down to the bottom lane because, look, there are no wards for Kennen to teleport on behind the bottom lane. Plus, he has to wait for his ultimate to come back up before that opportunity will be there for him.
While all that's going on, Fake is pushing into the mid lane. It's a lot of damage onto Crown, as well as the tower.
Yeah, the timing's worked out so well here for SKT because he has the blue buff, whereas Crown would want to go and get the blue buff, but that's allowing Faker to just be relentless on the turret, not to mention the harass down on the bottom side to maybe go for this Infernal Drake.
Looks like Samsung has something to say about it, though, as they're heading down that way. They
Gotta
did
be a blind
see
face
2-man
check.
exit.
Now he sees it.
Got to be very careful. Enchanted Crystal Hour is not available, nor is the Curtain Call. Infernal is peeled away from, and Samsung threatening enough to push them out.
That pressure on the Drake caused Crown to miss almost the whole wave there as Faker was pushing it into turret, and that evened up the CS for mid lane. And Faker, once again, getting more damage on that mid lane turret.
More control. And this is a good sign for SKT. This is a team composition that wants to scale. that wants multiple items. They're going even against Samsung's team comp that should have advantages in 2, maybe 3 rolls of the 5.
Well, Samsung really wants to hit these power points where it's the Ghost Blade on Jin and the Proto Belt on Kennen. Those are really big points for them to make those plays if they combine the teleport of Kennen down bottom lane with their Jin ultimate.
Bouncing grenade flies across. Bang takes a little bit of damage. Still somewhat in control of this lane, but being pushed backwards by Rula and Core JJ.
Yeah, nice for them to get a little bit of breathing room. They still don't have ward control in River, so they have to be a little bit scared. But every time they would see the Zac, they can be a little bit more aggressive. Also, there's little micro power spikes we have to worry about here as the items go back and forth.
All right, trading ultimate for ultimate, I'm sure. Shockwave catches Crown, Chaos Storm. Here comes the junglers. Blank and Ambition. Show face, give a little love tap. It's like mirrored 100%.
100% mirrored. It's insane, actually, how both junglers enter the frame at exactly the same time.
Well, I was also talking about, the limited option for those two. They know that, that is one of the few places for the Zac to go. It's hard for Zac to land a slingshot onto Kennen, especially since Cuvée has had double wards on topside the entire time. What we haven't seen very much, especially from these guys, are the ganks where you run into the side brush of that lane. Up top, it's very hard for top laners to keep wards in those side brush of their lane, so those can be very effective. Kennen's flash is obviously back up now, so that's much less deadly. And bottom lane, they obviously have the supports that are trying to clear those out and retain control of those brushes.
Yeah, not to mention the little small item spikes like the Mercury Treads on Duke, or the pink ward that's still sitting in SKT's jungle. Let that be a lesson. Always check that brush when you're jungling, because if someone sneaks a ward in there, it ruins your gank potential.
8 minutes up. Blank just walked past. I don't think he spotted it either. Still alive. Infernal Dragon's now been started by Samsung.
This is because of the recall of Faker. Those mini objectives, back timing are a premier mini objective that allow you to work your way up to the dragon. Faker back at base. That means Crown can come help, and the dragon secured there for Samsung.
That red buff ward is still spotting Blank. It's going on 9 minutes of lifetime. Multiple pings from Samsung Galaxy. They get their hands on the Infernal Drake. There was a questionable tidal wave from Wolf. Samsung are going even at 15 minutes, but they're hitting those power spikes. Almost Ghost Blade, Proto Belt's up. So this is where they've got to pull the trigger and accelerate ahead, right? Use that mid-game spike, that sort of 1-2 item spike on some champions.
Well, the Proto Belt, the 2 upgrades on the Hex Core, and when Ruler can get his Ghost Blade, that would be when Samsung would want to make a play. They already have some of those people with full items, though. Ambition invading the side of Blank. If they can get harassed, you want them to try and dive Duke, but very subdued play here. No one wants to make the first mistake.
Also, they don't have, much tankiness up on the top side of the map or a way to avoid tower aggro. So if you go for Duke, you have to be sure that he is just exhausted on the Gnar and won't turn Mega. As of right now, it's definitely dangerous. And Faker chases him out of their jungle.
Yeah, this time Ambition did not have the support on his team. He uses the Scuttle Grab to taxi out.
He's Lee Sin, though, instead of Kindred, so he is much more mobile and able to get these escapes off. This is a much closer early game than Samsung has been able to play in the past, which speaks well to the momentum they may have gained from that last win. Not to mention, I do actually think it's a bit of lack of discipline from Blank to never check that brush where the pink ward is.
The side lane brush gank here from Ambition, just positioning both for a counter gank, plus any aggression from Duke. Actually cancels his recall there because thought there was a chance Duke would go in, but definitely not because he's mini and just went exhausted.
Yeah, not gonna look for the engage just yet. 15 minutes has crested by. Samsung Galaxy had a 100 goal lead. It's the first time they've had a lead at that phase, but they're losing some pressure on the map. Bang and Wolf have really sort of had the time of the lane against Ruler Core JJ. Faker is pushing Crown in again and again and again, and it's Crown's tower that is looking like it'll be tower first blood. Unless the junglers have anything to say about it.
Which, here they come.
All right, Ambition, let's look for the shockwave. Again, mid laners on mid laners, junglers on junglers, but this isn't fair. Here comes the support. Crown flashes away. Ambition's running low. He uses the kick to send Blank flying. Ash Arrow comes out. Blank takes a couple extra shots, but nobody dies. Up in the top lane, Duke and Cuvée, they're going toe-to-toe. Slicing Maelstrom burns through. Flash for flash. Cuvée, first blood. Solo kills Duke.
Cube came into this series with the most solo kills of anyone. 15, and now he racks on another.
And in the clutch moment, after an incredibly close fight in mid lane, knows no one else can come there, he makes it happen.
The curtain call!
Faker,
Bang!
look for him!
Bang! Bang! Blank flashes for his life. Samsung get another.
Ruler, more like it, as they landed.
And
Wolf didn't take the hit. Oh my goodness. Samsung,
No one
though,
takes the hit.
another kill, this time mid lane, and they haven't had pressure mid lane in forever.
Blank might have been low. He's got cell division. He could take a hit. He's got a passive that brings him back to life. That was
Nobody wants to take a hit.
poor coordination. You have to play behind Faker. Watching this one more time, the instant Duke loses the Mega Gnar, Cube decides to go aggressive. He clears all the minions as well with the ultimate. And here, he knows he's got 2 stacks on him to get the final stun.
Exactly, the 2 lightnings there, and Cube goes in to find that. They also take this as a look at the play between Faker and Crown here. As Faker moves over to get actually snared right through. Yeah, Wolf is going for the heal damage onto Crown. Unlucky.
Unlucky indeed. Samsung Galaxy, 2 kills, an Infernal Drake, and 1,000 gold lead in 17 minutes. It took the items. They got their Proto Belt, they got their Ghost Blade, and almost instantly, they make a play. This is what you would have expected with the team composition, right? They need to keep doing that and keep pushing ahead, because if they maintain a small advantage, the scaling and the team fight power that SKT brings to the mid and late game is going to add up and be terrifying.
Well, look at this. They got scouted out as they dodged the Ash Arrow, but Ambition got scouted out by the Wolf Sprite right there, but that is going to push Duke off and probably give them first turret as well.
First turret gold is so important. First blood gold for Samsung. They can definitely snowball this one. Completely different story. Their 2 carries are on. They're comfortable champions here. And Cube has in a comfortable top lane spot of solo killing people.
The first 3 games of the series, Samsung were down on average 4,000 gold at 20 minutes. They currently have a 2,500 gold lead at 18.5. And full record, that red buff ward is still alive. That's going on 13 minutes. Yeah. Track that.
At a certain point, Core JJ needs to move it because they need to get another pink ward on the map, but that's insane.
All right, let's see. More pressure in the mid lane. Shockwave traded for Chaos Storm. I've seen that movie before. Here comes the junglers. Blank has jumped onto Crown. Unstable matter and let bounce. This should be the kill. Crown gets safeguarded. He sidesteps. He dodges. The ebb and flow takes him down. Cube's in trouble, taking so much damage. Will stun Blank up to buy some time. Blank may be able to charge the elastic slingshot. He swings and misses. Will get rooted in place by Core JJ. Buy some time. Cube still running for his life. Still not down. He's going to lightly rush away. Proto belts to safety. And Cube lives.
But Crown did not. Wolf again went for the heal damage on Crown. This time takes it off his head. And Duke cleans up the objective afterwards for SKT as well.
Wolf had the right idea first time. This time it actually works out. And it also leads to the mid lane turret falling, which can allow some more roaming. Watching this one more time, they trade ultimates as is customary, but the difference is Wolf is here. Core JJ's in base on Karma, so this turns the fight in Samsung's favor. Crown can't really get away from Blank right here. I feel like if he would have run straight backwards, he had a bit more of a chance.
Exactly. We can't focus on the aftermath, of these skirmishes. Focus on how SKT set that up. They force the bottom lane to recall for Samsung and immediately go to roam to make a play on mid lane instead of recalling themselves.
Then the narrow escape right at the end is Blank's never able to get the elastic slingshot to land. Nice juking by Cube.
Support from Ambition means Samsung Galaxy take their 2nd tower of the game. 20 minutes in, they're still up 2K. Mountain Drake will be up in the not too distant future, and Samsung Galaxy in a very good position going into the mid game. Cannot afford execution mistakes because they don't have a very sturdy front line, especially with Warrior Enchant on that Lee Sin.
Exactly. Once again, they're going to rely on the crowd control and zone control that comes from a Kennen. So Cube, the importance of his teleport and his flash, summoner spells are huge for this team. Also, that means that SKT have to focus so heavily on clearing out any Samsung wards that do get across the map for them.
Didn't catch exactly when that red buff ward went down, but it is now cleared from the bottom quadrant of SKT's jungle. And SK Telecom starting to build up. It's a Frozen Mallet first for Duke's Gnourt. A little bit focused again on that split push, as has really been his sort of flavor of the series.
Definitely wants to get that advantage. And remember what we were talking about as well in Champion Select with this SKT composition, how many AoE abilities they bring to this team fight. If they can start it off with an Ashe Arrow, it's very easy for them to combo, you know, shockwaves into Gnar ultimate. So both have to be very wary.
The tools for initiation are there. The tools to outplay kind of there for Samsung. As far as zone control that we were talking about earlier, Crown also, to me, on his Victor, has better use of his gravity field than any other Victor I've seen as far as preventing the other team from getting initiations. And as long as he's not getting hit by the Ashe Arrows, his gravity field can stop the follow-up initiations a lot of the time.
And one of their biggest tools as well for dodging those initiation tools that SKT are bringing is the speed that Core JJ on the Karmas bring. We already saw it in lane a little bit with Ruler, you know, dodging that Ashe Arrow as Core JJ applied the speed to him. But that will also be crucial as far as those mid-game picks that we are anticipating in these Vision Wars.
Pressure now in the mid lane as Samsung Galaxy grouped up. Got themselves that dragon. They maintain a really passive control of the map. Only outer tower remaining is now behind Faker. They're going to commit some resources to taking that down because they don't have a tower to fall back to. That safety net rather is just not there.
The other thing about setting that up with the Ashe is Bang is one of those players who's played Ashe for a very long time, and he's the guy that will sneak into the pocket of Fog of War to fire it from so that you have less time to dodge. So the wards not only will serve as, teleport locations, but also early alert, to try and see the Ashe Arrows come and try and dodge those out.
Yeah, so much of that is prepped by the vision control very early on. The pink ward control in the mid lane for SKT is pretty good, and I think some of that spews from the mid lane turret being down already.
I think it's fair to say that SKT's vision this game has been 1 or 2 steps ahead of Samsung's over the course of the 4 games. It feels like they've pushed vision in very deep. They've cleared vision out where needed in the areas they're prioritizing.
And a lot of times, Samsung will actually be ahead in the warding stats. They've placed more wards in this series by SKT by a long shot. But that's because SKT switches over to sweepers so much earlier. You can see even in this game already 2 sweepers, and that's actually how they caught the pink ward, was Wolf running through their own jungle with the sweeper to get rid of it. And there's another example of it right there.
Exactly. Switch over the sweepers very early. Also, when you're in control of the map, as SKT have been in control for a very large portion of those early games in the series, don't have to replace your pink wards as often as they're not getting killed out by the enemy, leading to lower numbers but higher control. A little bit deceptive.
Okay, so Samsung's in control. They've got a minor lead. They've got a good mid-game team composition. And good flash. Wow. Respect flash from Ruler. Now Samsung is in a position that SKT have been in 2 games. Going into the mid-game with somewhat of a lead. It's not as big, but how does SKT play from behind? Let's see as Blank is being jumped on. Very good curtain call. This is going to be a target of Blank. Teleports matched 1-for-1 in the river in mid lane. Interesting maelstrom. Bang just gets blown up. Blank gets turned on. He gets kicked back into the mid lane. Cube is going to get dropped, so that makes it a 1-for-1. Looks like Blank's able to get away for now.
Yeah, he had a very quick flash there right off of the screen. So he was able to get out.
Yeah, really hectic engage right there as they trade 1-for-1. And even though Faker landed a decent shockwave, it wasn't nearly enough to save Bang, who had taken a lot of harass from Ruler's initiation. This is kind of the classic matchup we've seen this year between the Ashe and the Jhin, where yes, Ashe can fire with the arrow, but the curtain call can be just as threatening on the enemy AD carry.
All right, going to use that Ghost Blade. 2 more shots, even though caught by a prison. Crown is going to use that
Did they overstay?
That's going to catch Faker. That's very important to prevent further engage. And look at that. Captive audience slows Duke down and prevents any further chase. Samsung get the tower.
Huge for Samsung. They get all of the outer turrets, and that is so much in the next step of the vision game. Here we go, though, with the ultimates that you're talking about from Jhin onto Bang. And he doesn't respect that teleport in. Cube is definitely going to immediately use his ultimate. Yes, he gets stunned under tower range by Duke, which is great to get the counter kill for them. But not going to be able to get any more out of it. And by the way, with that flash as well, Blank did save his passive for cell division on Zach. So there's the two-step initiation of the Ash Arrow into the Zach slingshot that's still very much available. And he has the confidence that he's got the extra passive to die in that middle of the team fight as well.
Yeah, already 2 Drakes to 0 for Samsung. If he gets Crown, no, got Flash.
He does indeed flash away from Crown. Ambition sidesteps the arrow. It was Core JJ that ate it. He's now going to flash into the blue pit and continue backing away. Blank, elastic slingshots over the wall. There's still a tower
Very spread
for Crown
fight.
and Ambition to get in. Very good Aqua Prison and another elastic slingshot. Crown will go down. Throws down a gravity field to buy some escape time.
SKT relentless. They have so many of these CC abilities, these tools for initiation, that they continue to attack Crown, and he can't get any more flashes. So
Yeah, really good extended fight there by SKT, taking a small numbers advantage at the start and being willing to spread out as they chase everyone of Samsung down.
Oh, Faker.
Speaking of which, that also happened before the fight, which meant they had a numbers advantage more so when they're going in there. Huge play there by Faker.
And that's the kill that Faker couldn't pull off. Earlier in the season, he was flashing for Crown and just misplayed it. This time around, gets his man.
Wow, so that actually means that it was 2 kills as well from Drake, and that gives them a gold lead for the first time in quite a while.
But going back to the question just before all that happened, kill Samsung Galaxy and take the dragon. It seems like a pretty easy answer to how do SKT play this mid-game. Constant engages from the Zach. Definitely much bigger impact than the Kindred pocket pick from Ambition.
Yeah, definitely a big move for SKT. But remember, Samsung, they have been controlling the Dragon previously, and they've already got the Infernal and the Mountain in their pocket, which is going to help a lot towards the late game, whereas the Ocean Drake is going to fall off, and another Ocean Drake is coming up, so not really an opportunity for SKT to answer as far as those spawns are concerned. And really, it is going to be so much about, are these Ash Arrows going to hit? Are they going to fire over these wards? And who's got flash up? Neither of the carries for Samsung have flash up at the moment.
Well, Ula doesn't need it.
Gotta walk yourself out then.
Bitman's gonna safeguard in a second. Gets caught by Let's Bounce. The kick, the shockwave delivery system. That allows a kill onto Ambition. Curtain Call is only tagging the tank. And Blank has just got so much HP and armor.
And even without these Ash Arrows connecting, you're seeing how difficult it is for Samsung to 1-3-1 safely. Because as soon as they have Crown in the top lane, SKT is fearless in their initiation.
Relentless engage from SKT, and they're not done yet.
That's more.
All right, Blankson gonna get jumped on by 2 members, but the support from Wolf as well as Bang coming up from the river. SKT grab themselves another kill, and it feels like whenever Samsung do not have a flash, they are such a juicy target.
Remember that the backline for SKT is also quite juicy as far as Cuvée is concerned with the Kennen. His flash, his teleport, both about to come off of cooldown when he hits level 16.
So where are the wards, Kobe? I can see one in the bottom lane behind Duke. It's not the most ideal of targets. A couple in the mid lane. So SKT would have to overextend to present themselves as a, juicy, perfect target for Cuvée.
It's true, and also Duke would have to have less split push pressure, because even though the Kennen has the early shove on the Gnar, when you get that Frozen Mallet and Spirit Visage, it becomes really difficult for Cuvée to actually get a window with which to teleport.
Also, as you can see by the cooldown on that Proto Belt, he constantly uses the Proto Belt to clear minion waves, so then wouldn't have it if there's an on-demand teleport, if something breaks out, and you need to have these instant responses, because, as we talked about, SKT decision-making is lightning quick.
It's allowed them to win 2 games of the series. Faker threw down the Ghost and the Shockwave, didn't kill Core JJ. We've gone over 30 minutes, and it's a 1,500 gold lead for SKT. The towers are even. Baron is starting to become a juicier and more interesting target. And Blank has picked up GA. So not only does he have Cell Division, he's also got that Guardian Angel. So nice, you have to kill him thrice. If at all.
Great feeling, actually, to be able to die multiple times. Just charge straight into the fight. We'll see if it's necessary, even though. As Bang, again, looking for those pockets of Fog of War. They're all on the bottom side of the map at the moment. Samsung know that, they can't let up as far as the vision control around Baron at the moment.
Yeah, and Quickshot, you mentioned Guardian Angel, but the Death Cap and Void Staff included on Faker, and then the Infinity Edge and the crit build being completed on Fang. SKT is incredibly strong right now. We don't have the same level of item power spikes on Ruler or Crown right now, so really if SKT can get some type of pick here, it could turn into a massive advantage.
Well, this is where the scaling side of the SKT comp really starts to come into its own. Black Cleaver now picked up for Duke. Cuvée sitting on his 3-item spike, Void Staff, Hourglass, and that Proto Belt. But he needs the wards. He needs to get in behind SKT to win a team fight, because if you look at all the damage on the Samsung Galaxy, it's going to take so many rotations of spells to get through Zac and Gnar alone, if they're in a straight-up head-to-head fight.
There is a huge amount of pressure on Cuvé's shoulders to run the makeshift front line using the zoning of his ultimate, but then also the invulnerability of his Zhonya's. There's plenty of damage on Samsung. And once someone does get stunned up with the ultimate of Kennen, Crown has been magnificent at layering his gravity shield, gravity fields.
Now Cheryl onto Ambition. Blank's coming in from behind. And the fight's now going to break out. Gravity Field will pull Blank backwards. That should be the GA pop. Cell Division still available. Curtain Call interrupted. Very good tidal wave. He's found 3. Blank charges up. The Maelstrom. The Slingshot. Faker's down. Samsung get 3.
Quick shot, just like we talked about. The wards and SKT move right up into Samsung's jungle, right where they want him. They collapse. Now it's going to be the Baron for them as well.
And it's nothing that SKT can do about it at this point. They meander into a fight in Samsung's jungle and get absolutely obliterated by Samsung's response. That is the reverse of what you expect when watching SKT, who normally is the reactive team.
The arrow onto Lee Sin, who simply safeguards away. And even though Blank has multiple lives, you don't want to use them inside the jungle. They corner themselves. Gnar is not there to start it out either. And that is the dream flank. All members of the back line for Cuvée. When the pressure is on, the weight on his shoulders, he grabs them all.
Not to mention the tidal wave was used to interrupt the curtain call, which left no disengage once Cuvée had entered the fight. Massive play.
That's a Blank special. Just overreaching. No, just overreaching.
You've seen it so many times. And that's why Bengi seems to sync better with SKT sometimes. He was over the wall. He didn't hit anyone with his elastic slingshot. And then everyone was waiting around for his Guardian Angel.
All right. I love criticizing Blank, but that was probably a team call.
One of your favorite things.
It was probably a team call there because they went with Ash Arrow. They wanted to engage on it.
All right, Tidal Wave was thrown down in the mid lane.
They get Faker!
Galaxy, they've killed Faker. We didn't see the setup, but it doesn't matter. With Baron buff looking to make a play. I can see Ambition's flashes down. I'm sure we're going to replay that.
Much like in the last game, Samsung get Baron, Faker tries to defend an outer turret, and Ambition just sneaks in the backside to get the kickoff. This is going to be another big Baron power play for Samsung.
Already at 3,000 gold. They take their 5th tower of the game. They're sieging up in multiple lanes. Now they're pressuring the mid inhib. 28 seconds before Faker can respawn. Inhib on the bottom lane is down. Samsung are now pushing onto the inhibitors. 15 seconds before Faker comes up. Mid and bottom might just fall in a matter of seconds. Mid
oh my God.
Synchronized. Inhib. Ruler gets tagged. Instantly throws the QSS down and is able to run away. Woo!
We are getting closer and closer to a 5th game in the World Finals, which we have never had before. But Samsung would have to be able to close. They're 5,000 gold up. And SKT will continue to scale.
And almost all of that gold came from this Baron power play. This is approaching a 6,000 gold Baron power play here. Look at that. Ambition goes in, finds Faker again. This is almost like we're watching it over and over again. Ambition in on Faker, takes him down.
Yeah, and Blank, down his Guardian Angel, down his Cell Division. Going to be difficult for him to get a good engage, especially because Samsung is just using their zone control, staying spread out. They have the QSS on Ruler already, and when they get the Mikhails onto Core JJ, that Asher initiation won't be possible.
Oh, Ambition's looking for Faker again. Not going to find him just yet. Let's bounce, interrupting the possibility of a
Dead.
Ambition is now down. SKT turning it around. Core JJ gets caught out. The Mega Gnourt comes down as well. That's 2 kills for SKT. Samsung unable to find a kick this time around.
Great punish there from SKT, making Ambition pay this time around. And that should be enough to actually buy them a huge amount of time for those inhibitors to come back up. Yes, we just had a game where Samsung had multiple SKT inhibitors down, yet it took them 70 minutes. So we could very well be in for the long haul.
Yeah, watching this attempt one more time, they do see Faker on a ward, so they think they can get the pick. Because if they get this with 2 inhibitors down, they think they win the game. But he can't sneak behind him here. And then he gets heavily punished by the tidal wave and the ultimate from Faker, timing just right with the Gnourt teleport.
That's the thing with Lee Sin. He usually needs Flash to pull off the really miraculous plays. And without the extra ability there, Ambition, a little bit too much.
The scale of SKT's deficit is not the same as Samsung Galaxy's, but they find themselves in a similar scenario. They're behind, their opponents have got strong map control, there's super minions on the map, and Samsung Galaxy are looking great route, but Duke managed to hop away. Juve's still gonna...
It's a matter of how much health he has. He has no one to help him right now.
All right, there's no support. This should equal a kill. The hop, the bounce, the
Great
final
hop.
shot. Not gonna find his target. The stun does. Juve combos with Ruler.
And the 2 inhibitors are still down. There will be 1 wave of super minions that I think crashes in the bottom side as they assault this outer turret.
And that was a very dodgeable skill there from Duke, and he just runs straight instead of taking the half step backward, eats the root, ends up going down. And now Ambition once again.
He gets caught up by Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the bubble, the bounce, everything. Chaos Storm is buying some time. Bang is forced to run away. Look at the damage from those ticks over and over, and the tower falls.
Yeah, but I like SKT countering that play, knowing Ambition is going for the flank.
Juve though!
He's looking for more. Wolf is able to get away to safety. The tower is being focused by Ruler and Clown. That means all towers except Nexus are down.
You can tell this team refueled after that victory. The resurgence here from Samsung. Looking to get 3 inhibitors already, only 30 minutes into the game.
And because of the super minions pushing the bottom turret, SKT weren't able to punish in the upcoming 4v5 with Duke respawning. Samsung knew what they had right there, and they were able to take advantage of it.
A far more convincing game this time around from Samsung, looking to even this series up.
And I think that's a key word, though, Kobe, looking to even the series up. Yes, they got the 3 inhibitors down. 2 of them will be respawning pretty soon. And maybe they'll be able to take the Elder Drake and the Baron defense from there. They still have the potential of a Zac with an Orianna. But with the way Samsung's been playing, it doesn't seem that likely to work for SKT.
The thing is, with this composition, when you open up the map this much, you can't even open up the map further for Samsung. There are so many spots that SKT have to clear for wards. There's almost no way they can be confident if they ever go out to contest an objective that there's not a ward behind them. They constantly have to be looking over their shoulders for Juve.
Because of the death cap as well. He's had that 1 great initiation, and there's the threat of the other one. That's what they should be using to try and secure this Baron and this Elder Drake. The order, even though Elder Drake comes up first, should be Baron to the Elder Drake, because the Baron lasts much longer, and they want to maximize their time with both buffs.
Samsung Galaxy on the verge of making history here in the World Championship, potentially going to 5 games against a team that everyone expected to just wipe the floor with Samsung, and they've showed incredible grit throughout the series. Playing from behind, and now they've started Baron proactively.
Juve is hoping they come into the choke so he can get the flank on them, but he can't get caught on his go for Faker.
He's gonna find Faker and kill him, but he used the slicing maelstrom. Blank is in the pit with Ambition. That's a good Ash arrow. Picked up Samsung Galaxy. Blank is now left alone in the pit. Duke running for his life. A couple more tags. Juve can't find the stun just yet. Tidal wave sends him fishing. Crown throwing down those death rays over and over. Blank is exhausted. The curtain call. The gravity. Kills. It's a double for Bang.
Holy! Bang comes up huge right there. He's able to save the game for SKT.
It's not over. Blank slingshots into the mid lane. Core JJ's looking to bounce him down. The ebb, the flow, not going to be enough for the kill just yet. Here comes Ambition. Rulers on a rampage. Ambition looking for the Sonic Wave. Duke hops away and gets to safety.
If Crown was able to close that kill onto Bang, we would be listening to Silver Scrapes right now before Game 5.
We're not play it that early.
Just play it for 10 minutes. Wolf, though, I cannot underscore Wolf's exhaust when Crown went for the flash was critical in keeping them alive in that setup. And this game is still far from over.
Whew. All right, let's take another look at the kill from Faker's perspective. No time to react at all.
On a Jin trap, too, so really no escape there. But they go for the Baron Steel, don't get it. And at this point, SKT needs to be in a full retreat. Duke knocks Cuvée back a little bit, and Crown has just running as fast as he can right here. And he wants the assassination onto Bang. That's all he cares about.
He wants to end the game right now. They're
exhausted immediately.
If that was in there, they would be able to finish it completely. Bang flashes over the gravity field. Life steals his way there. Comes up huge for SKT once again.
Samsung Galaxy still maintain control. Baron on a couple of their members and exposed inhibitors in the middle and bottom lane. As we crest the 40 minutes, Bang sets another World Championship record this series, 460 CS. Ambition is looking for Wolf. He's caught in the jungle.
Kind of on his own here.
Completely by himself. Gets the Dragon's Rage, eats a shockwave. A lot of ultimates used. Samsung now in a 4v4 as Duke was not there.
A critical mistake there by Ambition because that delays their setup for the Elder Drake and gives Duke time to clear the super minions in the lane with the exposed inhibitors. So Ambition definitely going a little bit too hard there. Last game was definitely the Ambition show. This game he's actually being carried a bit by the rest of his team.
And time is exactly what SKT need. They have such a solid team fight composition. If they can make it to the point to even up the war chest here, the gold is starting to close, and the vision game could be in for another banger.
I think we already are, baby.
Yeah, this is a barn burner if I have ever seen one. And this series could really heat up if we're able to get to the 5th game. We mentioned SKT with the potential of the reverse sweep. That's what happened the last time when they lost to KT Rolster in the LCK playoffs. You didn't think it would be possible here against Samsung, but Samsung thinks otherwise.
Gentlemen, to give you an idea of how much of a barn burner, 10 Barons and 21 Dragons in 4 games with the potential of more. Samsung Galaxy start the Elder Dragon using some of their abilities, and Duke is still pushing in the top lane.
Yeah, tight timings here because they would need to teleport in right now for Duke, and I need to see his Meganar bar.
He's trying to charge up halfway there.
All right, Dragon is going to reset. The minion wave continues to push. Duke has arrived. He's in the pit. No flash available. Elder Dragon down to 4,000. It seems to be focused. Samsung
Blank combo
away. It's not reset just yet. Curtain call onto Wolf is going to get interrupted by the tidal wave. And Cuvée has found Bang and pushed them away. But Blank is bouncing all up in Samsung Galaxy. The shockwave kills Cuvée. Blank is going low. Blank is going to flash away. Duke's in trouble. Ruler can't get the kill. He does in the end. Sends him packing with a deadly flourish. Now Duke's in trouble. The GA's pop. Ruler gets another. Finds the shutdown. Turns his attention into Duke. And Samsung Galaxy are pushing into the base.
Ruler, Rookie of the Year, flashes forward for the play for Samsung to get back inside the base.
What a game for Ruler, but that fight was so close right there. Crown staying full health this entire time, and the question is, will that be enough to close the game? It's just Faker and Blank trying to defend.
2 versus 4. Samsung Galaxy waiting for the minions to push in. They've got their second inhib.
Blank's cutting off the minion wave as well, so they can't actually get minions into the base.
Couple of pings on the top inhibitor. The rest of Samsung pushing around. Ambition and Blank starting to go toe-to-toe. Jungler on jungler action. Shockwave catches Ruler, but the Defiance comes up. Crown shuts him down. That's a good kill. The 3rd inhibitor falls. Samsung waiting for the supers.
Can't cut all the minion waves. Cuvé's here now.
Cuvée is running into Blank. That's the GA. That's gone down. Cell division might still be up and it will not matter.
With 3 inhibitors down and 2 players, it's a matter of time, you would think. It's just Bang, Wolf, and Duke to try and prevent a Game 5.
Oh, let's see the final push. Samsung Galaxy, they throw down the curtain call. The music is about to play. Silver Scrapes, cue it up. Samsung now running for their lives. Ash Arrow onto Cube. Gets it crowd. The slicing maelstrom. That's Bang packing. There's not done yet. The Nexus turrets are the focus. And Staples Center play the Silver Scrapes. Samsung and SKT are going to Game 5.
And 22 minutes into Game 3, you never would have thought this would be possible. But now Samsung is 1 win away from being a world champion.
A completely rebuilt team, bringing players back from CBLOL, from the NALCS, from retirement almost, and from solo queue. Ruler steps up.
From the history books, Ambition, role swaps to jungle. The greatest player to never make Worlds is in a Game 5 championship bout in his first time here.
Greatest role swap of all time.
Yeah, and
has to be.
We're blessed so far with this series because this is the first World Final to go all 5 games. I cannot wait for this 5th game just to see. I mean, I'm expecting Bangu to sub back in. That blank substitution did not work whatsoever. He was mismatched with the team in the initiations, and the Zac pocket pick didn't work out very well from them. This is the moment where these teams are truly tested.
They said only the Tigers could push SKT this far.
Wrong.
But Samsung has done it.
They have indeed. We're going to Game 5. We're going to head down to the analyst stage to take a look at just how well Samsung won Game 4.
We asked for it at the beginning of the day, gentlemen, and Samsung Galaxy has delivered a Game 5 for us here. 2 wins for SKT, 2 followed up by Samsung Galaxy, and boy, is this venue heating up.
And after the second game, I was taunting the Fisher, like, you gotta listen to the superior analyst, clear 3-0, and he was like, yeah, and then suddenly, everything went downhill from there.
Everything went downhill. Started game 3, obviously.
Went
with
uphill.
Well, it went uphill for Samsung, downhill for SKT, you know, and your prediction, obviously, but we saw that game 3, this was the big turnaround for Samsung. Game 4, you can see how much it means for them now. My voice is gone, I've been yelling in here as well because this is just absolutely crazy to watch. But seeing Samsung in the early game now play much, much better, not make the same over-aggressive mistakes and then get punished for them. There were still a few mistakes here and there, but both teams have had the same ones.
Yeah, definitely. And that was the first early game out of Ambition where I'm like, this guy is now on point, getting multiple camp steals, tracking Blank around the jungle. That's all you have to do against Zac because this guy needs to impact with his ganks, and he wasn't able to do that because of the Lee Sin.
I'm still so worried for the Samsung bot lane in the early game, though. Every single game they play, they're getting murdered, especially once the CS hits like 20 to 30. Ruler seems to get stuck in really poor trades every single game, and then Samsung get, honestly, a big deficit right there, but on the top side of the map. If you have a deficit bot side, you need to start winning top side, and the man to do that was Cuvée. What a performance from him in that top lane.
Yeah, one of the big things we talked about coming into the series was counterpicking top.
Yep.
And how important it was. You've seen both top laners do it every single game now. They're able to get like good matchups if you were picking last as a top laner. Kennen was the second time we saw it. First time he won the lane big time, but then he got dove 500 times and he just ended up dying and did absolutely nothing in team fights. This game he had a good laning phase, got a solo kill as well, and he took that into team fights. Some beautiful flanks. We even have a replay of one of the insane flanks he pulls off.
Yeah, and we'll get to that replay in just a moment as we see SKT on our screens here going over what their plans might be for Game 5 here. Spawn, take this away.
And this just shows how much on a different page Blank is from the rest of the team because they're going to initiate onto Ambition here. And Blank decides that he's going to dive over the opposite side of the red buff. And it's just, he isolates himself for no purpose.
Yeah, and you are Zac. When you use your slingshot to not even get into the fight, you are doing absolutely nothing. He actually jumped in and just painted a big arrow buff. He said, please go for me, and then Cuvée shows up.
And this is what happens when you don't have to go Zhonya second, when you can get the Snowboard Void stuff. He even has his Zhonyas as well, and he honestly just tears through that backline.
And that's honestly a great point that Spawn brings up right there, because a Kennen that has the lead, not only can he itemize more efficiently for power teleports, but also you can just keep pushing the lane, allowing for yourself to have more windows of opportunity to exactly use that teleport. In the previous game where he picked Kennen, as the Fisher alluded to, he won lane. but then he got pushed in, meaning he could never really get any teleport. There wasn't any deep vision. But right now, Samsung lured SKT in their jungle, and they punished them super hard.
Yeah, we have to, of course, look at Blank, who got subbed into this game. Picked is Zac. He's played it before already here in playoffs, so it's not like the pick itself is super surprising, but you need so good coordination to play Zac Orianna especially, because you want to coordinate like the proper ball setups and then like a beautiful engage into a fight. He had multiple attempts in the mid lane where they looked very off. We actually saw Samsung win a lot of those skirmishes in the mid lane, and then we just saw that big replay where he jumps in and just literally sets himself in front of Samsung and just allows him to kill him.
Well, let me use the Bengi Blank situation to push us forward to this 5th game, because Bengi is being subbed back in. So after that loss, Game 5, SKT's putting their chips back into the Bengi basket here. And Samsung Galaxy, well, they've chosen blue side. So what are our primary thoughts or preliminary thoughts going into Game 5?
We need a strong pick. If you're an SKT fan, you want a strong pick on Faker, and you want, again, Bengi to play around that mid lane. Because if you're watching Faker's player cam throughout the game, he was getting a little bit frustrated at the end as well. He was raising his hands up. Faker has shown that in the past. He's also shown that if you make him angry, which he is right now, he will smash you in the next game. So I'm very excited to see what that guy does.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if he can transition from what was a really sloppy game with his jungler back to the jungler that he's comfortable with, and whether he can execute really crisply, because that's going to be pretty key in this game.
All right, well, here's the thing. The graphic is up, so now I'm going to go back down the line. I'm going to ask you guys, with this 5th game in mind, I'm going to give you the chance to change your minds here on your predictions. So, Crepo, starting with you, who's going to walk away world champion tonight?
I'm going to change my prediction. Instead of a 3-0, I'm going to go for a 3-2. SKT is still going to win it because they put Bengi back in.
All right, so Bengi back in, seals the deal for you, Crepo, in a 3-2 now. But Spawn, what are you thinking?
You know, in LCK playoffs, when KT got the reverse sweep, I was so happy. Big KT fan back from when they were KTA. And then when they lost out to the Samsung roster, I was like, KT didn't die for this. Well, it turns out they did, because they're going to reverse sweep SKT as well. I'm going to flip-flop on this one and lock it in for Samsung.
There it is. We got our vote for Samsung here on the desk. Deficio, what do you got?
Well, you got the crowd with you as well there, Spawn. I think Samsung will have, you know, a super, super good advantage coming into this, just in terms of mindset, attitude, everything. I do think, however, SKT has the experience to pull this one back, to get Bengi back in there. They're going to play much better with the jungler early on. They're going to get some dragon control. And I'm going to stick to the prediction I had earlier in the day. Competitive series. It will go back and forth, but SKT will win in the end.
Okay, but now I'm going to make you all flip-flop here. I'm going to make you all flip-flop here. So back down the line, though. I want you to give me the reason or the way that Samsung Galaxy wins, and then I want you to give me the reason or the way that SKT wins.
You want to go first?
All right, so the way Samsung is going to win this game is they need to, first of all, have a pick in mid lane where they can actually gank around it. And we saw the Victor be very successful because they had Jhin coming in, they had support coming in, they had jungle coming in, everything. Victor again against Orianna, I actually think that's a fine matchup for them. So I want to see that matchup again. I think SKT will also take it, can be fine for both sides. And then also for top lane, QV, he needs to have a strong laning phase, and he cannot start falling behind because they need him to set up these big team fights.
All right, so you're looking for the solo lanes to make up for an expected deficit in the bot lane. Now, Spawn, flipping back over to SKT. How does SKT walk away with victory here after sustaining 2 losses? We have to remember that this is a team that just lost twice in a row.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday I said that they have 4 players not in my top 20 at Worlds, and I'm going to stick to that because 4 of them are playing real poorly today. However, they do have the best and second best player in the world. I think the Faker is still the best. I think Bang stepped up huge. And I think that if for one game these guys can just go off and exploit their counterparts, they will be able to pick up the victory. However, the rest of the team needs to stop feeding for that to happen.
And Ban Lee's in, by the way. Ambition is making some plays, some good and bad ones, but he's making a lot of proactive plays, and Samsung needs that.
All right, anything left to be said here, Crepo, or are you just going to smile and nod? That's okay, you're a pretty man. You can afford to do that.
I just hope Duke stops trying to be a hero.
Yeah.
He keeps going for these plays because a lot of QV solo kills come from Duke aggressing first. If the plan is for SKT to play around mid lane and get Faker comfortably and have him chip away the turret, Duke is fine being in a CS hole, but he doesn't have to keep going for the place and dying, because that's exactly the moment where QV takes over the game, and then the advantage spills over, and suddenly that bot lane deficit doesn't matter anymore. So I'm just looking for a strong performance in the bot lane and the mid lane from SKT, and Duke, just stop dying.
All right. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. After 5 weeks of competition, it all comes down to a single game. We'll be back with the deciding clash between SK Telecom T1 and Samsung Galaxy right after this.
Up in the top lane, Duke and QV, they're going toe-to-toe. Slicing Maelstrom burns through. Flash, QV, first blood! Solo kills Duke! Very good title win. Duke, he's found 3. Black charges up the Maelstrom. The slingshot, Faker's down. SKT turning it around. Core JJ gets caught out. The Mega Knock comes down as well. Flanker's exhaust, the curtain call, the gravity. Kills. It's a double for Bang. Duke's in trouble. Ruler can't get the kill. He does in the end. Sends him packing with a deadly flourish. Now Duke's in trouble. The GA's pop. Ruler gets another. Samsung and SKT are going to game 5.
So let me catch you. So let me catch you slipping by. Why do I get myself? Why do I get myself caught up in these lonely nights? Oh, why do I get myself? Why do I get myself caught up in these lonely nights?
And welcome back to the 2016 League of Legends World Championship, where it's all come down to this. One more time into the breach, Samsung Galaxy or SK Telecom. Samsung have elected blue side, as is their want in game 5. SKT have brought back Bengi.
The most important champion select switch. They have chosen to put Bengi in. Because honestly,
Unbelievable series. And there is so much on the line here in terms of SKT's legacy. And you know how much Faker and the rest of SKT care about this because, I mean, To win 3 and 4 years when the sport is so young will mean they're going to be the greatest team in the history of League of Legends for a very long time. But Samsung can stop that with one more game.
The beauty is, if Samsung do that, they will actually tie the number of world championships that the organization has with SK Telecom. It was a 2-year road, and we've told the story a bunch. Last year, they were 10th and 9th, then 6th in spring. Didn't even make very far in the playoff run. And when we've seen the player cams of Faker on stage, he looks visibly upset and frustrated with how the series has gone. Kobe, how does Faker and the rest of SKT now bounce back with momentum technically with Samsung?
That late game poise, that discipline that we always talk about with this team has to show through here. This is where that comes to light. Game 5 of the finals. They showed it versus the Rocks Tigers, and they have to repeat here.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's going to be another Orianna game, because it can swing both ways. Either the fatigue catches up with Samsung and it's like the end of the Rock series where they lose the ability to flash the shockwaves, or have they wisened up to it and are very good at playing around it, because it seems like it's less effective almost each game he plays it.
I want to talk about that fatigue because these are some of the longest games that we've seen throughout the entirety of the World Championship. You know, 70-minute game, multiple 50-minute games. Fatigue with the finals, with the cup, with this crowd.
And it's not just the time duration either. These are emotionally and mentally draining games. When you get to that 60-minute mark in games like that, and the decisions that you have to make, you know, the pressure of playing in Fog of War, having to juggle Baron versus Elder Dragon versus inhibitors, and what decisions to make that quickly, it takes a toll on you.
It absolutely does. And you can see the man on your screen, Coma, running through his notebook, running through his options. We're just giving Bengi a couple of minutes to set up once he configures his play area. We're jumping into game 5. I'm gonna put you guys on the spot. We're a couple minutes away from picks and bans. What would you anticipate? Because the question in my mind is Lee Sin worth banning or taking away from Ambition?
That's a great question, because we just have to look at the last time that SKT was on that side of the map. They threw double jungle bans and a Rise at them. So at that point, I say it's not quite worth banning, because I'd still rather see Ambition's Lee Sin than Crown's Rise, but it really would just depend on their confidence level of Faker playing something else into Rise.
Yeah, I don't think you can ban out the jungle currently. This guy also has an amazing Elise. He's received Elise bans before. I mean, these guys have deep champion pools at that position. The one place where I might see that happening would be mid lane. And as we talked about so many times, Faker's deep champion pool trying to attack the shallow one of Crown.
Yeah, throw more bans at Crown. The game
put them all out.
Seen
throw them all mid
lane bans, and he doesn't play Victor. Just throw one more in there. Leave some junglers up, actually. Maybe even give Olaf over. That would be super risky. Maybe that's a bad idea. But that's something that if SKT feels a little bit desperate after losing 2 games, they might look to do.
To me, though, you know, consistently throwing multiple mid lane bans at Samsung, yet letting him have Crown, having Victor, which is the champion we confuse with Crown, and keep calling Victor Crown. There's a reason, because he's played so many games on that champion.
So comfortable, and Crown used the Aurelion Soul to pick up their first win in the series. Samsung Galaxy have equaled the number of wins against SK Telecom in the last 2 hours than they have in the last 2 years. They've put back-to-back wins on the map. They came into this best of 5 with a 2 wins, 16 loss record. With this iteration, you know, of mostly this players in this organization, they need to beat that record right now if they want to take the championship.
Must I remind you that they had not beaten KT Rolster in 19 straight games before taking them down in the gauntlet to make it here.
Every single step of the way from KT Rolster to this very game, Samsung have overcome the challenges, and this is the last one. Syndra, Rise, Nidalee, Zyra. What is next to be banned? Olaf still up there. Something that we've seen a couple of times as well.
I'm just so in awe of this series right now. But that is multiple mid lane bans from Samsung. And there is no way they can necessarily ban out the Olaf and the Lee Sin. Would be very curious to see if they ban the Olaf here with the Karma being banned already. Still be a pretty scary pick.
Throw the Victor. Throw the Victor. Make him play the Cassiopeia. Faker Orianna into Cassiopeia is a better matchup than Orianna into the Victor.
Ooh.
Still scared of their Aurelion Soul, though.
Okay, but now there's a lot of priority picks available, and it's near insta-lock for that Olaf.
That would be expected as he has been banned so much and is the best jungler on the board. But the question would now be, with that Victor up, does SKT take it away with an early pick? Do they go something like Ashe Victor here?
There's your answer.
That's the strategy.
Finally.
All right, so what is the reply then? If Ashe Victor is now locked in,
either Crown tries to go the Orianna into it, but I think it's Cassiopeia.
I think it's,
yeah,
I think he does stick with what he has been playing and go with the Cassiopeia as well. But again, I talked about it last game, but we didn't see many of the Ashe arrows from Bang flying towards mid lane, which is something that they found success on before. Maybe they try a bit more of that instead of using the Ashe arrows in lane. Because SKT so often wins through the mid lane, Faker's pressure, taking down these early turrets, using that space to get wards into the jungle and play from there.
And I do have to say, though, the early pressure of Victor isn't the same that he's been able to output on champions like Orianna. So even if it is Victor versus Cassiopeia, that's not a lane where Victor can take very early control of it, and it does change SKT a little bit.
Oh!
JJ's Tom Kench! It's so good against Ashe, too, especially preventing the picks in the mid game.
Yes.
So, pivots, melee supports. This is something that the broadcast talked about much earlier in the day, how there could be a pivot away.
Double support bans.
Triple melee here from Samsung, trying to charge through SKT to the back line.
Very good you pick up on the triple melee there because they can stack things that are hard to run through right now. Trundle's pillar, nearly impossible. Victor and Ashe already very hard to charge through. So SKT's thinking smart here.
And the Lee Sin kick should be used defensively. Honestly, though, it's very difficult because, Tom Kench gets to use the ultimate to teleport in very close, and Olaf goes immune to CC.
Well, that will be the 4th time that CoreJJ has played this champion at Worlds. Obviously undefeated as he had a fantastic run leading up to the finals. Lee Sin and Trundle are locked in. There's no speed ups or amplifiers here for the Samsung Galaxy squad. They've locked in Jhin and Cassio. They'll sit behind that back line of Poppy, Tom, and Olaf.
CoreJJ's Tom Kench was so good and so instrumental in getting them here as well. Through that gauntlet that they had to run. You have to watch out for those mid-game uses of the Abyssal Voyage to try and surprise other lanes. Have to be very, very aware in the early game here for SKT.
Yeah. Would we pivot back to a Braum in this lane instead of a Nami, which would be the other expected pick from SKT? I can see it as far as wanting to get a really, really hard to kill frontline when Cassiopeia and Jhin are the main damage coming out from Samsung. Really almost defaulting back to some of the stuff we saw several months ago.
You got to love the fact that this support AD carry meta, how it's adjusted and adapted throughout the course of the World Championship. The final game, a couple extra support bans, and we're back to Tom Kench versus Braum in the bottom lane.
We've come full circle.
We did it. This means you can't play more games than this. The circle is complete. Now who will win?
The cycle of melee and range supports.
Of course, the 2 bans didn't hurt.
Now, what do we think about these 2 team compositions? It feels like there's a little bit more damage on the side of the Samsung squad, but a lot of utility on SKT. I mean, they're still very heavily focused on mid and ADC.
Very evenly matched, these 2 compositions right here.
They have almost exactly the same style. You have really tanky champions in the top lane, melee supports, AD and high damage mids, with physical damage junglers. They are so close to each other as far as overall style goes that it's really just going to be about who the better team is.
In terms of lane matchups, early game, does that favor one particular composition more than the other? Because that was something that was very pivotal in game 4, and one great team fight broke open the scaling option that SKT had.
It really depends on how good Bang's Ashe is against Ruler's Jhin right here, because I think Cassio can shove in Victor, and early on the Trundle Poppy is the Trundle favorite matchup, so it's back and forth in a lot of different lanes.
Definitely excited to see about the early jungle pathing as well, because the opportunity is definitely here for Bengi to storm once again back into the game when SKT need him most to save the series.
Bengi was the big reason why SK Telecom took down the Rocks Tigers. Will he be a big reason for SK Telecom to win their 3rd World Championship? You guys know how to vote. It was down to 52% and 48%. Who takes the title? Who will be your world champion?
Or will these most unlikely of underdogs in Samsung upset the defending champions and touch the Summoners Cup?
Unbelievable. The way that the legacies will be changed based on the results of this map. You could have world champion Core JJ after this game. Everyone on Samsung, those players could call themselves world champions. Duke could win his 1st world championship. Faker and Bengi, their 3rd.
Ruler's
There's
rookie year.
so much. Yeah.
And again, it's just that storyline that, you know, both of these teams have very, very, very different backgrounds. But all of that feels in some way insignificant right now because of the context of this World Championship, because of the craziness of groups, the ridiculousness of Rocks versus SKT, and now Samsung have stepped up to the challenge, something that they were counted out from. They were not meant to do this by all logic coming into the games.
The arena is dead silent right now in anticipation for this game to start.
Ha! Proved you wrong. Now they start making noise. I agree with you as far as the early jungle paths go, though. Look at this. Both junglers actually doing buff starts because I think they're guarding against the big play from the opponent, trying to go and catch them at a 2nd buff.
We touched on this what feels like 5 hours ago, but technically Faker's Victor has a significantly better win-loss ratio than Crowns. Again, that helps being on a more winninger team. And we'll see how Faker handles Victor against what is considered to be the world's best Victor.
SKT are the winningest team in World's history.
They have
Yet
also,
all that matters is this one game.
Exactly, and they've also lost more games at this World Championship than ever before. This is now their 6th loss was what happened last game, but still, it just matters how many games they're able to win.
Crazy to think that Samsung have lost 3 games to this World Championship to get to this point. A slightly favorable playoff bracket where they just ran through it. Faker this time round gets his hands on one of those mini Raptors.
Yes, Faker versus the Mini Raptors. Success.
He's technically 1-2. He's got a losing record against them. Just saying. From what we've caught on camera. We've caught on camera.
All right, there's the first jungler spotted on the ward. Ambition is seen at the Raptor camp, and Bengi's moving bottom while the mid laner is training.
Who's gonna get it? Crown's looking noxious blast.
We're gonna go all in and kill him.
We've got to jump bottom. Ruler is gonna be in trouble. Core JJ's running for his life. First blood picked up by Wolf.
Wow! Bengi comes back into the series, grabs first blood for the bottom lane, and we'll see if Ambition has anything to say about it. He's got the scuttle crab, and he's going in to tax the wolves.
Unbelievable right there, being able to pull off first blood. It goes to Wolf, however, which isn't the greatest distribution of gold. And Faker's down both summoner spells. Here comes Ambition.
Ambition's running in. Gravity fields up. That will stun Ambition under the tower. Kill is secured, but Ambition loses his life.
Bengi got inexperienced range there, and he's going to be able to take up these minions. Wolf roaming! More action!
Here comes Bengi and Wolf. Crown's going to sidestep and dodge. He will get stunned up by the concussive blows. SK Telecom, 3 kills to 1.
And they jump out the gate, countering Samsung's play in the mid lane. Bengi arrives. Wolf is the main roam in that play.
Game 5 in the finals, and the action is breaking through. Faker gets the gravity field off to lock in the extra kill here on Ambition. Then the roam from Wolf so quickly.
Crown wanted to stick around to make sure the wave gets jumped in the turret, and he should have been straight back. Not calling the miss on Wolf right there, and everyone was expecting Wolf to be in base after what happened in the bottom lane, but after getting first blood, he roams on the melee support. Those are the guys that make the roam plays happen.
We come back to the game, and Bengi is still inside as Samsung's jungle, recalling as he's counter jungling, has smited Samsung's Wolf
again,
Spirit.
level 3.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Faker. Those Twin Fangs chunking him down. Bengi's still not left the jungle, for the record. He's now clearing out the romp, farming up away, and the fan vote looking to the underdogs and Samsung Galaxy.
One of the most insulting things is a jungler smiting your Wolf Camp Spirit that early in the game. As it will see, as soon as Ambition goes back to farm, and Ambition didn't have vision, so he didn't take that opportunity to go in and counter jungle Bengi, even though they already had the vision down. They already had pink wards, so Bengi gets away with it. He catches up in the experience, and he's gonna be able to farm his own jungle.
I agree, and the other thing we do have to keep track of, though, is when Ambition ran for the gank in mid lane, he did get some wards in SKT's jungle, so it's good of Bengi to make it all the way back to the blue buff, try and re-establish control over there, because with the melee supports, we're much more likely to see ganks on the bottom side, which means ward control in that half of the map becomes more important.
Talking about all those wards, there is a pink ward from SKT inside, just behind the Wolf Camp. Ambition moving closer and closer to it. We'll see how long that one does actually last. Duke was being pushed under his turret by Cuvée. Cuvée has just started to back away as Duke's completed that teleport, even on CS in those 2 lanes.
And Ambition was seen by the Wolf Spirit. There was a ping there for SKT, so they know he's on the top side. He's actually making a play right now, kind of born of desperation, since there are no camps for him to pick. Even though the Wolf Spirit did see him, he goes away, he steals the Krugs, and he might go for the gank on Duke to burn the flash.
So much counter jungling going on right now, and Ambition level 6 is an incredibly strong duelist. What do you want to make the counter gank onto Bengi? He's expecting Bengi to be in that brush. Would they collapse? It would be a close fight. Faker,
I mean, he
not
can
yet level
safeguard
6.
pretty quickly.
2v2, Bengi is going to ward hop over. Does not opt in to the engage. Too much on the line, too risky. Bang is being pushed away. Rula and CoreJJ using that ranged poke, those tongue lashes to their advantage. They're playing fairly defensively. Good bounce.
Yeah, Wolf taking the harass. Samsung need to be able to get some advantages in that lane. The Jin and Tong Kench pick, because you want to be able to unlock CoreJJ to roam. That's what he's been so successful at with his team.
I think what's still sitting in that little banana bush area to the left of mid lane. Crown got blue buff. He's actually done fairly well at bullying Faker, but unfortunately he's donated a kill thanks to that tower dive early in the game.
And notice how both junglers are hovering around the mid lane for that action, fighting over the Raptors now as Bengi claims the small ones.
Yep, throwing it back and forth.
He doesn't have smite though for the big.
So Cuvée loses the trade thanks to the subjugates. And Duke is already winning this trade. Tiamat into Barmy Cinder. No real surprise. A slightly worrying, transition here for Samsung Galaxy.
Welcome to the Choco Show on the top lane with that Tiamat. Unless they're sending people to game, he's going to be shoved in for the rest of it.
Oh, sneaky play here from Bengi to try and steal this away under their nose.
Back if he needs to retreat.
A lot of damage onto Bengi. Crown posted up for this one. Flash away. Curtain call still in range. The Miasma will block the movement. Curtain call. Kill for Rula.
And that means Rula gets red as well. So a total backfire on that invade from Bengi. They didn't have the wave with which for Faker to support him. So uncharacteristically, Bengi makes a big Game 5 mistake.
Incredibly bold and, unwarranted play there from Bengi to steal away that red. As you said, Faker was not making any move to move up and support that play. Huge punish there from Samsung as they're gifted the kill and red buff onto the bottom lane.
Bengi giveth and Bengi taketh already in the first 2 big plays in this 5th and final game. So serrated Dirk, a kill under Rula's belt, and now red buff for next little bit of exchanges. CoreJJ level 5 does not have access to that Abyssal Voice just yet. Bang and Wolf assume vision control, actually placing 2 of those invisible wards in the Tribush, making sure it's doubly covered.
And CoreJJ keeps getting cut off right here. He was a little lucky, actually. They didn't have vision on Ambition because they put all in.
Ooh,
whiff on the arrow.
This goes wide. Unbreakable wall comes up and Wolf backs away. So traded 2 ultimates. really for an opportunistic attempt.
Also showed the jungler, so Bengi's trying to make the most of his time down here by taking the dragon, but that means Ambition, every time he sees Bengi, opposite side, immediately he can go in and tax. This is actually something that Meteos talked about in his interview after their game versus Samsung. He was almost scared to make moves at times because Ambition would tax you so hard every time you show on the map.
Yep, and now the question would be, would they ever think about diving Duke? They would need to roam Crown up there as well, or is he just here for the CS? You'd expect just the CS.
Be the case.
Maybe mid lane as they're starting to rotate down, but Faker taking the blues, so not currently there to be dope.
The best timing on a mid laner is right to gank is right after they pick up the blue buff, because it's right when they want to start burning their mana to shove a wave, and oftentimes that means their skills are on cooldown, but nowhere close to that gank right now.
And let's talk about the mind games of the levels of the Vision War for a moment here, because they know that Ambition was just on the top side. So you have to assume that there are wards in there as well and work around that information that's been given over. Now, Bengi again going in on Crown.
Very aggressive, uses full complemented abilities, kicks Crown away, and Crown's going to be all right. But there's a lot of exchange going down between Bang and Wolf.
It's a lot of harass, too. This actually puts him in kill range for Faker. And if he doesn't recall to go back to base, he's going to heal up a decent amount from his refillable potion and his last hits. So should be generally okay since Faker's recalling.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be pressured just yet. Even game as far as gold is concerned. SKT, they were the first ones to make those plays, get the kills on the board. Bengi did overreach, actually much like Ambition. So both junglers this game have gifted a kill to their opponents. And they've got to be very careful as that continues to play out. The game is seemingly happening on the bottom half of the map. There's a Missile Voyage. He's going to deliver CoreJJ and Ambition. Flash away from Bang. He gets gobbled up from the tongue lashing. Will go down. Root in place, not going to lock down Wolf. But Crown has roamed, and Wolf gets the kill.
And that's the CoreJJ playmaking right there on Tom Kench. The instant he hits level 6, he brings Ambition in and the roam from Crown. Now, though, it's going to be a race to see who can get the first turret down.
Teleport being used there by Cuvee to try and defend the mid turret, and Samsung will capitalize with the objective on top of it. Finally, they're attacking the bottom lane, which SKT have lost 3 games to very strong AD carries. And as they talked about on the analyst test, Officio mentioned one of the ways through SKT is through the bottom lane.
2,000 gold lead. They have the kill advantage, first tower blood, and it all stems from this phenomenal tower dive.
Yeah, they don't actually see if they're even able to bring in multiple people. Wolf and Bang can't get away in time. Love the flash follow for the eat by CoreJJ.
The Tom Kench pick, once again, so huge for CoreJJ. And after you talked about the roam from Crown at the same time. This was a mistake that we saw earlier in the series from Samsung. They made a play on the bottom lane, but they didn't coordinate all members. This time around, they bring the mid lane guns and they get the extra kill plus first turret gold.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't lose any of their other turrets is great, but they did sacrifice some damage on them because when they burned the top laner's teleport to defend mid lane, they also lose chip damage on the top lane turret. So we're at an interesting inflection point of the game right now where if Samsung can take control of the top side of the map and make sure the mid lane and top lane don't get pushed in as hard, then they can kind of negate the chip damage they took on their turrets and try and really expand this gold lead quickly.
And now the real test is on SK Telecom. They've lost the 2 games. In game 4 of this series, they fell behind, but not this early and not this much. Samsung have now played more aggressively. Cube's even putting a lot of damage onto Duke.
And not in this way. All of the kills there went over to Samsung's carries. 2 for Crown and 2 for Ruler. The Jin loves getting so much early armor penetration with that gold. And he's definitely set up to make plays, but SKT looking to go on the offensive.
JJ is devoured.
Ambition is here.
Ambition's running in. Teleport coming down for Cube doesn't have his available, but CoreJJ is already killed. Faker was there to join the party. Cube continues to pressure in the bottom inner turrets, and Bang's Ash Arrows have not been the greatest thus far.
Well, he wanted to hit the arrow to stop Jin's ultimate, but Faker charging at your face is also going to cause him to pack up early and leave.
Yeah, they definitely doubled down on that interrupt, but I will say this time it was SKT who was faster on the roam, and CoreJJ's aggressive play on Tom Kench is punished pretty well there by SKT to equalize those turrets.
How fitting with these 2 teams down to the game 5, going blow for blow, play for play. Still though, Samsung with a slight edge.
Yeah, it's starting to feel more and more like a game of chess. Each move costing units, costing objectives. And at some point, you give away something that is too important. We're 15 minutes in. Which team will be the first? Because it's still dead even.
And it's even more analogous to chess in this game because they picked kind of the same pieces. The super tank top lane, the physical damage jungler, the magic damage, high DPS mage. Like, it's all kind of fitting together here for these guys to just try and outplay each other with a lot of the same tools.
Brown throws down some damage onto Bengi as he escapes. Faker, Wolf defending that pink ward. Now, next dragon is Cloud. It's up in 40 seconds. SKT already have one.
Now, with the also AD carry split pushing right now, yes, it's technically a 1v1, but the Tahm Kench in mid lane has the ability to get there so quickly. With both top laners no teleport, the Tahm Kench Abyssal Voyage play is huge, and they're actually pinging.
Oh, Rula's in trouble. Bang's gonna throw down the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That gets the stun. Flash and heal used by Rula. Bang manages to turn that one around. Bang gets the win.
Interesting that the Tahm Kench and Cassiopeia didn't decide to join that play. I think maybe because Ruler had been taken so low, they just decided to call it off.
Oh, is this going to turn it around?
Go for it now. Now they go for it. They delay.
Well, here comes Core JJ and Ambition. It's all about the long game.
Gorgeous play.
Bang will get
hit
right
him.
down.
Man.
Unbelievable.
The patience on the Tahm Kench right there, thinking that, oh, if they're not going to go the first time he goes aggressive, maybe he's safe. Wolf roams down to the mid lane. As soon as they say Wolf in the mid lane, they know they can't counter the Tahm Kench roam. Beautiful.
And SKT can't even take that mid turret. Now they've grouped up. Okay, Vision is being set up in the bottom half of the map. Dragon is an opportunity for SK Telecom as Duke is wailing away on the outer turret. SKT started this one off. It will be no contest from Samsung Galaxy. Instead, they kept their ADC jungler up top. I think they should get that tower. Yes, we'll take it very short.
The tables have turned. This time around, it's SKT racking up the extra early Drakes, whereas it's Samsung with the early gold lead. Even after Faker equalizes this mid turret, they will sit on the slight early gold lead. But the only difference is 2 Cloud Drakes for SKT. Now they're bound bottom though, and Yubei
is gonna try taxi away. Gets chomped before he can fire the verdict.
And that could be a problem. This is what happened when Duke had the Trundle in their winning games. He just shoves you into the turret, ults you, tanks the turret, and it's a free dive unless you're there to return fire. No Tahm Kench ultimate to lend assistance, and SKT actually jump ahead in gold, as well as having the double Cloud Drakes, which enable them to make many more roams.
Another play here for Wolf.
He's gonna get gobbled up by Core JJ. There's that counter to Ashe that we talked about. That Ashe arrow looked like he was gonna hit until the Devour.
And the big deciding factor is, I mean, we've had so many plays in this game. Both teams are trying to make all these cross-mat plays and these counters. With the double Cloud Drake now, SKT are fitted out with rocket boosters to make cross-mat plays. And they can answer and punish much, much easier.
No room for error for Samsung Galaxy. Luckily, they've got long-range engage. Ambition looking for Faker. Faker's rooted down. Curtain Call will miss a stationary target. The Devour comes up. And that will at least get an escape route. Faker, a little lucky Rula didn't connect that shot.
Yeah.
Now the tower's under pressure.
Trying to zone out the engage from the left side while the minion wave comes up there, but the Victor, very good at clearing waves.
Meanwhile, we're seeing the farm being traded by the top laners in their split push. And really, both teams also trading deep vision here in the bottom side of the map, as the Drake is really the point of contest. So that's where most of the resources are going to be used.
That was another Cloud Drake, Kobe. So if SKT already have rocket boosters with
the
2
last.
of them.
This coming Cloud Drake is the last Cloud Drake of Worlds 2016.
And our stats guy Spellsy was really trying to get us to mention a stat about Cloud Drakes because SKT have gotten way more Cloud Drakes than any other Drake at Worlds. Fitting somehow that they might get triple Cloud Drake in the final game.
See, now we spawned all the conspiracy theories.
RNG.
The scripts in the back saying, Cloud Drake again, let's go. We want SKT to run faster.
How do you overthrow a dynasty? Flood them with Cloud Drakes.
Well, Samsung have to still overthrow that dynasty. They have to overcome in game 5. Bengi not going to follow onto that Krug Again, this is a game of inches at the moment as we're getting close to 20 minutes.
Yeah, QV immediately puts up the steadfast presence there, so Bengi would be denied if he tried to go in and stuck on the other side. Still could have taken it and smited, I guess, but not going to play risky after he was punished at the red buff early on.
And that steadfast presence could become so pivotal when you look at the low mobility Cassiopeia and Jhin. If Bengi's looking to dive in there and find a target, could be denied. And if that is not available, obviously the safety net of Core JJ's Tom Kench. They've got a very well-crafted sort of multiple safety net team composition here on the side of Samsung.
Yeah, and something that SKT has struggled with this series is actually closing games in which they have an advantage. The Tom Kench and the Cassiopeia is going to make it even harder for SKT to close this game if they are able to extend their lead.
So many opportunities as both teams have drafted many playmaking abilities here for the mid game.
This has been the most even game that we've seen the entire series. It's a very different team composition when you look at the two duos. So Kobe, what are we looking at in the next few minutes? Both teams have got strong initiation tools. There's a dragon coming up in a minute and a half, but it's not the juiciest to fight over. Like, what do you look for if you're these teams?
I expect someone to die over a pink ward or over sweeping a trinket ward here very soon, because both of these teams know the importance of setting up that vision.
Yeah, I think that's how a Samsung player would die. If SKT dies, it's because Core JJ would come in with a friend on a Abyssal Voyage with Tom Kench, since we have a 1-3-1 right now. So either it's someone trying to clear ward getting hit by an Ash Arrow, or someone in SKT going for an aggressive play and getting countered by Tom Kench.
Or a Jhin ultimate, which can serve a similar purpose to the Ash Arrow and landing the slows for the chase down. Now, another thing to keep in mind, because these team fights are very fun to theory craft. With all well,
For JJ, he hasn't used the Grey Health yet. Glacial Fissure slows down Samsung Galaxy. It was SKT that initiated. The Crystal Arrow has already been used. No teleports or follow-up. One flash from Core JJ.
Both mid laners still have their ultimates, though, and both top laners as well. Similar amount of tools burned on both sides.
That's just going to slow the game down once again. Samsung Galaxy jumped on as they're just trying to farm and clear out that mid lane wave.
All right, so if we do see the engage, once again, setting up those key tools for each team. The Keeper's Verdict for QV. Yeah, exactly. Somebody could die there.
Let's see if Samsung will lose somebody over pink. Well, there's not enough support.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody else is converging.
I just wanted to see it happen.
QV's Poppy, the Keeper's Verdict, knocking out, half of a team basically, and buying the numbers advantage basically has been huge as well. So it's not just about picking people off. It's also about separating members within a team fight once it spawns.
Absolutely agree. And as far as the map right now, they might catch Faker.
Faker's the target, but he tries to turn it around. Defensive flash from Ruler. Faker is shut down. Ruler gets the kill. Teleport's completed for Duke as well as QV. Unbreakable is up. Ash Arrow stuns up. Core JJ. That's not the most important target. Petrifying Gaze flashed away from. Duke is caught down. Core JJ licks him to death. The tower is the focus, and Samsung have the advantage.
Massive catch, and it's as Faker is trying to get aggressive onto Ruler. He does not have the burst this time. They get the mid lane turret, and they can help bring back the speed balance with the Cloud Drake if they're able to take this one.
Definitely going to be able to take this one. I think this is full Samsung territory after those two kills, and they are going to be able to claim one for themselves. The interesting thing about the Cloud Drakes, though, you can't take away any of the speed of your enemy for these dodging of the ultimates. Now both teams have the fast feet, right? Extra Cloud Drake for dodging Ash Arrows could mean the difference between a pick for SKT and then avoiding certain death.
Jhin ult to try and secure blue. Have to question whether that one's worth it, but let's watch this pick one more time. Faker steps on a trap and just gets rooted as Ambition comes in, but he's also moving forward before he has the support of the rest of his team. Faker getting caught out of position, critical moment here.
And instantly, this turns into every single member of both teams headed mid lane for that party. Samsung arrived first, and they also go for the turret dive to grab the last one. QV with a nice little flash move at the end there to snag him.
Petrifying Gaze was even just a little bit short.
Yeah, missed everyone.
Could have turned even more in favor of Samsung. No flashes for any members of SSG right now. So you could expect the next few minutes to slow it down. They've got a minor gold lead. It's not worth the risk of getting caught out.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I also want to point out that SKT doesn't have the same lack of flash punishing skills they've had with their previous team compositions. It's not like Faker can just flash in and one-shot you with Orianna when you're down flash. Here, even if you do get hit by an Asher without flash, if Core JJ's close, he's just going to devour you and bring you to safety. So the playmaking from SKT is somewhat muted and blocked by the stuff like the Olaf and the Tom Kent that Samsung's been able to put together.
Samsung have been able to get a lot more control in their games. With each game in the series that is played, they seem more together, more reactive, and more on the same page. Not the same level of mistakes that allowed SKT to accelerate with game 1 and 2.
And even though there is this gold lead for Samsung, it's so slight that it's more about completing items and actually getting back out onto the field.
Ambition didn't even use his Ragnarok. Knew Core JJ was in range, and that's exactly what happens. No flash, doesn't matter.
Very closely matched here as they go in for a slow onto Wolf. And any extra damage onto the Sport, though, is hard to regenerate. They also draw out an ultimate from Bengi. Now, that is one of the big healing tools for this SKT squad, too.
I agree with you. It's the peel that they need to have Wolf at high health. Duke needs to get some tank items. He's kind of in that split push zone right now where you expect him to be that 1v2 raid boss, but he's just not actually shoving up the lanes to split pushable situations, because if they lose control of the mid lane, they lose control of the side lanes too, thanks to the Tom Kent. So Samsung kind of keeping the SKT composition handcuffed and unable to use their best tools.
And that's so important because of how pivotal Duke has been all 4 games leading up to this point. If Duke has to always think twice about an Abyssal Voyage delivering death behind him, it instantly gives advantage to Samsung because they're not under that much or as much map pressure as they have been throughout the course of this best of 5. I think he's going to need to ward hop to safety. We'll get the pink ward. Takes his way out. 26 minutes, Kobe, and Samsung.
Still so close.
Again, marginal lead, but it is a knife edge. There's no real advantage with the kill on the gold, because neither team's going past the river. Like, this is such shallow vision that is being fought over.
If there is, it's the fact that so much of the gold here is focused on these carries for Samsung. Ruler on the Jhin, especially, with the lion's share here.
Yeah. His last 2 Jhin games have been pretty exquisite. He had 9 kills in their last victory, 3 kills here.
And he shows why, SKT in the beginning of this year has prioritized taking it away from him.
Then Ash slips through, and, even though Ash had exceptional results in the semifinals, it was also a pick that was largely ignored throughout a lot of the group stage and quarterfinals because of the substantial nerfs that Ash actually had before Worlds. But still successful Ash plays, just not this game with all the tools they have to prevent the Ash arrows from hitting true and leading to kills.
Taking a look at this river, Ruler and Core JJ backing out. Catching a quick glimpse there of Crown. And when Crown won in the semifinal matchup, he was talking about looking forward to the finals and how if Samsung were going to win, Crown would have to be able to go toe-to-toe and step up to Faker. And undeniably, he's done so this series. Has a solo kill under his belt, has not been bullied in lane quite like Ryu was.
Just think back to the beginning of this series and how one-sided it started out, with SKT almost completely destroying Samsung and even having a big lead in that deciding game, where Samsung were able to stall it out 70 minutes.
This has almost been a tale of 2 series. You wonder how Samsung was able to turn it around, down 10,000 gold in game 2 to now be up in game 5 against SKT. It's miraculous, and SKT was pretty much running a victory lap. We were talking about their legacies coming in, and it seemed like it was a certainty, but they messed up at the Baron Pit. Samsung capitalized, and they've just been on fire ever since.
Will the Samsung legacy continue with a win? Will they be declared the 2016 World Champions? We're 30 minutes into the game. All of the summoners are now available once again. I asked the same question I did 10 minutes ago. Is the answer still the same? Vision and or initiation from these ultimates, because nobody is playing risky right now. They're not trying to push an advantage.
This game is always about vision and initiation, risk tolerance, risk versus reward, how well you execute those plays. With an Infernal Drake now being up, it's all about this lower Drake pit, but can they get a pick beforehand? The answer is no. That gives SKT the ability to move in for some vision.
Such an important ultimate there, burned from Samsung for almost nothing as SKT, Wolf puts up the Unbreakable and they're able to weather the storm. Now they have a huge advantage. Their Ash Arrow still available to make a pick.
Ambition
Not the
holding
Olaf,
on
though.
as long as he can. Here comes Core JJ. Kick back. Ambition now throws down the Ragnarok. No Devour just yet, but this will
GP behind them.
equalize on the Infernal Drake.
Cancel.
Secured by SKT. Ash Arrow onto Crown. Core JJ eats him, then flashes away. Crown survives with his life. TP wasted and dragon to SKT.
Cuvée is still pushing in the top lane, and Duke does have teleport. He can easily go back to Fountain and catch those minions. So Samsung don't even get any map pressure out of that. That being said, there was a little bit of, miscoordination from SKT there as they, half of them go for the dragon, whereas Bangi is using Flash Ultimate on Lee Sin to get a pick, but Bang is DPSing dragon, not there to finish off the kill. They do get the objective in the end. We can tell how tense it is for these players and how quickly they're making these decisions. Not even time to alert the other member.
And you really have to just take your hat off to these guys. We've been 5.5 hours they've been in these chairs playing these games, trying to decide who will be the world champion. And with plays like that, getting the third Drake against Samsung, getting some of that late game scaling, but still not having the gold, maybe not even having the initiation tools, but having the ability to disengage, we could still be in for many more minutes of League of Legends.
And an Infernal Drake at that, at post 30 minutes. Huge value there in the pickup.
With Elder Dragon being the next one. This time around, a little bit more damage from the Curtain Call, but the Unbreakable blocks so much.
Yep.
Wolf doing wonders with this brawn.
They're throwing it out for the slows to look for those picks. Not finding it, and that once again gives initiation advantage over to SKT with their Ash Arrow. Samsung setting up wards though, so it wasn't a useless ultimate. They got into the red quadrant, placed the wards, and now they're actually trying to sneak in.
They're scouted.
They are indeed. Hawkshot comes out. Abyssal Void was used, so I think 4JJ jumped over the back of the pit. Ambition, once again, holding onto that Ragnarok, waiting for the Devour. Gravity Field holds him in place, but SK Telecom never stop it. The amount of free vision that you get with those hawk shots cannot be understated in this caliber of play.
And I can hear it in your voice, Quickshot. This game is so tense right now. I don't know if we've ever had a more tense experience in a World Final.
We have not.
Correct. Maybe even in League of Legends, only because of what's at stake. It's a world championship right now, and we're 1,600 gold different 32 minutes into the game with matched team compositions that have relatively equal scaling. The entire year can hinge on a single moment.
And the two people battling, it's like the prince and the pauper. You cannot be further apart in terms of their histories and their stories coming into this. SK Telecom on the verge of being defeated by Samsung Galaxy.
Not even just the entire year of these two teams. The entire year of every team that's been eliminated from Worlds, all watching and waiting. Oh, Bangi going in for a little duel there with their Ambition.
Trading a little bit back and forth. Gonna kill the Invisible Ward. Will regen.
Faker's ghosting.
Ash Arrow, where will it go? Bang, looking for the target, connects.
They burst.
JJ stunned out. Bengi is gonna kick him backwards. Core JJ's down. Teleport cancelled again by Cuvée.
So big for them to also get the teleport out there in addition to the kill for SKT, and they're starting to close in. Now, Vision's still in favor of Samsung, so SKT, whoa.
But I also wonder how much the history of this series will be in the back of SKT's mind. They started losing this series when they forced a Baron. Normally, when SKT gets a pick on someone like that, they are relentless with forcing Baron. Yet they scatter now. They go back to controlling waves. They don't even look at the Baron.
Well, you have to do your homework here. You have to take step number one, which is clear out the Vision. That's just a support kill. It's a support kill on a Tom Kent who can Abyssal Voyage back to the Baron pit.
Bengi taxes out again. Safeguard. Baron is the only thing these teams are looking at. With 35 minutes in, Duke is finally pushing down the bottom lane. It's the first time he's gone sort of past that river in what feels like 10 or 15 minutes. The threat of the engage from Core JJ's kept him at bay, and Core JJ,
they get the wrong guy.
Devoured and hit the wrong man. Whew.
Oh yeah, that's what Tom Ketch does.
Yeah.
That's what Bang is thinking. All right, they're not.
Crown is really low.
A lot of damage from the Chaos Storm. Core JJ is going to gobble him up. That will block the next few ticks, and it's coming apart at the hinges. SKT getting more and more and more.
Olaf is incredibly useless without the ultimate and Ghost this late in the game. This team doesn't have extra speed for him, so Ambition is going to be waiting for those cooldowns to come back up before he can have any sort of meaningful impact in the team fight now. And SKT, these small advantages adding up and up.
And you're wondering when they can actually spill over into a real advantage, because they actually, despite getting all the RAS, haven't controlled vision at the Baron pit, and they're not looking to burst it down. It's actually Samsung who is pushing back up towards the mid lane because Faker's in the side wave.
Well, this time around, Wolf is not there to block off the curtain call. The final shot from Whisper is being held a very long time, finally blocked off. Here comes Bengi, kicks back their vision. There's no Ragnarok, loses his life. They've traded jungler for jungler. They only send Wolf away. Cubate's caught up on the gravity field, forced to flash defensively, trading lives of junglers and a few ultimates as well.
And where will the advantages trigger over? Junglers trade their lives because Bengi walks through for a kick while taking harass. SKT with the much higher health bars.
Yeah, and I would have thought that they would have transitioned down to the Drake after that, but they make a beeline for this brush to try and make a brush play on Samsung. Not going to work, though, and they lose out on a bit of the time where they did have some momentum.
Ruler! He gets devoured by Core JJ's in so much trouble. Flashes away to safety. Curtain call not up, and Core JJ dies. Why were they so far forward?
Ruler has done that multiple times, gets super aggressive when unnecessary. This costs his team tremendously. Core JJ sacrifices his life and Baron control.
This could be where the advantages spill over. Cuvée does have a teleport, but SKT have Baron at half, and they have the vision control.
Here comes Cuvée and Crown. Petrifying Gaze is available. It's now a 2 versus 4. Flash! Is in so much trouble. Concussive blows. Gets a Petrifying Gaze. That's just going to delay the inevitable. Crown goes down.
Flashes in a line.
The tension just overwhelms Samsung right there. It's Baron. It's 2 deaths. It's SKT moving towards the Elder Drake, or will they just take the dead Cassiopeia to try and get turrets?
These players that are new to the championship stage at the critical moments, Ruler makes a mistake, Crown flashes in a line, and SKT punished heavily.
No flash over the wall for Elder Drake steal on the Olaf. Huge swing for the veterans SKT as they try and secure their 3rd world championship.
Just a mistake. Look at this flash.
Oh, straight line. He didn't want to flash out because that takes him farther away from the base, and he wasn't close enough to the wall to flash over it, but you still don't flash in a straight line when the Ash Arrow is coming at you, and SKT immediately transition there for the Elder Drake, and now they have their first real advantage of the game. 5,000 gold. Can they close it?
Samsung did not give up earlier in the series, and they will not give up that easily. They still have a full line of secondary turrets to work through before getting to the inhibitor ones. And yes, I do expect SKT to get a massive amount of gold off of this play, as you can see with the Baron power play once again.
Still 2 minutes left on that timer.
Also, this is where the split push Trundle really wreaks havoc, because they can't stop him from killing the turrets, and 4v4, they can't stop the rest of them from killing the turrets because Cuvée is occupied in the side lane.
The SKT hype train coming into the station once again. Baron and Elder Dragon on them, taking down the inhibitor turret snare onto Wolf.
Cuvée and Duke fighting in the top lane. The 4v4 looking for opportunities. Bang still has the enchanted crystal arrow, flash and heal. 2 Samsung Galaxy will be looking to take out him or Faker, and it's just such a tough task. Crown's gone up top.
30 seconds left on this Elder Drake, so Samsung really don't want to get engaged in a fight, but they also really don't want to lose 2 inhibitors, so they might
jump on to Bang.
Let's take a look. Unbreakable Wills up on the front line. Ambition not going to use the Ragnarok or the Ghost. Curtain call. Not going to be enough to really bother SK Telecom. Wolf sidesteps into the final shot. That still doesn't matter.
Look at how disciplined SKT is trying to play right here. The curtain call comes up. It stalls their push. They actually lose the Elder Drake buff now and don't get any inhibitors down. Despite the 6,600 gold Baron power play, when you're dealing with the triple Elemental Drake Elder, that actually I think is a good hold from Samsung, but there's still now a large hill for them to climb back in.
Definitely a Duke actually gonna have to flash that one, but definitely a well above average Baron power play here for SKT, because the game was almost dead even when that mistake came in the mid lane from Ruler, and look how heavy the punishment is.
Yeah. Never bet against SKT. Faker picking the victor away from Crown. 5 kills, max items before 40 minutes, something he has done so many times this series. But this also means they can't let Samsung match him. They need to be able to use these max items to hammer home their edge.
Seems to be the case as SK Telecom are once again grouped up, using their numbers advantages.
Faker got poked.
Hanging out in the bottom lane, trying to deal with that minion wave. No wards to teleport into, so even though Faker was running low, there's one pink ward, which all of SKT have already gotten away from. Samsung in a familiar place, down at 40 minutes.
Down, but not out. Not quite yet. And they continue to play the defensive vision game, clearing out the wards, immediately moving into their own jungle. But man, such a heavy gold swing so quickly. Will they be ready for the extra burst damage? Like, that was such a huge influx of gold. You know, Guardian Angel advantages have to be accounted for. Quicksilver Sashes recently picked up. Bang also has that one available.
Yeah, even the GA on Wolf. I want to think that Ruler needs to stay very far back. He has no magic resist on that Jhin, and Faker with the Lich Bane.
Far back, you say, eh?
Faker can one-shot him if he gets within flash range. That is what that Lich Bane Victor build does.
Well, Faker's played on the front foot. Faker's flashed aggressively with ultimates all day long.
Keep your eyes on Tahm Kench, though, because Core JJ can save a life. Core JJ can save the carries.
He needs to do more than that. He needs to deliver someone to take a life. Core JJ cannot play defensively if Samsung want to turn this one around.
The thing with the Core JJ ultimates at this point of the game is they either need to be at the end of fights or while SKT is split pushing. Because if you're going into a 5v5 with the Tahm Kench, you get wrecked on top of Victor's Gravity Field and Chaos Storm because you're actually just delivering free skill shot accuracy for Faker. Very difficult mode for Samsung to play right now.
Cuvée is able to sidestep those skill shots. 42 minutes. You could feel and cut the tension in the air as SK Telecom are now looking to close the game out. They have not had the cleanest of wins. SKT have made mistakes. They've been caught out of position and they've overreached at times.
And this is their chance to end this game cleanly because they have almost a full item advantage on all of their players. Everybody on Samsung still needs to fill in an extra item. But the longer the game goes on, the closer Samsung work to that point where they even it up again and have another good shot at a team fight.
Yeah, and with the Baron coming up shortly, that's the moment where SKT need to kind of strike. Samsung's trying to get ward control, but this is where the biggest danger is going to be. This is the most likely SKT is here. You'd think to close it out and win their 3rd World Championship. Can they get the vision control? Can they get a pick if Samsung decides to stop them at Baron? And if they do get that pick, the game is likely over because they then have the Baron buff as well as Dead Members on Samsung. But they have to do it, and it's not going to be easy.
Samsung still in with a shot. Baron is up in 20 seconds. Elder Dragon probably about 40 to 60 away because, of course, SKT took both of them, one after the other. And we've seen a lot of split priority about which objective they want. Samsung this time around definitely wants that Baron buff. If they've only got a single Cloud Drake under their belt, it is not going to be as useful to them.
Baron has arrived. Again, the fight over wards leading into Baron once again will rage as SKT move in to clear them out, but crucially, Ambition got the Scuttle Crab, but even more crucially, has no ultimate for the team fight.
Yeah, but no one to haste him either. SKT immediately turn for the Baron right now.
Teleport coming.
Olaf can't run toward his
Cube.
steal.
The Baron's already secured. Taken by SK Telecom. Cube finishes off the TP. Turns around to try and help protect Ruler. Chaos Storm will allow Ambition. Seeing it as GA popped. And Faker with SKT, they get another kill.
Beautifully done by SKT right there. Getting Ambition's ultimate and immediately going for Baron and then cutting off his charge.
This is Game 5 SK Telecom, the winningest team in Worlds history, led by Faker, the greatest competitor to ever play the game.
And
they're
Castillo
closing
trying
in
to
the
get a
base.
pick. He's not there to clear the mid lane wave.
Faker is even going to sidestep those
Patient though.
bushes.
Faker's expecting him to be in there.
Anticipating it. He knows who he's up against. 25 seconds before Ambition respawns. Baron empowered minions. A super minion coming down the mid lane in just a moment or two as that inhib falls. SKT, they now turn their attention to the top lane. Bang takes a lot of damage, but it's Ruler that's forced to be devoured. Cube uses the verdict to buy some time. His GA is popped. Crowd's looking for a target to use the Petrifying Gaze. Chaos Storm is almost up for Faker. The second inhibitor falls. And SKT back away. Samsung's base is broken.
SKT looking poised. Their play in the last 20 minutes has been very methodical and clean. They've taken a close game into a 13,000 gold lead and 2 downed inhibitors. They're definitely taking their time. They're doing it right.
The Guardian Angels are now down for Samsung. The 2 inhibitors are now down for Samsung. And this is their last chance.
Yeah, very tense moment here. As SKT has the 2 inhibitors down, looking for number 3.
I can see ZZ Rock Portal in Wolf's inventory. Gonna help continue putting pressure on those side lanes. As, of course, actually used to put pressure on the mid lane. So super minions coming down through the mid. Only 1 inhibitor left standing.
Yeah, and you'd think they'd want to try Desperation Invade, but they actually don't. They want to try and keep the waves at base so they don't have to desperately engage. With the triple melee team composition, it's very hard to walk through SKT, as we've seen time and time again in this game. But with the Baron buff, the 13,000 gold, SKT are trying to push for the championship.
And there's 3 extra lives on SKT as they look for their 3rd championship. 3 Guardian Angels up and available to the 1 of Samsung Galaxy. Cubase's running away. Faker's chasing him down with the Chaos Storm. Bengi's not going to find a target as Core JJ forced to devour Samsung Galaxy. They're running away with their lives.
And time is working against them. The minions are flooding in the base. SKT are knocking at the door.
It seems so close. The super minions now onto the Nexus turrets. Samsung have to respond. Curtain call to buy some time, but it only connects onto Duke. Ambition's not used the Ragnarok or the Ghost just yet. Nexus turret is under threat. A 3rd inhibitor falls, and SK Telecom are doing this by the numbers.
They're just not giving windows for Samsung to engage. The only way Samsung could have gotten a flank is if Cube walks around. Faker burns his ultimate to take Cube low, just so that's an impossibility, and they're very well taking down every single inhibitor. Now they turn for Elder while they're defending the triple inhibitors. Beautiful.
SKT are waiting for the extra super minions to flood into the base while they take this Elder Dragon to return to claim their prize.
Now we were talking about the SKT victory lap in the Game 3 comeback when they had the 10,000 gold lead. This is more likely and closer than they've ever been to winning that 3rd World Championship. Elder Drake up, 3 inhibitors down, double spawns of super minions in every single wave. This would be the time for them to do it.
It feels like SK Telecom know exactly how to play against Samsung's team composition. The arrow this time goes between the goalposts. Cube's under threat. Deadly flourish as Samsung are under pressure. This is buying time for those super minions to pour in, kick around. Crown's able to flash so he doesn't get caught, but Cube's down.
And it's a war of attrition. They're just waiting for them, wrecking them in a fight.
Duke flashes forward, chomps down to kill Crown. SK Telecom have got 2, make that 3 kills. The curtain call is a fitting end to the World Championship as Samsung Galaxy are being dove under their tower. SK Telecom have overcome every challenge. They are the the undisputed best team in the world. The SKT reign continues. They win their third world championship.
And you better believe the crowd's giving a standing ovation after that one. This was an incredibly hard-fought series. SKT had to earn this one till the very end. The way they played the last 20 minutes of that fifth game was incredibly clean.
What an arduous journey it has been for this team. They had to go through RNG, the Rocks Tigers, and Samsung Galaxy showing up as the final boss for them. So incredibly close.
And this year, I think more than any other, their experience shined through. They were never the best regular season team in the LCK. They weren't even the LCK champions in the summer split, but they are world champions.
They peak when it matters. They prepared for the international tournaments. And SK Telecom had elation as much as relief on their faces at the end of that 5-game series.
And so much respect for the players on Samsung Galaxy. The run that they have made this year is incredible.
Yeah, they're going to be very disappointed because they were so close to that Summoners Cup. But I agree with you, Kobe. Second place in the world. And coming into this, a lot of people would think, hey, the finals happened in the semifinals. But Samsung made sure to take it all the way to the fifth game and push SKT to the limit.
One last glimpse of the runners-up as SK Telecom hoist the Summoners Cup, your world champions for 2016.
Six and a half hours after taking the stage for the finals, SKT is able to win this grueling series. And like you mentioned, Quickshot, elation and relief on their faces, because while they are obviously so happy to win,
SK Telecom have won every world championship they have entered. They are our first defending world champions. Their third title. They have won every international event they have attended in 2016. And they've had one of the most difficult regular seasons they've ever had. What an amazing team. What an amazing story.
And what an amazing series this was as well. The relief from SKT being up so much after 2 games and then still having the mental strength to come back in that 5th game and play so measured and clean, and Faker as well picking the victor away from Brown and really controlling that game with that champion.
Such an incredible achievement for all the members on SKT. Especially Banky coming back off the bench. In multiple best-of-5 series, saves the team.
I saw these jackets earlier. Written on the back is world champion. SK Telecom once again donned the title.
Yeah, the 3rd time they're going to win this championship. You can see how much this means to them. Bengi as well. Just this guy, SKT, struggled in so many games where he wasn't playing, but 6-1 in the games he played from semifinals to finals.
And as we said so many times, the importance of the team game. Yes, Faker is the all-star. He is the leader, but Bang and Wolf as well, now returning champions. And Duke gets to raise his first.
that is some of the most emotion we've seen from Faker all day long. From his stoic villain-style entry at the beginning of the show to some of the disappointment to the losses in games 3 and 4. And we heard him saying, with all of the trials and tribulations of 2016, anything less than a victory would be disappointment.
Coma, also the winningest coach of all time.
And as you can see, SK Telecom meeting League of Legends co-creators Brandon Beck and Mark Merrill on stage to congratulate and receive their World Championship medals.
They're very familiar with these guys by now.
Yeah. How you been the last year? It's nice to see you again for another World
next year.
Championship.
Just saying, last year I held the medals. The podium this year is much better looking.
He's doing a better job than you.
Touche.
Get that thing untangled here.
What an amazing performance. The story of SK Telecom is one for the ages.
Yeah, and we talk about legacy. I don't know how long it will take for another team to try and win 3 World Championships. We were saying beforehand how hard it is to win one, let alone no one had even made Worlds after winning one until SKT did it this year. And now suddenly they win 3 in 4 years. They definitely go down in history. Trundle so solid throughout all of these games.
And just incredible when you take everything into consideration. We talked about the players sitting on the bench. We talked about the meta changing, the substitutions. The 2 men left, Coma and Faker. League of Legends' most successful coach.
Faker earned it.
Truly a legend.
This was their hardest fought victory. As we head down on stage, the Shots will be talking to SKT.
Thank you so much. And the crowd erupting in chants for SKT. Faker, congratulations, winning the World Championship once again. But it was the most hard-fought victory in all 3 of the titles. How much did it take out of you and out of the team, and how much experience to finally bring it home here tonight?
페이커 선수 우선 3회째 우승을 축하드립니다. 하지만 이번 결승전이 아무래도 지금까지 치렀던 결승전에서 가장 힘들었을 것 같은데 이번 결승전을 치르면서 어떻게 본인 자신과 팀원들이 같이 힘을 내면서 결승전을 이겨냈는지 말씀해 주세요.
이번에 진짜 너무 힘들어서 다들 좀 경기 중에도 힘들어하는 모습이 있었는데 좀 다들 잘 이겨낸 것 같아요. 그리고 이번 시리즈가 좀 제 롤 역사상 가장 힘든 경기였던 것 같아서 그래서 좀 다들 기뻐했던 것 같아요.
I think this series was the most difficult series of my entire League of Legends career. Like, we were really exhausted, and throughout the game, all my teammates were not in a very good state, but I'm really glad we were able to come over it.
Yeah, as you say, you had 2 great games and then the momentum seemed to change. Why do you think the momentum changed during game 3, and how did you get it back in favor of your team?
이제 1, 2경기는 다 이제 이기신 뒤에 3경기에도 유리하게 경기를 하시다가 갑자기 경기의 흐름이 바뀌었는데요. 어떻게 하다 3번째 경기에서 그 흐름이 바뀌었다가 다시 한번 그런 승리의 기운을 5경기에서 가져올 수 있었는지 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 1, 2경기도 좀 그랬지만 3경기 때도 좀 실수가 많았고 또 그때 발언을 하기로 했었는데 그게 좀 저희가 다 같이 판단을 못해서 그런 결과가 나와서 뭐 근데 좀 이제 저희가 5경기까지 가면 좀 집중력이 많이 좋다 보니까 5경기 때는 잘 나왔던 것 같아요.
So even though we made some small mistakes during game 1 and 2, I think our biggest mistake at game 3 was hitting the Baron. I think it was a team mistake, but by getting to game 5, we were able to stay concentrated and stay on our game. So I think that was how we were able to win the whole series.
And you won the championship in 2013 at the very beginning of your professional career. You stood right here, you lifted this cup, and you won your first world championship. Now, a lot of time has passed. You have accomplished so much. What does it mean for you to do it again here in Staples Center with Bengi by your side, with Koma by your side, and lift another trophy?
여기 이 스테이플 센터에서 2013년도에 페이커 선수의 첫 롤드컵 우승을 이뤘었는데요. 이 장소에서 다시 한번 뱅기 선수와 이제 꼬마 김정희 코치님과 다시 한번 소환서컵을 들어올 수 있는 이 소감이 어떠신지 말씀해 주세요.
진짜 3년 만에 와보니까 그때랑 거의 바뀐 것도 없고 그래서 많이 익숙한 기분이 들었고 또 그래서 저희 팀원들이랑 같이 우승하니까 뭔가 좀 되게 이상한 느낌이 드는데 좀 표현하기가 어렵네요.
It's really hard to explain in words. Like when I first came to Staples Center, even though it's been 3 years, it just felt really familiar and it felt really good. But winning this tournament once again with my teammates, it's a great experience. I can't really express it in words.
The crowd can do it for you. You said in a recent piece with the Player Tribune how you play when you're angry, and that is obviously very, very good. Did you have similar emotions after Game 3 in this one?
이제 이전에 플레이어 트리뷴이라는 곳에서 인터뷰했을 때 본인이 화나면 더욱더 경기를 잘 나온다라고 이제 언급을 하셨었는데 세 번째 경기 이후에 다시 좀 그런 분노 모드로 경기를 하셨는지 말씀해 주세요.
좀 일단 경기가 안 풀리니까 좀 화가 나긴 했지만 뭐 그래도 어쩌겠어요. 그냥 좀 5경기 때 그냥 좀 마음에 가다듬고 잘할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
I did get kind of mad after game 3, but I mean, I can't do much about that. But by game 5, I think it was most important that I was able to calm down once more before the game started.
Well, at the beginning of the series, you looked really calm. At the player intro, you gave an intense stare to all of the crowd, and they've been cheering your name really loudly at the end of the series and throughout the series. Is there anything that you want to say to these fans here and the SKT fans around the world?
이제 오프닝 세레모니 때 이제 매서운 째려보기를 이제 카메라한테 시전하시면서 이제 강렬한 인상을 남겼고 경기 끝났을 때도 많은 팬분들이 이제 페이커 선수를 연호하면서 많은 응원을 보내줬는데 지금 이 인터뷰를 보고 있을 현장 팬들과 이제 많은 팬들에게 한마디 말씀해 주세요. 영어로 해주셔도 좋고요.
뭐 오늘 응원을 많이 해주셔서 정말로 감사하고 너무 많이 응원은 하지 마세요. 다음에 또 올 거니까.
Thanks for cheering us, but don't cheer us too hard because we're going to come back anyway.
Oh. There we go, and we'll be looking forward to it. We'll also be hearing from some other members of SKT later, but first, you can lift a cup, you can do a victory lap with your teammates and celebrate all you want because you guys did it again one more time, won the Summoners Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Faker and SKT.
Championships in 4 years. That is absolute insanity. This squad deserves all of the compliments and being lauded with
Yes,
exactly.
I agree with everything you said.
But let's just revel in this moment for a bit because we really are witnessing, the birth of a dynasty here. 3 times in 4 years is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and when you have a look at how this team plays and the crispness and the discipline that they bring to Summoners Rift, I really do think that you have to be able to beat them over a 5-game series, and it's just so hard to do. First Rocks, now Samsung, not able to get it done because they're just that damn good.
Exactly.
Just looking forward to the evolution of the player intros for Faker. I mean, started very gentle, smiling, waving. Then he had the tumble. He has his broccoli. Now he had the anime death stare. So I don't know what he's going to do next year.
It's all business. He knew he was going to have to fight for this one. So as you can see, we've stepped across the street to LA Live here, and we'll be breaking down today's series and announcing our World's MVP in an extended post show right after this look back at Worlds 2016.
每个区域的队伍都更强，16支队伍每一支队伍都蛮强的。
Your defending champions, SK Telecom T1. Right by my booty, level 1, bro. Right down, bring it in. Yes, it is the robe. TLC coming together, showing up on the world stage. Get it done. Points of light from Naples. They're going to be able to catch that blast ball. Take down SK Telecom. Wow, I've done it. One of the most amazing games I have ever seen. Even going for the 50-50. He's going it. It's secure. The Rock Tigers get the Barrett.
This is going to be the year when wildcard teams became a deal. I think, yes. This time round, not just we are looking better for now.
Just took down the Rocks Tiger. Oh no! Deleted! If ever I've seen one, and G2 are aced!
Yes, they failed. Yes, they could do better. But when they had nothing, they have shown their competitive spirit, and they fought until the very end.
A little bit slow in this one. He's just keep going. The steal away. There goes the kick. They absolutely smashed it out of space. And EDC are evaporating. And it looks like H2K will seal the deal. Your first seed from Group C.
有得到这个机会，对一个职业选手来说是很开心的一件事情。This is our big guy. This is big guy. 국미 팬들에게 미안하지만 저희도 이기려고 여기 왔고.
Crown moves fast. He gets the stick though. Petrifying gaze. Smoothie gets taken down. And it looks like Samsung Galaxy will be moving on.
유럽의 시스템 중에 저희밖에 안 남았는데 그래도 끝까지 살아남아서 유럽을 자랑스럽게 하고 싶어요.
Really good point about Felipe Kira. He's just too tanky for the double now. Smirk parting it out with a frozen mount and a bit of help from Miracle. Damage is almost enough without forgiven. Time to turn around. Spear. Get the double triple. There's the quadra. H2K. Demolish NX. He hops over the minions, sidesteps a deadly flourish. MLXG is looking for the kill. Sonic Blade connects, resonating strike. Two fight to survive. Mega God's coming up. The boomerang, the excitement. Goodbye. SK Telecom advance to the semi-final at Worlds. He is still chasing on the death, who's nearly out of HP. The chase is for Bray. First blood. That's two for Peter. It might be a third. It's going to be the rematch of Worlds last year. Rock hoping to get revenge on SK Telecom T1, hoping to win a World Championship.
눈앞에 결승이 있다 보니까 결승까지 가고 싶어요.
No flash. Oh, never mind. We got more action. Ryu's in so much trouble. Pounces flashed away from, but Ambition gets one. Quickly shut off for Cunningham, and now Ryu has to stop it. Ryu's there, no doubt about it. Number one, you gave Crown victor. And Ambition, he's got something to prove. A 3-0 sweep of Europe H2K will send Samsung
하나의 뭐 그런 정도까지는 솔직히 느끼지 않고요. 충분히 이길 수 있는 상대라고 항상 생각해왔고 지금도 그렇게 생각하고 있어요.
Rox doesn't actually have to stop pushing right now. They can delay the recall with Asher. Gonna get teleport.
He's gonna stop Duke. They stopped Duke. They're trying to bring it down. Is this not gonna be enough? Rox Tigers answer back with game 2.
There's the harpoon. There's the chase down, and Gorilla's gonna make it rain. In the bullet time, and it's gonna be all the damage he needs. Gorilla getting the kill. Rox Tigers 1 game away from breaking the curse.
How has Benki been able to train his Nidalee? He's not known as a Nidalee player. They're confident first picking it in what could be an elimination game at Worlds.
They're going Kuro. Hold on by the Kuro. Jalen's gonna land this time, and he's gonna get the damage. Yes, he is. First blood in for Faker. He's out. The blood from Kuro to the front of the Faker, not gonna matter. Benki! And Benki again.
SKT fight their way back in elimination game. Benki subs back in. He saves SKT. Now we're going to game 5.
2 great heavyweights in the fight of the Millennium.
제가 스맵 선수한테 1등 자리를 뺏겨서 아쉬움이 많이 컸고 이번 월드 챔피언십에서 다시 1등을 하자라는 생각을 많이 했고
But they do see Faker, and the cocoon's not going to land though, so can they get anything else? The flash chase, it's Smith onto his face, looking for a little bit more, and he's not going to go down. Faker, with just a ghost, gets away with it. It's all empty road for this one. SK Telecom T1, backs against the wall. Benki himself, 3-0 against Roxburgers in the series, and SKT wants their ticket to their third World Final.
Hello, Staples Center.
We don't really know what to expect from the Samsung team. Yes, they crushed the bracket stage, but they haven't played a team as close to as good as SKT. Might have some kill try.
It's still getting on the last kick. He's on ground. Solo kills Faker.
5 steps away. Benki's running in.
And that's the type of defeat you don't want to have if you're Samsung, because this is the momentum building of SKT's war machine.
It looks here we go. They are coming back. They killed Faker. Found Benki and moving on to Duke.
And he's killed.
Ambition steals the Elder Dragon. Very good title win. He's found 3. Charges up the Maelstrom. The slingshot. Faker's down. Samsung get 3. Play the Silver Scrapes. Samsung and SKT are going to game 5. Duke flashes forward, chomps down to kill Crown. SK Telecom have got 2, make that 3 kills. SK Telecom have overcome every challenge. They are the undisputed best team in the world. The SKT reign continues. They win their 3rd World Championship.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us as we wrap up our coverage of Worlds 2016 here at LA Live. Of course, let's start with a rough run-through of tonight's series, starting from the very beginning, because SKT, man, they got the first 2 games, 2 run back by Samsung, and then clinched that 5th one.
I mean, this series had 3-0 written all over it, but then in the key defining moments, I saw that line from the official. In the key defining moments, it just kept going wrong, and Samsung kept fighting back somehow.
Yeah, they kept finding these windows to be able to exploit, you know, just the smallest of weaknesses. And even game 1, it looked like it was over. They clawed their way back into it. You know, game 2, that's a little bit more of a stomp, but this team just never gave up. Their resilience for such a young team was really something to behold.
And we saw them grow, honestly, because at first they could only match SKT late game, which obviously is pretty impressive in itself, but they were able to do it game 1, lost too hard in the early game in game 2, and in game 3 when they pulled it back once again in that insane game. And suddenly they actually started playing much better early on, and it became a really, really close final.
I mean, you say impressive to stack up against SKT in the late game. It's impressive to even get to the late game against SKT when you think about it, you know, on the global scale.
And in that last game, they're going to rewatch that because they got ahead and they were looking like they were going to be able to close this one out. The momentum was in their favor. And, you know, they went from just being able to play that late game. Even in the end, the bottom lane was able to, you know, go even. They pick up the Tahm Kench. They completely dropped that meta on its head one more time. And that was just a really brave call, and it was so close to paying off.
Right, and if we look at a couple, key specific moments, I want to take a look at game 2. This is where Faker gets that double kill off of a good ward here in the Raptor pit, or not.
This is the Faker big play on Rise after
here we go.
Bengi here messes up a little bit and uses the kick before the Kindred ulti is down. So it looks kind of bad for SKT right now. It looks like Samsung is trying to force a teleport from them and get a bigger advantage. And then Faker shows why he is so good and why SKT is so hard to beat.
Yeah, why he is one of the best, just in a situation. Not only does he stop the minion, as we pointed out earlier on the Destu, he goes for the creative, aggressive realm warp into the snare, into the outer snare from the Jhin right there. And just these little interactions that they read in the moment, they don't hesitate to make that decision, and they do it as a team, and that's how they stay in most of these games.
And I mean, as Samsung there, what's the call? Like, we'd run through the turret as 2 people, then they just turn around. Like, there is absolutely nothing you can do. Just the decisiveness and the willingness to, put it all on the line and make a big play was spectacular.
And we thought that that play right here actually killed Samsung completely, because as soon as this happened, Samsung just went downhill. They got caught off multiple times, 4 guys actually getting solo killed across the board just within like 2 minutes. And we're like, okay, this game is over. SKT 2-0 now. Game 3, we've seen this one before. They just start stomping and rolling over people. And it looked that way as well in game 3.
Definitely did.
And then everything went wrong.
We were already on our way out because we knew we were doing the post game here in LA Live. So we were halfway outside the stadium, like one foot out of the door, ready to move out. And then suddenly Samsung kept winning fight after Baron, and we had just an exciting series on our hands.
Well, you talk about that first fight that they won at Baron, game 3, 28 minutes in here. We're going to take a look at this one because this really was the fight that turned the entire series for Samsung Galaxy.
And it's all about the young AD carry. I mean, diving forward. Had some spectacular moments in this series.
And I think this fight was one of the most important fights we've ever seen in a World Championship final, because not only did this fight get Samsung back into this game, it actually allowed them to keep playing late game team fights and show they were good enough to match SKT in the late game. They won in the end because they had so many dragons as well. And that momentum kind of pushed them into the next game as well. So that one fight alone actually allowed Samsung to pull off more games.
And they showed exactly what you need to do to beat SKT, and that's just honestly relinquish and get rid of the fear. You can't be afraid to pull the trigger. You can't be afraid to go in. Sometimes it'll cost your head. Ruler many times dashed in and died, but if you want to beat SKT, you can't just assume that they always know exactly what they're doing, because just like any other team, SKT will also overreach, and you can punish that, but you got to be swift.
Yeah, 71 minutes, both 80 carries at that 100K damage mark. Both of them actually at 1.4K damage per minute in that game, which is another crazy stat just to try and ponder and make sense of. But Spawn, I want to return to your point and talk about these Samsung players, right? As their journey ended here tonight with a loss, being, runners-up at the World Championship. I mean, we have to remember that this is a ragtag team put together and has only gotten better with time.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. I mean, when you have a look at Samsung, they had White and Blue, 2 of the greatest organizations in League of Legends. They lose all 10 starters. LPL pick them all up. They go back to the drawing board. They rebuild around Cuvée. That doesn't work out. They don't have great LCK splits. Then all of a sudden, they bring in a young team. They get Ambition to lead it. It's a role swap. He's in the jungle position. And it honestly doesn't look great, but they've just got better and better. And that upward trend ended tonight. But wow, did they nearly make it happen.
But it's like we're watching the Powerpuff Girls, but they were missing ingredient number X, and that was, in the end, North American...
Core JJ, put it in the mix.
Put it in the mix, boys.
As a support.
As a support.
That was the key thing in the end.
Because you can have it all. You can have a great organization. You have Korean coaching culture. You can have Ambition as one of the greatest shot callers, but you need that, that little spicy
and a
flavor.
Clown Fiesta in there to spice it up a little bit.
That's what it is. Yeah, we need that unpredictability of it all. No, but it really does kind of show that just, each cog in the wheel needs to be working here, right? Because they, were unsuccessful as 4 until Core JJ comes in and is kind of that final piece of the puzzle. Not to disparage Wraith and the work that he's done with the team, but that they definitely looked better with Core JJ.
And we joke about it, but he brings experience as a former AD carry now in a support role. That means within the laning phase, he knows what he needs to do to kind of enable Ruler, and he just got a little bit better in those laning phases. And more importantly, he knows when to roam as well. He knows when an AD carry can fend for himself, usually, and that's why he was so good at vision. He trained himself in the kind of the skill and the craft of a support while also knowing exactly how an AD carry functions, and I think that is definitely not to be overlooked.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And then the other thing he does is it just looks like he puts the team at ease with his presence on the Rift, because, Cuvée looks unlocked when you have Core JJ down in the bottom lane, and I think their team fighting is just so spectacular to watch with him. time and time again, he's flashing forward, looking for those aggressive snares. Generally, if you're the Kennen, you're the first one in, it's very easy, just get the exhaust, blow him up. But he was willing to take that on himself, get the initiations on, like, squishy champions like Zyra. We're not talking about an Alistar or Braum here. Really was good.
Yeah, and it's kind of, again, super crazy for me how Samsung never even made playoffs with this lineup until the summer split. Like, that was the first time, once they rebuilt, ever since Season 4, they make playoffs. QV was a guy... People look at him as a top laner in SK being like, hey, he's not that great. He's not going to do anything special. He got better and better and better. Core GJ support, obviously, we talked about it, Crown as well, growing. He was a big talent already, but now he's stepping onto the big stage. You need that experience as well to perform at the highest level. And it's just fantastic to see how some of these players are really stepping up individually, and they're able to match or even beat some of the late matchups against SKT.
And hats off to Crown, because, we were questioning his champion pool, and he does bring out the Aurelion Soul. And that is a really brave thing to do for someone that's always had limited champion pool issues. That's so much respect.
I mean, our narrative changed after the first 2 games from like, we don't want to see Victor into Orianna again, to Game 5, we want to see Victor into Orianna again. So Crown definitely showing that he can really master that champion. Samsung, they showed up a lot of their weaknesses, and to fall in a 3-2 close series versus SKT is honestly, if you would have asked any of their members before Worlds, you guys want to do that? They probably said, hell yes.
I was going to say, as much as it might sting in this very moment to have not walked away with the Summoners Cup, I feel with a little bit of reflection that all of them will be very, very proud of the season that they put together this year. Now, though, we have to highlight our World's MVP, who did some serious, serious work over the last month of competition to bring SK Telecom T1 to their 3rd championship. And no surprise, it's the man himself, Faker.
And you doubted him, Deficio, in your top 20. This is a guy that you put number 2. But honestly, he's had such an impressive Worlds run. This guy is, he deserves it. He's the best player to ever pick up a mouse and keyboard in League of Legends.
Yeah, definitely so. No one ever questioned that one. I think in the group stage, we saw...
Or did they?
Well, no. All time, right? I mean, coming into this... I like how Spot is pulling me down. I'm going to take it down with me. But coming into the group stage, I think Faker had some really good games. And he also had like 1 or 2 questionable games, especially ones against Flash Wolves. So if you got to find one to kind of look at. But ever since we got into playoffs, he just looked unstoppable, honestly. Like, he won every single lane he played. Like, his average CSD coming into the finals, like 15 plus at 15 minutes. That's insane. He just so much pressure, get mid towers every time. And yes, there's a lot of guys playing around him, but they're all supporting him. So he's the big carry who has to pull the weight for the team.
But we're finally, and hopefully for some other players in the world right there, seeing cracks in his armor. Sometimes he is making misplays, or his reactions out of game, very visibly on that player cam, getting upset when things go wrong. We had him getting outplayed by Crown in the 1v1 scenario multiple times, so there definitely is a way to challenge the king, but not consistently, and that's the problem. Faker is just so goddamn consistent over a larger sample size.
And that's what happens when you play on that edge of greatness. I mean, this guy plays so close to danger at every step of the game. And sure, he does overextend at times and get punished for it, but you have to be able to punish him so much. And as Deficio was saying, there's a reason that the best team in the world plays around this player. He is like unrivaled in the ability to be able to take over a game, take over a series.
And I think another spectacular element of it all is it's now finally showcasing how much it is required for him to have solid members on that team around him, right? Because as League of Legends has evolved, we've seen teams that individually are not expected to do much of anything. But yet here they are, right, arriving at a world final, Samsung Galaxy, and challenging the best player in the world. And it's been proven that, okay, now he does need to have that supporting cast in order to make his bid for MVP.
Yeah, no one can win alone. It is a team game. Teamwork is super important, communication, everything. And that's, again, where Faker looks so good, because he's the main shot caller on the team. So not only is he the main carry, he's also the guy making a lot of the calls. He's obviously setting up a lot of these plays where he's calling in people to help him. And it's just super cool to see the synergy between him and the rest of the guys, especially Benki when he's playing. Him and Faker together are really showing how good a combo can be. And even when they haven't played together for such a long time, this split, they come here when it really matters and show up.
And you like to see longevity rewarded in all sports. Like a roster staying together, sticking it out, going for back-to-back worlds, not ending what could be a dynasty run. It's so nice to see them and Faker put it all together for one more time.
And along with the pride and glory of being the undisputed champions of the world, SKT will take home the lion's share of the world's prize pool, which reached $5 million over the course of the tournament with the help of the League of Legends community.
Yeah, and I think we just have to remember here, so to cut you off, Dash, I just really want to add this point about SKT is that it's the organization here we got to look at. They're